which is not a thing I can say broadly about news this week.
Yeah.
I guess we're getting into it. Let me change the fucking thing because we're going to be here for a while. Let me just type this in. 10,000 lives have been ruined by Microsoft. There we go. We're good. That covers it, right? Microsoft laid off 10,000 people. When this was announced originally, I assumed that this was going to be like when Ubisoft says 10 trillion people play Rogue, Rainbow Six Siege, and that they may or may not exist, and they may or may not be at Xbox, basically is what I'm getting at here. Had no idea. Had no idea that it was going to be like, oh, they're not only at Xbox, they're at 343, and they're at the Coalition, and they're at fucking Bethesda. And that made me lose my goddamn mind because I did not expect that tier of shutdown of things owned by Xbox. So let's get into it. Apparently, 343 was hit really hard. We have rumors from a French Halo podcast specifically about what happened there and how deep that goes. So we'll move on for now. Bethesda Game Studios, seemingly the people working on Starfield, were hit incredibly hard. The Coalition got its teeth knocked out, which is...
We don't know how many from the Coalition. I never saw anything directly, but we don't...
This is the exact point where this should be the opposite of the direction they're moving in because they're supposed to have another game coming.
Yeah.
They're supposed to. And yet we have no evidence of it.
The Coalition... Oh, I hate to bring up Phil Spencer as we talk about this, but it was just back in December that Phil Spencer said Sony wants to grow by making Xbox smaller, and then now a month later they're gutting all these studios.
I mean, it's literally impossible to be like, these people who are directly under Phil were fired, let's not bring up Phil. He is definitely involved in some level of this decision. If not this one here right now, the decisions that led to it, he has been running Xbox for 10 years.
Right. He absolutely signed these pink slips.
I mean, yeah, he would have to. Also 11. No, we're at 10, just barely over 10. Okay. Joseph Staten, or Joe Staten, the person who came back to write the ship that was Halo Infinite, a little under a year before it shipped, has apparently left 343 and has returned to Xbox Publishing. These are the news bits. Now we get into the 343 specific rumors. 343 lost around 1/3 of its workforce, including that is combined internal workers and contractors. 2023 is going to be unchanged, seemingly, but there's going to be less focus on the campaign's just dead in the water.
Yeah, it was specifically like there is not going to be like future DLC campaigns for Halo Infinite single player. That isn't happening. They're all gone. They're all canceled.
Before Bonnie Ross quit, Joseph Staten took a small team and was preparing to ship multiple contained DLC things for the campaign over months or even years. This plan was stopped when Pierre Hintz and the new key roles came in after Ross, says they've seen too much complexity in creating new contents for the campaign plus was not profitable enough for them to sustain it.
Game Pass.
So they decided to completely halt them in favor of focusing only on the multiplayer for the time being. Gonna read the rest of these as fast as I can without cursing. Halo Infinite largely missed its financial and overall goals and led to Microsoft's decision to halt 343 active development, transforming or regressing them into franchise coordinators. They're now just a branding company. They don't make video games. They handle the brand, which is probably what they should have been the whole time, because I wouldn't say any of the games they shipped went well.
Yeah, I mean, they're so good at doing that. I mean, look how faithful the Halo TV show. Oh, no. Okay, go on.
They're effective at doing that. They got show made.
After how many years?
Don't worry about it. They announced the Halo show initiative or movie initiative at the beginning of the Xbox One. This was an evolution of that. It was
brutal.
So it has been TV Sports 9 years to make. Slipspace Engine is still in place along with its internal engineers, but it will be opened up to learn and use with all external studios working with the IP. This is the opposite of the news we got before of they're changing to Unreal Engine so they can make a fucking game.
Well, somebody's like, well, we're losing a bunch of money. The most important thing is to not have to pay Epic, not make anything anybody would want to buy.
Right?
That math checks out.
In this sense, 343, together with Microsoft Game Publishing, started contacting and contracting with external studios to create future Halo experiences together since 2020, also with the aim to reduce, optimize costs slash budget.
I never, ever, ever want to hear anybody tell me Game Pass is not having a negative effect on this shit ever again. Everything Dan just read is boiled down into these games. We don't sell games anymore. They cost too much to make. It has to get cheaper. That is everything Dan just read.
You know what? I actually think there's one problem that's bigger than that for this, which is insane because I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But I think the even larger problem is the fact these motherfuckers refuse to hire employees. They insist we need contractors. Okay, well, you're using a proprietary engine. They don't know how to use it. You just lost 4 months on ramping a person to learn your engine, which you then got rid of. Like we had so many things come out from former Halo developers who are just seething fucking pissed at how the contractors were treated. Like they literally had multiple people who were in 343 who were talking about, contractors would try to float and elevate an issue and try to get it solved, which would have been the best for the project. Instead, they were literally told, your opinion does not matter. Shut the fuck up and do your job. Like they were literally told shit like that. It is fucking infuriating. It's insane. It is such... there are so many tiers of issues, and we're starting to see more and more former Halo developers come out and specifically talk about this. It is... It is... Yeah, I'm just going to read one of them. No, go ahead.
The Coalition also got cuts. They shipped a game in 2019. It was one of the first big Game Pass games. It didn't sell anything. Obviously, again, this is all coming from, well, you shipped a game and it didn't sell because we made the thing where it'll never sell. So now we're going to cut you.
Yeah. So, see former Halo employees, Halo developers saying, as a Halo fan, because they're no longer there, they've been at a Respawn for a bit. As a Halo fan, I'm really tired of Microsoft business and practices and policy slowly killing the thing I love. Between the contracting policies they abuse for tax incentives and layoffs in the face of gigantic profits and executive bonuses, they set up Halo for failure. And the follow-up tweet was, I really don't care if I should be saying this or not anymore. There was also higher-ups on Halo at the time talking about similar issues, like absolutely insane stuff. Christ, what else was there? Let me get this specific quote. We got a dev who, was there up until the end on Reset Arrow, just talking about it, saying it's really rich for Microsoft to go on this mental health campaign and for Phil Spencer to retweet videos from studio heads in support for donations and standing together. When these kinds of actions lead directly to mental health deterioration, I had to talk to a crying coworker who's much older than I, not knowing what to do about his 3 kids since he's out of a job on Friday. Somewhere lines of codes and dollar signs became much more important than the people.
Yeah, when the company was founded.
Yeah, it's so absolutely fucking insane and infuriating as I sit here and I'm like, Microsoft owns great... notorious franchises that people care about, and they do nothing but consistently grind it down into a fucking dust. Here's another quote. This one's from Patrick Wren, former senior multiplayer designer at Halo. The layoffs at 343 shouldn't have happened, and Halo Infinite should be in a better state. The reason for both of those things is a competent leadership up top during Halo Infinite development, causing massive stress on those working hard to make Halo the best it can be. The people I worked with every day were passionate about Halo and wanted to make something great for the fans. They helped push for a better Halo and got laid off for it. Devs still there are working hard on that dream. Look at Forge. Be kind to them during this awful time. This absolutely sucks, and I could not be more pissed. And the fucking cherry on top It's this fucking tweet from Ryan McCaffrey. That is the fucking cherry on top. That this motherfucker, upon hearing 10,000 people and a third of 343 is losing their job, he goes, what if id Software made a Halo game? An FPS specifically. They have the talent, the tech, and the focus. And then he goes, I'm not suggesting the closure or demise of 343 Industry to be sure. I just think it would be interesting to see a take on Halo. Maybe a side game. What the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How broken are you as a person, whether functionally or otherwise, emotionally, that this is how you respond to this? Like, Jesus Christ. Do you have your finger on the pulse of anything? Can you not see how this has been going over there? What has happened to this fucking franchise? To all of their franchises? It is so upsetting to me. Because I think there's so much strength in what they have over there, and they have done nothing to build up.
I think this really is representative of every studio they own and how they just can't manage studios at all. Like, it leads to them spinning out and making bad games for years and not knowing why, and eventually just firing everyone like this. It's really frustrating to see, and I feel like 343 is one of the first ones they put together, and it's inevitable this is going to happen to the rest.
Yeah,
it's really frustrating.
It is so upsetting. It is so upsetting that some fucking loser bitch in 4th place is going to piss and moan about being in 4th place while ruining everything they have.
Mm-hmm.
The fact it's, like, even apparently happening to Starfield is nuts.
Yeah.
Like, what? You just bought them.
Yeah, I didn't think that...
What's going on over there? What's up with that?
I would like to know more details on that, too. It seems insane.
I would love to know details.
Because they kept talking about, no, Bethesda is its own separate thing. We let them do what they want.
Right. Which is why it's like, then why is firing of those employees announced on the same day as all of the rest of this?
Yeah, no shortage of feedback.
There is no silver lining to this.
No.
The only thing I can think of is maybe Starfield's done. Because that always happens when a project wraps. They always lay people off. At least that was the argument that got trotted out all the time for why games should have DLC immediately. So maybe it's like they have to ship Starfield. They have to. Like, their entire fucking thing is built on this house of cards that is called Starfield. Starfield's the bottom of their house of cards.
Right.
If that game slips into we don't know when it's coming out, it seems fuck territory, even the most delusional Xbox fanboys are going to start to lose faith.
I don't know if this is going to be a point for the industry to start waking up to see, and I mean the journalist industry, start waking up and see the horrible job Microsoft has done over the last, really, like, it's not just the Phil Spencer reign. It's a few years before that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the tail end of the 360. But even still, that transition period still had games and funding for games. You know, we still got Project Spark and a bunch of other things.
It was a couple years into, like, once they realized they weren't going to compete, it would not be 7th gen again. They wouldn't be basically equal in terms of sales to Sony.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as that happened in 8th gen, they just stopped. It's like it went off like a light switch. They stopped trying to get exclusives. They stopped really developing their own.
And every game in development just fell apart like fucking Scalebound.
Fell apart.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Did you see that we have rumors of Scalebound back in development?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah, sure. Don't we get some variant of that rumor like once a year?
I feel like
it's popped up.
We just get a statement from Platinum saying over and over, "We would love to make it."
Yeah, I feel like that we didn't hear about it. Like, no rumors like this for years, but over the last 2 years or so, we've been seeing stuff. And Platinum did release a statement being like, "Hey, Microsoft, please."
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe that game was somewhere close to being done at all, and Microsoft looking for anything they can ship.
Right.
Maybe
that's the only
thing
I can think.
I won't buy it because it'll be on Game Pass, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
I think that maybe the game journalists are waking up a little bit, because a lot of them, like, what it took is this 10,000 employee being laid off thing is to the day a year after the announcement of the Activision Blizzard acquisition.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
that was enough to make them connect some dots and realize things are weird and bad.
Yeah, it's almost like people who cover game as a journalist, game journalists, you might call them, video game journalists, maybe haven't paid attention to how business goes in other industries in the least.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't understand that an acquisition doesn't mean we get to put our name on your building
Right.
and then everything's fine.
Yeah.
In fact, we magically make all the sex pests go away and all this other shit. Yeah. Sorry if I got a little emotional there. It's just deeply upsetting. It is deeply upsetting. Like to know that as the fans, they're ruining what they made, like what that is to us, right? What these games are to us with their terrible decisions.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
you're
then-
watching an executive suite through malice or incompetence spiral. I mean, like these terrible decisions, they're not just affecting their company and all of the companies their company bought because they're evil monsters. Them fucking up this bad lowers the quality of other companies who maybe don't have to try as hard because their only competition is this box of rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part of it alone is upsetting enough. And it's like, and on top of this, I'm now having to confront that all of these people's lives working on all these games were being ruined by executive decision nonstop. The whole like 6 years or whatever they were working on Halo Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Like people forget how long they spent making Halo Infinite, revising the slip space engine and all this other stuff. And it's like, and it didn't work out at all. It was all literally for nothing.
Yep.
Which is why when Bob gave it at the last second, it's like they hit the coalition too. I'm like, I'm going to stick my hand in a blender. It's like so bad. Like the only part we didn't hear anything about today is Forza.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to have to entertain that studio's fine.
Both of them.
Yeah,
Surely.
both of them. Well, I just meant the main Forza. I'm sure Horizon people are probably okay because they ship on a cadence, a regular schedule.
Yeah, but they're also working on Fable now, so that's scary.
Well, that part of them's fucked.
Yeah.
That's not even news. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. I wish that people who covered video games for a living would not sit there and take things executives say at complete fact.
Right.
Because that has been happening. And like, obviously I have no major problem with this, but it was a very funny moment with this specific thing. It was a very funny moment when on a recent DF Direct, Alex Battaglia was like, well, yeah, they'll have to figure out how to ship the new Call of Duties on Switch somehow. Because he just instantly took them at their words. And then John and Richard are like, I mean, they'll probably ship some other thing like a mobile game on that. If they do that, it's more of a statement of intent. It's terrible. All of this sucks so bad. It's the worst part of this news cycle cranked to 11. Where it's just like, man, maybe you wouldn't have had to cut people if you sold games for money. Maybe you wouldn't have to cut people if you made smart decisions from executives who've worked in the creative field. Because you know what you never get at any of the Sony studios? Which I'm being specific to Sony, not because of favoritism, but because, well, also Nintendo. You never get that person who's like, I came here from the Office software. I've never made a video game.
I'm a
You
manager
sure
from
don't.
Reebok.
Right.
The closest you I mean that was Reggie.
That was Reggie.
like-
That's true.
and maybe he led an era of Nintendo I don't fucking care for so much. But you the closest you got was Naughty Dog's being like, nobody in the gaming industry wants to work for us anymore. We have to get people from VFX studios.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is also fucked.
Completely
Yeah.
and utterly. Like, you have such a notorious reputation for crunch and the state of your studio and how bad you made their lives that no one will work for you. You know Ubisoft hires people, right?
Ubisoft doesn't have this problem. Think about that.
Yeah, they maybe hire too many people and now have a completely different problem.
Multiple because of the strike from the Paris team,
But-
apparently.
Oh yeah, I didn't put that in news. This everybody at Ubisoft Paris is which is their headquarters, is going on strike, which probably includes the strike team that they had announced was going to be trying to save Skull and Bones.
Which is very funny.
You know, I heard it was Paris. They didn't connect that would be their headquarters. It was like, oh yeah, it's France, of course.
I all this time, all the years doing this podcast, I wanted to be wrong. Like every time I was like, where are these games that Microsoft showed off at the Xbox, Xbox Series reveal? Where are they? I really wanted to be like, I wanted to even be wrong to the extent of like, here's something that's obviously just a 7. We got a couple of those. I didn't want to be so right. It's like, no, they're just falling apart. They probably won't. Like, this is almost certainly the last Xbox.
Yeah. Me and Dan were talking the other day, and somehow it came up with like, yeah, I assume they just leave the industry in the next 3 years.
This is a pretty bad situation, and no situation's unsalvageable, I feel like, but is Microsoft the people to do it? I don't know.
Not currently.
But
You'd need a lot of money, which luckily they have.
you might have you might have to replace some management who's been over Xbox the entire time it's been falling apart.
Right. If we swept out Phil Spencer, this could be turned around.
I don't even know if Phil Spencer is the only problem, because as we talked about during Gears Month, Gears and Halo go in such the similar directions after the core developers leave, after the original developers leave, that it has to be someone in management pushing them in these same directions.
I mean, it's kind of like the Activision Blizzard thing where like people who are really high up who have no business doing creative decisions have an influence on that. At the end of the day, it works because corporations are like this. It works like politics. Phil Spencer has a team. If Phil Spencer gets replaced, his team will to some extent be replaced.
And they need to, and this can't happen. So it's over. They're doomed. It's like they need to hire people, not contract them. They need to hire people and say, you team of consistent employees who work for us and get our benefits are now making X game with a competent manager.
Right. Yeah. And that's not hard when you have infinite money. I mean, fuck. The fucking tweet came out where it's just like the amount of money they want to spend to acquire Activision Blizzard could pay all 10,000 of the people who were just fired based on the median pay at Microsoft of $163,000 a year for the next 41 years.
Yeah. Easy.
And it's like, oh, hey, that would be going into the bank accounts of the people who make the thing that makes you money, which is a lot more sane than we acquired a company who we like our only winning play is to cut off the supply to other people's platforms. Because it's not like Call of Duty will suddenly make a shitload of money for Microsoft. We've been over this over and over again on this podcast of you project how much money Activision Blizzard makes out, and it takes an insane amount of years to make this amount of money make sense. It's infuriating. It's upsetting. It doesn't make any sense. Truly, I hate every company in the game industry who's Silicon Valley based. You're at Google's.
Yeah.
With your now shut down platform that last 3 years since the announcement. I see a lot of people who like Phil Spencer because he's an affable guy, and he is an affable guy, and I feel like he's not as disearnest as a lot of executives are. But at the end of the day, that man has a job, and he does not seem to be doing it well. So at the end of the day, I will still be like, he should be replaced. This is not going well. Something needs to change.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to convince them to start hiring people.
They're Silicon Valley based.
Right.
No, the future is no one's employed. You know how the future was streaming for content and stuff, and that's working out great? Well, the new feature is contracting everyone. It'll definitely be sustainable. It'll be good. Very excited for Walmart to no longer have employees and have contractors.
That's insane.
Could you imagine they went all in on that? Because Silicon Valley companies, they mostly run apps, right? Mostly. Fucking an actual institution like Walmart doing it would be just stroke-inducing. It's like, somebody didn't show up today because they're not your employee. And then they never showed up again. Great. Anyway, I think I'm done. Did anyone else have anything else they wanted to say about this fucking horrible situation where they fired 10,000 people? I assumed so many of them were in random other divisions. But then we hear studio after studio getting in.
I mean, it was also in other divisions of Microsoft, like
of course,
Edge and I think the mixed AR stuff.
I mean, that makes sense. They never made money at either of those.
Just, it never should have gotten this bad.
No.
Even that developer conference they're doing next week. They couldn't wait until I get that Xbox is a tiny, unprofitable, irrelevant division of Microsoft at this point. But they couldn't even wait until after that to announce this.
That sure puts a dark cloud over that entire stream.
Yeah.
It's like you'll have to sit there watching it, wondering if any of the people in the videos are still working at the companies.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, because it's not just like a press show for people. It has the developers in it.
Yeah. It's supposed to be them directly talking to us.
Hope they aren't recording those right now.
Yeah. Another layer of this.
They don't expect these people who are now insecure in their job to be fucking doing promotion for them.
I think when I tried to look back at what the tenure of Phil Spencer was and like what's the best things he's contributed, the answers were, I think the Xbox One X is cool. I think the back compat initiative is incredible. I think that's it though. Those are the most amazing things I think that Xbox has done in the last 11 years.
It's funny because even with the One X, it's like you have better specs than the PS4 Pro, but every game runs better on that.
Because they have the mandate of 4K or whatever. Like they get a little kickback if they have the 4K tag.
Microsoft is the dumbest. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I think the back and pat stuff is really cool. It's unfortunate that they say they're stopping that now.
Yeah.
I think the Series X is good hardware. I don't like the fact this many years later we're still activating online when you first set up a console. Yeah. But aside from that, I can't really see anything over the last 11 years, which is insane. Because Nintendo and Sony have done amazing stuff over the last 11 years in a number of different ways. I mean, even just deviating slightly, Sony has successfully launched one VR headset and is heading into another. They have their main stuff they do. They have the hardware. They have everything else. But they've done that. And that adds more to the game industry at large than Microsoft is doing. Remember when Microsoft gaslit a bunch of journalists into thinking they were going to do VR, even though their box couldn't possibly power that? And then they said Oculus would team up with them maybe. And then they just stopped talking about it. Every game journalist forgot.
Yeah, no, I still remember various customers being convinced that they would get that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is HoloLens?
HoloLens is the mixed AR thing. There's a Conquer game on it.
I just remember HoloLens is a thing, and I'm like, I don't know what it is, so nobody must have ever used it in human history.
They brought it to E3 to give you the idea that this was their VR thing, because there's a lot of ambiguity between where Microsoft ends and Xbox begins. So they brought it to E3 around when Sony was working on their VR headset, a little bit after it launched even. And they're like, hey, check this out. Minecraft in mixed AR with HoloLens.
Yes,
hey,
I remember that.
Conquer. Because they had a Conquer game they made for it, and Conquer looks horrifying in that game. I'm now going to pull up an image.
Didn't they actually launch those for consumers at like $3,000 or something?
It's about $2,000, I think, but it could be higher. It could be like
Good
Apple.
Lord.
Yeah, it's fucking expensive.
It's not made for consumers.
Oh, guess what almost entirely just got cut?
What?
The HoloLens team.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It never worked out. Oh my God. I remembered it looking bad. I did not remember it looking this bad. Viewers, if you show up tomorrow and we're streaming, and this isn't the viewer icon, know that I chose peace over wrath. Because this is single-handedly one of the worst images I've ever shown on our channel. There he is. And before anyone thinks this is a weird picture that I've just hand-picked, this is the Microsoft Store page for Young Conquer. That is the representative image of Young Conquer.
That I'm pretty sure that's how Conquer originally looked in Project Spark, and then they changed him to
normal
like,
Conquer.
To normal Conquer.
Yeah, if you want to see how he looks in game, which might be worse or better depending on which side of this war you're on. Here's how he looks in game. One moment. There we go. Here's how he looks in game. Is it better or worse?
What?
See, he dances on your desk and he freaks out while you do a cool little platformer. Guys, a new stream goal?
No.
We need to get a HoloLens, you guys.
Why does he got a bodysuit? It's
No.
like he's in some sort of perfect dark Zeking suit.
Dan, I tolerate a lot of your nonsense. I will drive down there and physically stop you from spending $3,000 on a HoloLens.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. That's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
I feel like dog shit spending the $550 on the PSVR 2, and that's a live platform that lives and gets games. Unlike HoloLens, which literally the only thing I could think to do. Yes, good job, Dan. You spelled it right. HoloLens. My favorite part of the weekend is when I go to my local Mexican restaurant and order their HoloLens. Okay, anyways. The only thing I could think to do, hey, it's only like $500 used. There you go. Great. That's exactly as much. Which one would you guys rather have? The PSVR 2 or HoloLens? Yeah, that's not surprising at all. That's not surprising at all that division got the shit beaten out of them. So many different divisions of Microsoft don't make money.
Yeah.
Because the few that do make enough that there's enough to go around, you know?
Right. It seems like they don't even have the goal of ever making money.
I mean, Xbox didn't.
Yeah.
And yet, for some reason, everyone was like, no, this is actually really smart business sense. And I'm like, no, actually, it isn't. And we've known this for years, thanks to Netflix.
But it's what all the businesses are doing, so.
Yeah,
Isn't it weird how every Silicon Valley company like 7 or 8 years ago just decided they never wanted to make money ever again?
Yeah, it was really weird. I asked my brother
And
how
that
it
was
felt living
widely. They're geniuses actually for not wanting to make money.
Yeah, they're brilliant. It makes sense long term. I asked my brother how it felt to live his adult years in this transition period in the eternal morass of culture is largely directed by Silicon Valley companies that are doing things business-wise that never, ever economically make any sense. So we've just propagated and propped up this lie of eventually, financially, this will make sense. Anyways, I'm a YouTuber for a living. No, that's fucking bullshit. I live stream on Twitch and do podcasts for a living. That's completely different. Those make money for anyone involved. Anyways, what a bizarre time we live through. May you live through interesting times. Thanks. Anyways, this sucks. It's all absolutely terrible, but I'm done talking about it. Do you have anything you want to say about?
No, I'm done.
I think that thing you said of like, will Xbox just shut down in 3 to 4 years? It's like, which one's more, like, legitimately, which one's more likely? They fix the leadership and replace it, or they give up?
Yeah, because it really comes down to when they come up for making a new box.
Do they even do it?
Right. I feel like it just won't make sense to do it.
They would have to be restructuring now.
Mm-hmm.
Right fucking now.
And I think it's also very possible for Xbox as a whole to shut down. And then years later, they realize like people get into the company changes enough where it can be revived and be a huge thing again.
Mm.
Like I think that
depending on how the whole industry looks at that point.
Yeah, of course, things change.
I mean, I hard called it 2 years ago that Microsoft is getting out of games. They had already decided to stop making games 2 years ago. We're just watching them slowly trickle out the back door.
Yeah, it's been really weird. It's been really weird, the shit I've had to tolerate over the last 2 years, because it really has been the last 2, where it was painstakingly obvious they had no games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, painstakingly obvious. It's so weird. And now we're having all these troubles because of Game Pass and them not wanting to hire people.
Right.
So we've got a lineup problem. We've got a company culture problem. And it's just compounding to make this worse than...
No, Dan, the real problem is the FTC won't let them buy the industry. That's obviously the only problem happening right now.
Anyways, I've moved the doomsday clock 1 minute closer to midnight, where Phil Spencer calls the FTC woke, like Chris predicted.
Yeah, I'm really not.
Oh, man.
Phil Spencer reveals his final strategy to make Xbox the platform where you can say it.
Wow, Game Pass has all sorts of passes included. The fucking value's off the charts. I can't afford to not buy it. Like, no, seriously, I can't afford to not buy it. I say it a lot. Like, oh, damn, dude. I knew you were on Xbox Live, but holy shit.
Are you making up that value in bulk?
They do what's supposed to be one of those heartwarming, like, this is our community videos. And it's a dude in charity. He's like, yeah, I'm using that pass all the time. I get a lot of value. Let me tell you. I don't know how I'd get through a weekend without using the pass. Anyways, I think we're done. I'm going to say we're done.
Yeah, that was all the news, right?
Yeah, that was all the news. We even got the Paris strike. We got it all.
Right.
Hey. We only have 2 games remaining for 7th Gen Wonderland. Stranglehold, which is right over there, and El Shaddai, which is trapped in his PC.
Oh, no.
I want to do Stranglehold. You, Bob?
I'm cool with Stranglehold.
I'm in a John Woo mood. How about you?
Of course, always.
There's a really good moment during the folklore stream where I can't remember exactly what I said or how we ended up there. Someone thought that I thought John Woo was the main character of Hard Boiled. They're like, damn, that's not John Woo, that's Chow Yun Fat. And I'm like, I'm talking about the movie. The movie is a John Woo movie versus a Jackie Chan movie, which Jackie Chan movies have very distinct Jackie Chan vibes, right?
Right, and sometimes he is the director of those.
Right. And like, let's be real. A lot of those Jackie Chan movies are square shaped.
Yeah.
Dragons Forever almost comes off as a satire of a Jackie Chan movie for bits. It's very funny.
We actually have one last bit of horrible news.
No, not horrible.
Fandom who now owns GameSpot and Giant Bomb is apparently gutting both of them.
Wow, what a surprise.
They laid off a shitload of people from Giant Bomb just like this week, just in the past 48 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also losses hit, also layoffs hit Metacritic and TV Guide, but those aren't gaming. Yeah. I guess Metacritic kind of is.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck everyone in the tech industry.
Yes.
Fuck them all. Kill them. It's so upsetting.
Fandom is bad. If you're a game journalist right now, like fucking Klepek did that article a couple months ago where he's like, when you find all these guides for current games on places like Polygon and GameSpot and IGN is like, those are how the lights are staying on now because people don't go to those sites for commentary. Fandom owns GameFAQs. They're gonna own all of that shit because their entire company isn't based on offering content. It's based on stealing other people's content and then using SEO manipulation to get it to the top of Google searches.
Yep.
So if you're a game journalist right now, you should be fucking terrified because your industry might not exist in 4 years. Not in the current form it is right now.
Yeah, it's already, they were being beaten pretty hard by streamers and other individual content creators like that.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is only that last nail.
They fired Jason A. Stryker. They fired him too.
Jesus.
That's fucked up. He's like the only Giant Bomb alumni that was left.
Dan Reicher's still are.
Dan Reichert is not traditional Giant Bomb.
I
I'm
know.
sorry, you
I know.
fucking Zoomer. That's fucking terrible. God
Like
damn.
it's we're gonna get to the point where the game journalists, quote unquote, are gonna be like Gerstmann doing his own thing funded by Patreon, or YouTubers who have a really strong air of professionalism, like Yang Yi. Yang Ye? I don't actually know.
I have no idea. I don't watch their content.
Neither do I. But they're like the model that I think will slide into the role of being a game journalist.
Yeah, Something Funny definitely is in that zone of where they used to be game journalists and went off and did their thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also the guy who does the video game documentaries on YouTube who used to work at GameSpot and was friends with Giant Bomb. Dan, isn't it Dan? God damn. Irishman.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm blanking.
His no clip.
Yeah, no clip. There you go. Whatever, just say that. No clip, obviously.
Meta laid off 10,000 more people. That means in the past 6 months, they've laid off 25% of their entire fucking workforce. They keep posting billion-dollar losses every quarter. They've completely given up on the metaverse entirely, the thing they fucking renamed the company to.
Yeah, right.
They seem to be backing off of virtual reality because they only got into that for the metaverse, and that isn't going anywhere. Facebook might be gut shot, that we might watch them slowly bleed out over the next couple of years because they have no plan. Their plan was, okay, advertising and selling data, but thanks to the EU, they can't do that as much anymore. Are they just going to cut down to like almost nothing to the point where, okay, we're just advertising now? I don't think Mark Zuckerberg's going to go for that. I think he's going to drive this plane into a cliff face.
I have to wonder if he changes the name back to Facebook.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
I want to feel so bad for the workers at Facebook. You work for Facebook. You see the problem, right?
Yeah, there's nobody.
yeah.
There's nobody inside Facebook who is stunned they were laid off. There's nobody. Not a
Like-
single fucking person.
I feel for you as a human being, but you went to work for Facebook. It's so hard to cross this chasm
Mm-hmm.
to feel bad for you after all the years. Just recapping the last 4 years of what they've been doing should be enough to be like, and you didn't get out then, and then you got laid off. There's so many Silicon Valley companies you could have gone to work for. Facebook's so insane.
I mean, the thing about like these really, and this is part of why Twitter fell apart immediately when Elon Musk took over, is that these really established Silicon Valley companies are where you work if you want to have a normal job and leave at a reasonable time and get a living wage.
Mm-hmm.
You're
The
talking
the startups are where you go in the meat grinder in the hopes that your stock options translate to when they sell the company to Meta,
yeah.
you get
Yeah.
$1 trillion. And Elon Musk wants to run Twitter like that, even though that's not why any of the employees are there, because there is no like that can't happen at Twitter, which is why all the fucking talent left. Yeah, sadly, the United States looks like it might ban TikTok, so the Meta stock has gone up.
Oh, that sucks.
And I
That- of
I
course.
imagine if the U.S. government actually goes through with that, one of those people will spit out a clone instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They could call it
Frame
anything.
one.
They could call it anything like video Vine. Is that taken? Is Vine
What
taken?
happened to Vine? What happened to Vine? Who ate Vine and decided it should die? Was
Twitter
it
made
Facebook?
Vine and then shut it down.
Oh, that's a shame.
Wow.
Well, I mean, they wanted to be just like Google, so
Oh yeah.
Who
Okay,
knows? Maybe they bought it too. You know, they may have bought Vine. It may have been someone else they acquired and then shut down, so they would be exactly like Google.
I'm gonna steal a piece of Bob's news because it's related to the metaverse vaguely.
Go for it.
That's unfortunate.
Microsoft signed a 10-year deal with 2 cloud gaming platforms, Boosteroid and Ubitus. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, who knows? They
I
have
guess
like
it's supposed to
400
be-
followers on
I
Twitter.
guess it is supposed to be like ubiquitous with a syllable taken out, so I'm just gonna say Ubitus. Ubitus did the Switch cloud gaming versions of Hitman 3, Resident Evil 7, and Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Bob says he opened too many instances of their website, so it stopped working.
Yeah, I couldn't look at it anymore. It just started. It went to an infinite loading screen because I opened the web page 3 times.
And Ubitus is big on NFTs, which is funny considering how hard Phil Spencer went off against them. As if anything that man says matters at all.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So okay, that's the NFT horror round over. I hope we never have to talk about the metaverse that much in one podcast ever again.
Yeah, I hope not. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey Bob.
Hey.
Do the rest of the Microsoft news.
Sure. News.
Yeah.
Pixelopus, the creators of Concrete Genie, is shutting down June 2nd.
For people who don't know, they've been working on a PS5 game for at least a few years now. And nothing came of it. And they're shut down now.
Yeah.
There was a bit there that there were rumors that they were making a new Sly game. Yeah. Which Sucker Punch was like, no, they're not. Stop harassing them. It's Sony needs more diversity in their portfolio.
Yeah, I haven't played
Yeah,
Concrete Genie, so I can't speak to the quality of it.
eh.
But this is always sad.
But yeah, they're not exactly limited by the capacity for that, right? It's not like their only trick is making Concrete Genie. So even if it wasn't great, you could believe that the next game... There is a Knack 2. And
There
you would
is.
not believe Knack 2 is the sequel to Knack 1.
Right.
So I always believe in the ability of a developer to get better. Unless they're a giant AAA developer and their engine has problems and it has proved to have problems across numerous games and they still won't fucking change engines. Definitely aren't a slew of Western AAA studios you could point a finger at with that one.
Right.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I remember when they announced Pixelopus as a studio was becoming first party and like this whole thing was happening, and I was like, that's great. We need some new blood at Sony. It feels like Sony's really lacking new blood. Like, sure, they bought Housemarque.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, fuck me, I can't remember their names, the studio making a live service game that has former Call of Duty people.
Right.
They have the Jade Raymond studio, but we still need something that isn't people who made big good thing before make thing for us. And also Housemarque doesn't feel new because they've been working with Sony for so long,
Yeah.
even though they are now first party. It is unfortunate that Pixelopus is shutting down. I hope everyone there is happier not being at that studio now. I hope they can move on to better things. Because you never know when a studio is secretly a fucking nightmare from the outside.
That's true. We just don't know.
Yeah, like no one would ever assume that with the Ori and the Will of the Wisp studio until
Yeah,
it
all
came
that stuff
out.
came out.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. There's a connected online workplace. They're racist. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's fucking.
I do wonder if this is as simple as like Sony primarily wants to fund these giant mega games, and we couldn't fucking make one.
I have to wonder if that's it. It is entirely possible that's it.
it's possible that they had a good idea for a game, but then it would involve scaling up in a way that no one at the studio was interested in. You know, you lose a personality to a place when you have to scale up to 100 people, right? Like, just look at Giant Bomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
You scale up to an East Coast or a West Coast, and there are 20 people, 20 talents, whatever.
Right.
And you really lose the tone entirely. That's just how everything is. Like, for example, Gigaboots was really cool, and then they started doing podcasts. But yeah, who knows, man?
Apparently that thing that got canceled was with fucking in a collaboration with Sony Pictures.
Yeah, that's a rumor that was going around. So I don't know what that was going to be.
The fuck did... What the fuck does...
I feel like attaching anything to Sony Pictures is like a noose.
We're going to make an emoji movie game. And then what they don't tell you is, yeah, the reason the studio's closed out, the founder killed himself. He was forced at gunpoint to make a fucking emoji movie game. Yeah, that's unfortunate, though.
Yeah.
As I said, I hope they moved on to something they're happier with, even if it isn't in the game industry. And I really hope Sony can figure out some way to help support and fund more small studios, not exclusively in China or India, just worldwide.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even sure where this was. For some reason, I want to say in Canada, but I'm not sure.
I don't think it's in Canada. I don't trust myself in the least with this, but I'm like, South America. But I don't trust myself in the least with this. But I just want to go South America. Anyway.
Well, wait, Pixelopus?
Yeah, I actually don't know.
Oh, they're from like California.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, I actually had no idea. South America.
In my last piece of news, they released a new trailer for Wizardry Variants Daphne.
Once again, Bob's news segment has a stroke. Let's go to Chris News.
Okay, that fucking Gollum game came out today.
Yeah, it sure did.
I believe you could probably make a supercut of every time it's come up on Big Thing to Mention, and I said something to the effect of, it looks like they got walking working last week. And seems like they didn't actually get walking working last week. The game currently has a 38 on Metacritic. And multiple people have reviewed it. Two things of, I tried to beat this game. It crashed 120 times on me. I couldn't beat this game. I kept clipping out of bounds, and then it would crash on me. To the point where, Sony, why did you let this ship on your platform? How did this get through your certification?
No one noticed.
They deprioritized.
Works on my machine.
Amazon had a big enough stack of cash. Oh, wait, this doesn't have
This
Amazon.
is
on
Amazon.
it.
This,
Yeah.
This is just
Some weird.
this has
nobodies,
nothing.
yeah.
Like, it's really obvious at this point that, like, we're not getting Andy Serkis. No shit, you can't afford him.
Right. Just to be clear, the Metacritic's 38, and a reviewer said it crashed 120 times, and it sounds like it's also a horrible game. This should really be a condemnation of every reviewer.
yeah. It's like guys, you can give a game a 1.
Guys, you could go lower than 3, we promise.
Yeah, there exist lower numbers.
Like this
Yeah,
is how old is this? Like this is one of the first PS5 games that got
This
announced.
was the first PS5 game announced.
Yep.
How do you? I mean, I can see working that long on a game and it's bad, but working that long on a game and it doesn't run.
Right? Like just being patently broken.
I mean, I want to be fair to the person who said it crashed 120 times on it. They gave that game a 2,
Too high.
which is
That's
still
good.
arguably too high.
It
But
is.
at least they understood. It's like, no, 2.
Yeah, that's what those numbers down there are for, goddammit. Use the whole scale. It's very healthy. You feel good at the end of it.
But let's move on from Gollum on the Wii. The Western version of Blue Protocol, Namco's answer to Genshin, has been delayed to 2024 in the West. The Japanese version will still launch on PC this year.
I'm excited to see how this game looks.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see the game come out and just stare at some footage just to know.
In deranged news, so the 3DS eShop is dead. All production of 3DS hardware and cartridges ended, I think, in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
There is no longer any feasible way, under any circumstance, in this universe or in any other, where Nintendo can make even a cent off the 3DS.
Yeah.
And yet they still felt the need to push out a 3DS firmware update exclusively to try and minimize the amount of hackable 3DSs there are.
Insane.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Vile. Evil.
And it didn't even work because the people behind it said, yeah, we'll get through it in like 2 seconds anyway, but you'll have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, they already fixed it. It happened the next day.
Good
They're
job
wasting
wasting
resources
several
on-
$1,000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job, asshole. Fuck.
So last week I read the list of games Ubisoft claims they're going to ship within the next by the end of March of next year,
Yeah, tell me
Which,
this fairy tale.
which was Assassin's Creed Mirage, The Crew Motorsport, or whatever the fuck that game was called, Motor Crew, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know what the cruise subtitle is.
Avatar, The Division Battle Royale, Tom Clancy's XD-RAR, Rainbow Six Mobile, I forget, Skull and Bones, and the last one they didn't say what it was. That they just said a big notable game. Apparently, that's their fucking open world Star Wars game that they think they're going to ship.
It's okay. They're turning Beyond Good and Evil 2 into Star Wars.
They might be, you know?
I mean,
Oh my god.
That game that's also not real.
yes.
Well, they turned all the assets they made for that game that was going nowhere into some Star Wars shit, which honestly would probably work perfectly fine.
I want to see Joseph Gordon-Levitt on stage this year. If you have any Star Wars fan art you'd like to donate to the cause.
No. That's so 2017. Now he's on stage to talk about their new machine learning content generation tool. So they sped up the art generation for this game and how you should all be clapping. He's like, come on, guys, bros.
This is unrelated to Ubisoft, but is related to AI generated art. I talked about that game that I think it was Nippon Ichi is making, Ixitris, a while back, and all I said was it looks like shit. Apparently, it looks like shit because its art assets are AI generated.
God.
That's what somebody who would know told me. And when I looked at the character and I'm like, yeah, this looks it. It looks like that.
Yeah, every company is starting to dabble with it, and it's like maybe they won't notice. It looks like shit.
It's like we do, and now your game is bombed. Goodbye. Go to hell.
Boom, 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 boom.
So more Ubisoft news that we got an update on the Prince of Persia remake.
Great, I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Reminder, it was announced in 2019, I believe. Yes, 2019.
Oh my god.
It moved to Ubisoft Montreal last year in May, so 1 year ago. They're saying, guys, it's still coming. It's in the conception phase.
The shit was announced when we started Big Think.
Maybe it was 2020. 2020 was the latest it was, though.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I remember it was announced. It was like only a few months out from release.
Now,
Yep.
what do we think has happened here? There's only two options. One is Ubisoft is so incomprehensibly fucked that they cannot get out a remake of a PS2 game. Option two is when they moved it to Ubisoft Montreal, they went, we've spent too much time and money on this. It now has to be a super game.
As I recall, development started at like a Ubisoft studio in a Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it was like Malaysia or something.
Yeah, something like that. It was a new studio, possibly. So, Ubisoft India. Okay, that was my first guess. Though I should have said it out loud. I guess it wasn't. So they started development there, and it just bombed. Like clearly, they just canceled that fucking game, which makes sense. They showed it off. It was hideous, and it's like the original game's only problem is that it doesn't look like a modern game. It's a perfectly good game.
Mm-hmm.
We think. See you later, Prince of Persia. January.
Prince of Month.
People will show up thinking it's a tennis thing.
Because for
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
shit
we're
you
also
can
running that podcast.
Ooh.
like
okay.
like for all the shit you can say about EA, they spun out that Dead Space remake in like 2.5 years.
Right. Yeah.
Because they could skip all of fucking pre-production because they knew what the game was.
Right. And that should help. But this was like some from the ground up. We're going to build up the studio by trusting them with one of our most valuable IPs and remaking an absolute fucking classic. Oops.
That's true. But then they moved it to their A-lister, and a year out, it's in conception.
Okay, so there is no world in which they didn't realize quickly that they would have to restart that game. I guarantee it. They just did not want to announce, we have canceled the game that studio was making and started another, because for some reason gamers never put that together.
I mean, I feel like people who knew what they were doing would have that realization, but it's Ubisoft. There's a lot of management at that company.
Yeah.
So I feel like somebody went, no, they did all this work. You have to use it. Finish the game. Just finish it. I don't understand what the problem is. Just finish it.
And then the manager from Ubisoft HQ comes in and he says, drink the chunky monster. And I go, I don't want to drink the chunky monster. Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
But hopefully it'll be great when it comes out. I feel like maybe at some level Dead Space Remake elevated the bar, because people seem pretty happy with that. Maybe they were aiming lower. We saw they were aiming lower.
We saw they were aiming very low.
Very low. Too low. Mobile phone low.
Mm-hmm.
Eye shaders don't work right low.
But yeah, I feel like Chris is probably, like, his second option is probably right, if it's being completely redesigned into a much different game than a remake of the first game. Like, I assume it's much bigger scale.
So you think it's just a different game and no longer a remake?
I think it's still going to be a Prince of Persia remake, concept-wise. Like this is the same story, but now it's like an open world or something like that.
So it's not a remake.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I've been having this nightmare that the only way you get to play this Prince of Persia game is by booting up the Assassin's Creed Ultra game
Right.
and selecting it from the menu.
Yeah,
I keep waiting for them to try and combine those franchises.
I want them to stay far from doing that.
Like, I keep waiting, because they already started doing the, okay, we can do supernatural shit if we frame it as a glitch in the Animus.
It's just so lame.
Or if we just don't care and say it, because I think they moved past that even to, well, every Assassin's Creed in the game is now an Animus game somebody's playing from Abstergo, so we can just put in fucking inaccurate shit and say it's part of this game inside the universe of Assassin's Creed. So I'm really waiting for just the prince to show up in, like, Assassin's Creed Mirage.
It's so goofy they feel they need to do that. I was like, guys, your game's about, like, aliens from Mars or something coming to Earth.
That
like,
part's real.
Well,
Like-
that's science.
no.
That's science, Bob. That's science.
Yeah,
That's science. Like how that Spider-Man 2 comic, Peter has to go, listen, Miles. Yes, Mr. Negative turns into a fucking shadow demon and turns other people into shadow demons, but that is not magic. It is science, Miles. Magic does not exist.
Yeah, and that's the same thing of, like, yeah, Medusa's scientific. Sure, I'll buy that.
Man, I can't wait to see where these chuckle fucks came down on the witch trials.
Speaking of games that are never fucking coming out, that seems to be the KOTOR remake.
Yep. I mean, they restarted development on that. This is the same story about two different things at two different companies.
It sure is. It sure,
Man.
except this time it was Sony who for some reason went, yeah, that we can trust them. We'll put our money into them.
Yeah, they were not a tried and true studio for doing anything.
I don't think
They had done stuff, but it was very, very, like, minimal, and it was nowhere near this scale. The fact they were trusted to remake KOTOR is insane.
Yeah, it was. They had done ports. I don't think they had wholesale developed anything.
Yeah,
I mean, you gotta have your shot at some point.
right. Yeah, that's
Like,
fair.
I feel
like
like
you're-
rather the giant umbrella companies hand out cash to randos and see if one of them works, then it never happened. But when you tank projects that are, like, really cool like this, that's
Your
pretty
shot
sad.
should start smaller than AAA.
It should start smaller than remaking a classic
Right.
Yeah.
It's super well
in a
known.
new,
thing.
higher fidelity.
At a Sony tier, because Sony was
Right.
like, yes, we'll take that and help fund it. and the leader of Aspyr was like asked about it, or maybe it was Embracer. I think they're involved somehow. I think they own Aspyr, maybe. I don't remember.
Embracer was involved. Yeah.
They were just like, it was during that thing where we'll go into the Embracer thing next, but it was like, I don't know. Don't ask fucking me when that game's coming out.
Man.
I think, and then somebody's like, yeah, according to insiders, like they might be able to get it out in 2025, maybe.
Hey, cool. That's more optimistic than
Right, because I figured it was a full reboot of development, and it'd be like, no, there's
That's more optimistic than I guess you could be about either other Star Wars project right now. That being the Ubisoft one,
and the David Cage one,
the David Cage one.
Man.
Yeah, but I guess it lines up 2025 because you got to think they restarted the development 8 months ago when they swapped who was doing it, because that happened right before the Game Awards, like in the month leading up to that, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah.
that's why we knew to not see it there, which is why it never even occurred to me that we would see it at the showcase we saw.
Do we know who took over for it?
Yes, but I don't care, so it's not in my brain.
Let me look.
Yeah, I was like, is this a like reputable dev this time?
It is more reputable than the last one, as far as I understand it. Yeah.
God, who is developing it now?
No idea. I can look that up if you want to move on to the next news thing. That is
Saber
incredibly new.
Interactive.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
They've been around for fucking
They
ever.
have.
So this isn't a new studio. Boop.
So Embracer, we talked about this like a year ago, or I don't remember how long ago. It was a while back, where they were in talks for a $2 billion deal to make a bunch of shit for somebody, and this week that fell through. Apparently, all the ink was dry. All that was left was like, we both need to sign our names at the bottom of this document. Everything has been resolved except for that one step. And then the other side went, oh, we gotta go.
Yeah.
We gotta go get some cigarettes.
Yeah.
And they just ducked out. And then Embracer stock in response to this collapsed by 40%.
Jesus.
Yeah, the CEO within a day, like later the day this was announced, was on like getting interviewed and stuff, and you could tell the dude was just not happy. I think I have a photo of that. Yeah, that's
God damn it.
that's basically how he looked the entire interview. Handsome guy though.
And a lot of people, including me now, seem to think that their partner was Microsoft, which
Yeah, I was
would line up
wondering,
pretty well with like,
based on the
okay,
timing.
we're now drastically changing direction after this fucking Redfall thing. Our current marketing and alignment and like industry identity isn't working out. We need to pivot.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. You say Redfall. I think it was really the larger punch is the CMA thing.
Yeah, probably.
They know what their fans don't. That winning that appeal is virtually impossible.
Right. Yeah, I assume they've internally given up on that, but they have to do it to show face.
I said it before. I'll say it again. That appeal process sounds like, okay, you need to win an argument with your girlfriend. That you start with, you're not being rational.
And not only that, there's still the FTC in August, and something
Right.
that nobody wants to tell you is that like there's this building energy, even in the Senate, even with Republicans, of like, fuck these fucking tech companies.
Mm-hmm.
We need to, like, the what is his fucking name? Josh Hawley, the fucking psychopath from Missouri, got up and was like, we need to hammer these guys. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
you're like the most Naziest Senate member I could think of.
That's an impressive thing for you to say, Chris.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
Yeah, we kind of started turning on them because we gave them all the rope in the world and it didn't benefit our society or
But yeah,
anything at all. So
But yeah, I think some recent poll was like, yeah, 70% of Americans support stronger antitrust regulations and breaking these companies down more.
yeah.
So it definitely seems like we're heading down the angle of like, yeah, we kind of let venture capitalists strip mine America. We should probably walk that back.
Yeah, so they realized that's probably not going to go well, so they probably didn't want to sign up to spend $2 billion doing something with Embracer, who knows what, when they're really looking down the barrel of having to pay Activision, what was it, $4
Like
bill or
$4?
$7 bill? Like, I think it was $4 for the failure of the acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even wondering if it's less of a don't want to now and can't. Like, based on the timing, this was, hey, by this date, we're going to own Activision.
That
so
might
do you
also
want to
be
do
it.
this shit with some stuff we will own at the time? And they had to bail because, whoops, we can't have them now.
I mean, that's true. That's entirely possible.
It could even be like it could have happened if the CMA hadn't also tacked on you can't do shit with each other.
The most fucked up, like, double tap Batman. Jesus. Yeah. That man looked destroyed in that interview. I'm not a sadist, but man, you don't get to see CEOs come out and just look like their dog was shot, like they're John Wick, very often. Yeah.
This is a very minor thing, but Cortana's dead.
No, not again.
Cortana's dead. Microsoft Windows 11's new AI bullshit assistant thing is no longer called Cortana. It's now called Copilot.
Yeah, what a great name. Wow.
Because they don't even consider Halo valuable enough to keep that name there. Like, remember that? Remember Cortana?
Yeah, which canonically kind of makes sense. I believe it was Justice Zag who pointed out to me on Twitter that she would have been rampant by now anyway, so they had to put her down. It just makes sense.
Like, is this just a rename, or did they come up with a new product?
They're posing it as this is a new product.
Well, because either way, it's hilarious to me. Because on the one hand, if it's just a rename, it's whoops, we killed Halo, self-dunk. If it's a new product, like, hey, we made a new AI that does the same thing Cortana does. Hey, you remember that scene at the end of the last Halo game where there was a new AI that does the same thing Cortana does? I wonder what we should name it.
It has it like its description is the same, and I don't think Cortana is in Windows 11 at all. So it really seems like just this is the new one.
Yeah.
We kill everything we touch.
I need to not talk about Halo every week. We had to talk about it because of the book last week. God.
And finally, Disgaea 7 comes out on October 3rd. So remember during the Forspoken review we did? Go watch our Forspoken review if you haven't watched that, where I said it'd be stunning if Luminous Productions made it to Final Fantasy 16 coming out. They're not. They're getting folded back into Square Enix in May.
And just for people who think maybe Chris is overselling it, I am now playing an audio clip of exactly what was said right now.
I will be kind of surprised if Luminous Productions survives until 16 comes out.
Oh,
like
yeah.
if Square Enix isn't just like, okay, this bombed, this was your shot, you're folded back in.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that was it's just so obvious that company could not survive. You literally look at Forspoken and you go, no sane company keeps this running, right?
Oh yeah, I guess we could talk about the engine thing with 16.
Oh, what's the engine thing?
Because they were asked if they used Luminous or Unreal 5 for that, and they said they used neither. And I thought, like, a few years ago, we'd already found out that it was that
Crystal
branch.
tools. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I saw Lance McDonald and fucking what's his name? I don't know why I'm blanking on his name for once. The guy from Digital Foundry.
Oh,
John Linneman.
John Linneman, yeah.
I saw them talking on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, what is it?" And I'm like, "Was this not announced? Did they not announce that it was Crystal Tools?"
They did 4 years ago, and it looks like everybody just kind of ignored it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know yet again we're paying the most attention.
Well, I mean, it's like, hey, Square Enix is making a game, and it's on this engine. Yeah, sure, okay. Call us back in 3 years with the real engine.
Yeah, that is
Okay,
what 8th gen did. What's up?
Apparently in pre-production they used Unreal 4 and then switched. That's bizarre.
That is bizarre. I guess it's a good engine to get things up and running. You could start working on animations and a bunch of other stuff while you're piecing together what it'll actually work on, as long as you have a workflow that can, take all your work and bring it over to the new one.
That's true. Man, I wonder what this one grew out of. Like, is this what they've been using since, like, before 13?
This has to be Crystal Tools.
Yeah, no, I'm saying what Crystal Tools is.
Oh,
like, is it a situation?
I don't know if 13's engine is based on 12. I think it was like a huge rehaul of 10.
Okay, yeah. Because 12 was different, wasn't it?
It feels it. Because keep in mind, 13 was in development parallel to 12.
Yeah, and it was going to release on PS2. I still remember seeing screenshots of that.
I saw it in a book. That was really fucking cool to see PS2 Final Fantasy 13 as an image.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're just like, oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome.
It would have. Maybe it would have been done.
It might have been better.
Yeah.
Too bad 12 took forever. That's probably, that's a really good point. I never considered this until now. Is there a chance Final Fantasy 12 took so long they went, we can't release 13, 12's not out yet? So then they're like, push it back to the next console.
No, we still do not know what engine this game is on.
Okay.
I did more research. They just won't say.
Weird.
Which, it can't possibly be Unity. That would be insane.
Yeah, that would be completely
Maybe
unreal.
Maybe Sony fucking gave them an engine.
Could you imagine? Yeah, it's Decima. Here you go.
I mean, like, I feel like that a lot of
It's
these
the Spider-Man
Sony deals,
engine.
like a lot of these Sony deals are just them going like, we're not only will we pay you money for exclusivity, we will also aid in development.
Yeah, a lot of that's on like art production side and cutscene direction and production side, with the visual arts group and PlayStation, what is it, Malaysia? It would be crazy though if this was running on a Sony engine. If I was Sony, I would be like, hell yeah, it's running on our engine.
Right. I have to wonder if this is something we ever find out or not.
I feel like
it'll say in the credits at some point.
I feel like we may find out manually if we don't find out through text.
That's true. Even if they don't credit,
there's going to be a
hackers.
PC version.
Yeah.
So
Lance
it will be exposed.
Yeah.
Turns out if you actually buy RPG Maker, it's got some extra tools in it for doing 3D.
Anybody have anything else to say about Luminous Productions being destroyed?
Rest in peace, you won't be missed.
Right? Hit him with the hammer. And then my last thing. Niantic is closing their LA studio and laying off 230 employees.
I heard they're also shutting down 2 games, right?
Yeah, shutting down NBA All World.
You want to say All Star,
right? But no, it's All World. And canceling Marvel World of Heroes, which I believe has not launched yet. They were like, it was probably out in beta or something, but it's just done now.
That's rough.
Yeah. For the guys who made Pokemon Go,
that sure is the one game of theirs that really popped.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that one of the other games they were working on was pretty good, but then they made some changes to it. I don't even know if that shit's released for real yet. But those changes really pissed off the player base.
Yeah, I got invited to some other game they were in beta. I don't even remember what it is now.
Might be the one I'm talking about.
Maybe.
But yeah, I'm excited for Air Twister. I have to wonder how much of this Niantic news, though, is the interest rates being real again.
Yeah, that's very possible.
I mean, part of it, but they did changes to Pokemon Go recently that really pissed people off and knocked their revenue down like 20 million a month.
Whoa.
If I remember, what they did is they made it too good, and then they went, oh shit, that was an accident, and then they halved the distance you could spawn Pokemon from, I believe.
And that was enough to go take them from 70 million a month to 50 million a month, which is a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the it seems like we really are at the end of this Marvel shit, because apparently Secret Invasion ain't doing so fucking hot on Disney Plus either. Like, it's their lowest rated one. Like their lowest viewed one.
That's crazy because the concept of Secret Invasion seems really cool, but then they have that AI generated intro, and I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Also, it's a streaming show, and everybody has figured out by now those are actually never cool ever.
I actually would have fallen for this one, frankly.
Right?
Like,
They got Samuel L. Jackson.
And the concept of it is neat.
Yeah.
It's
I think it's probably deep, but I
It
haven't
definitely
heard-
is the only Marvel thing I was actually interested in, like since Andor it feels, or I guess since last Spider-Man. And of course, I want to see Guardians 3, but I haven't like.
Did you just call on Andor a Marvel thing?
Star Wars is a Marvel thing now. Like it's close enough.
I was trying to say End War, but
okay.
End Game is the actual name of it, though.
Oh no. It can't just be like my favorite Mickey Mouse character is Mace Windu.
I mean,
Who's your favorite mutant? Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right.
It was Tom Clancy's End War. That's what that was.
Yes.
oh, there was an actual thing. Okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't just a holy source within Bob's skull.
Like, is this a John Scalzi book I haven't heard of? Or?
Hey, Chris. News.
Okay, a Quake 2 remaster has been rated in Korea.
What else do you got?
So Steve Totillo, formerly of Kotaku, currently of Axios, claims that the Embracer Group deal that fell through a few months ago was with Savvy Games Group, which is a Saudi Arabia government-funded group.
So for people who don't know, that deal falling through was the thing where the CEO had a meltdown on a talk show, like an interview right after that. He's just like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, he almost just burst into tears. It was
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
had never been so over.
no.
And it's worth noting, this is one of those like shadow companies that tries to stay out of the light, because this is like the story about them splitting off this deal is like the first Google result. You can't find out anything else about them almost.
hmm
Wow.
Like they don't make anything; they just invest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that they only started investing recently too, like within the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck were they gonna make for them?
Money?
It sounds
Money,
like everything.
Yeah.
Like just whatever.
But wouldn't they just buy part of him, like buy stock then? Like the way it's phrased is so strange.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I
But it's
wonder what made it
interesting.
fall through.
Yeah.
Yeah, something must have happened there. Which Embracer, does anyone remember what country they're in? Because I don't remember.
They're in they're in one of those Nordic countries.
Yeah, that's about as much as I remembered.
Cause when
Finland?
they're in Sweden.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things where everybody's like, they sold Tomb Raider to Amazon for $600 million. They got double what they paid for all that stuff. And then somebody came out and was like, no, that's in Swedish currency. It was like $60 million.
Oh, Swedish currency. You mean sex? Swedish krona? We got a lot of that on Mega Man Maker Live back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's sweet Swedish krona. That's interesting and makes it make sense because the scale of money lines up then.
Right, because the only other people with that scale of money were like Microsoft, and
Right.
it's like doesn't seem like it's
Right.
It was just a short list.
Sony. Like, we entertained the possibility that Sony signed some make Unreal 4 remakes of all our shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is how you would use them if you were Sony, where it's just like you're the Last of Us Part 1 B tier group for
Right.
all of our IP.
Make weird looking versions of every Sly game.
Like, we forgot how to do anything but the most high-end shit. We need someone to fill out a mid-tier.
They sure fucking do. Oh man. Hey, I have a question. You know that game that's coming out from Sony later this year that's like a sci-fi thing and it's a co-op shooter and it's clearly coming out later this year, but they still haven't announced a firm date? Bob, do you know what
No.
game I'm talking about? Aggro, do you know what game I'm talking about?
From Sony?
Yeah, it's a third-person Sony shooter with online co-op and it's sci-fi.
Person?
It's Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, yeah, Spider-Man.
Battle Dogs, Flame Hounds.
Helldiver.
Yeah, Helldivers 2.
Oh, I completely fucking forgot that game existed. I was like,
Yeah.
is Dan trying to lead me to Concord? Is he trying to lead me to...
Yeah, no, everyone did. I'm just curious, could they have made that game look a little worse and run perfectly in its trailer so I wouldn't have been scared? What, flame dogs? Or?
I know exactly what he meant. I don't know how.
We're getting close to that giant bomb bit where the guy can't remember the villain of that one fucking movie and starts going, Fire Guy!
Yeah, Helldivers, it's weird how Helldivers feels like it's been pressured to be an insanely high-end looking game, and I don't think it's fit for that.
It absolutely isn't. It's hideous.
It's weird that they're also making it third person when the last one was like a top-down third person isometric. Sony
I'm
really
still like,
needs
it's
a
this
middle
year? What are
tier.
you talking
Yeah,
about?
it's this year. I think it even leaked on accident that it was supposed to. Because if you recall, we were supposed to get the trailer we got in the middle of this year, late last year.
That's true. God, there was some other trailer that leaked. It was like, that's clearly not Helldivers 2.
Oh yeah, that was the Goo or something is what the code name that came out about it was, where it was some weird, like horrible, like disintegrating green mass or something. I actually didn't watch this trailer myself, but the importance there was they were working through some external studio in Europe using XDev. Yeah, I'm sure someone somewhere remembers, but yeah, no, we haven't heard anything about that either.
Yeah.
These games sure do take forever to come out. That must be healthy.
Yeah. We can't fix it.
But what Sakurai said things can't get more complicated, but what if we made them more complicated? That'd be pretty cool, right? Huh?
Okay, we got 300 of you in this room. You're going to bug test how the foliage moves in this one area for 6 months.
Yeah, no, that's terrible.
Will anybody notice? No.
No.
Will anybody care? No.
Definitely
Kroby Cat
no.
will do a video about it and pretend he cares, but he doesn't actually care.
But that's it for news. I guess it's time to talk about what we've got going on. Bob and I are streaming tomorrow. Hey, Dr. Aggro, what are you doing?
I downloaded Trails of Cold Steel, and I'm gonna go see.
Yeah, let's go.
That whole section of the population. I have been getting the weirdest fucking replies on Twitter.
Yeah, of course.
I'm like,
of course.
I'm getting a lot of encouragement and a lot of I don't know what any of this means yet. You guys.
You opened the door. Do you know who you invited in?
Speaking of RPGs being fucking dead, BioWare has laid off 50 employees. They have around 250, so that's about a fifth of their studio.
Whoa. That's a lot.
Supposedly, part of this was done because one of the subcontractors they were using for testing decided to unionize. So it's like, we need to strip out everybody objecting to this and disconnect from that subcontractor. Get rid of them.
Shit.
Gone. One of the people they fired was Mary Kirby, who wrote every good thing that was in Dragon Age.
Classy
You look at her credits, and
wise.
You look at it in its credits, characters written, all the ones people like. Quests written, all the ones people like. If you actually played Dragon Age, she wrote in Dragon Age Origins, she wrote Loghain and Sten. In Dragon Age 2, she wrote Meryl and Varric. Varric, who has become basically the fucking mascot of the franchise. And in Dragon's Age Inquisition, she wrote Varric and Vivienne. This is a 20-year veteran who was just dropped because they don't know what to fucking do with their game. By the way, weird how Baldur's Gate 3, the exact same style of game in a franchise that used to be made by BioWare, has sold somewhere on PC, I think like 3 million copies just on PC. No consoles versions even yet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But they cheated.
Yeah, they cheated. We didn't force them to make a fucking action game inspired by fucking God of War. We didn't force them to make Anthem first.
They got to make a game that was like the game that already existed but better, and you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's actually impossible.
That's illegal. We should kill you for doing that.
So yeah,
Come on.
I am like this whole time, despite all the jokes, I have been relatively confident something named Dragon Age Dreadwolf would ship. I am becoming increasingly less certain of that.
Yeah, I think in the news release about this, the press release, they actually said this won't affect the development of Mass Effect or Dragon Age. It's fine. Everything's fine. Those are still coming, which does nothing but send up red flags.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fucking strong vision of a graveyard.
Uh-huh.
Somebody posited the horrible fucking potential, and I kind of think this is how it's gonna go. They're gonna ship Dragon Age 4. It's gonna be fucking awful. They will still want to do Mass Effect 4 because Mass Effect was always more popular and it involves guns. So it's an easier thing to pitch and to get made.
Mm-hmm.
So what they'll do is shut down BioWare, keep a small amount of the people, and launch some shit called like N7 Studios, like how Microsoft made 343 in the Coalition. And the more I think about it, the more likely I think something like that will happen.
And then it'll go great because that's worked every time someone has done it.
Yes, definitely. God. It's crazy how Vincent Bella seems to just be like the only man who can just be like, get out of my office to the EA corporate.
It is insane. Like I get, and as he, it turns out that being able to tell your boss their terrible idea is terrible is an important skill and makes you more powerful the more times you do it because it leads to success. And the more successes you have, the more you can tell them to fuck off.
It's amazing how that works. I really like that. You know, Vincent Pell's working on his game, and an EA executive comes in and is like, "I want you to make this a giant transitive actions-based games as a service with an open world." And he's like, "You're Satan, aren't you?" And then they transform.
Yes.
And he's like, "I know how to solve this." And he casts the demon out of his office and gets back to work. Incredible.
So we got some information about the canceled Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Yes.
Inspired by Elden Ring and Wind Waker. I don't see how it would be inspired by Wind Waker other than you have a boat.
That's not inspired by. That's some executive said that.
Sony's raising the price of rent.
Disgusting.
Yep.
They should die.
They might be about to look really fucking bad because Microsoft might be getting ready to lower the cost of Xbox of Game Pass Core.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, they effectively doubled it like 2 years ago by getting rid of the year option, and now you can only buy it quarterly for $25 a quarter.
I think they backed off of that entirely when everyone got
No, they
upset.
did not. That was a different thing, Dan. That was in 2020. They were going to raise the price overall. Then in 2021, they just got rid of the yearly charge option entirely. If you go to the website or boot up your Xbox, you cannot subscribe to Xbox Live yearly. You only get monthly and quarterly. But they're advertising it yearly again on that Game Pass Core page. So they might be about to bring it back for $60. And then Sony's going to look real bad.
Let's cover how insane this is. The old price for PlayStation Plus, the core PlayStation Plus, called Essential now, which I hate everything they've done with the branding here.
Mm-hmm.
And I continue to hate it every time I have to talk about it again.
Well, it is essential because it gets you the ability to transfer saves.
You're right. It lets your save escape the system before it sinks into the earth. The old price was $60 a year. The new price is $80 a year. They raised it by $20. PlayStation Plus Extra, which is the in-between tier, that's basically their Game Pass but doesn't have their retro catalog, was $100 and is now $135.
That's
The PlayStation Plus Premium, a questionable proposition I only went in on so that way I could speak to the value being presented and immediately went, I should get out, was $120, which is a lot of fucking money.
yeah.
It is now $160.
Yeah, for what? Like 2 games every month that are from PlayStation 1?
A grand total of, I believe, 25 games from the PS1 and PSP.
That's insane.
Now,
And some PS2 back compat that's broken.
people are saying that there might be a state of play this month to explain all the great reasons they pulled this horse shit. No, because I don't think Jim Ryan's going to come out on stage and tell me that my PS5 will now suck my dick. There's not a thing they are in place to offer to make this okay.
Right. Exactly. Like, this is insane. This is really bad. This is, I will cancel my PlayStation Plus again bad.
Yeah. No,
I don't need online play that bad.
What the thing that really fucking frosts my ass is the 2 higher tiers have a bigger price increase. Why is it a bigger price increase? Why is it $40 more a year? And like, at least it would make sense if it was $20 across the board.
Because they're stupid and they just applied a 30 to 35% price buff to all of these equally. And it is like, sir, your price originally for the top end was $120.
Right.
That does not need a 33% buff. You're insane. And if you keep this shit up, you're actually going to manage to lose the most handed to you gen ever as the Switch 2 ships next year.
I mean, according to what I've heard, like in Japan, they're getting flossed on by PC gaming.
Yes, it's gotten to that point because I guess if people are like, well, if I need to have a full console, I might as well get the benefits of PC, which makes sense. The Dojin market, they're very active. Like,
I could come to understand this if it was just we raised the prices, the extra and the premium, because those are for suckers. Because those are the sucker tier.
That's true. I mean, Microsoft just cranked up the price of Game Pass because it's for suckers.
The Essentials, like, no, that's a crime.
Yeah.
Literally, it was already bad enough you asked us to pay for online play. Now you want us to pay even more?
Oh, but the cost of the thing we didn't need to charge you for didn't go up.
Right.
Fuck you, pay me.
Because for people who don't know, the reason PlayStation has record profits is because PlayStation Plus is so prominent, and it's 99% profit. This isn't even like me hyperbolizing. PlayStation Plus is 99% profit.
I need everybody to know, just keep this in your mind forever. Whenever any subscription service raises its prices, ever, that means they're stagnating. They need more money. They are not getting more users. And instead of thinking, wow, why aren't we getting more users? Maybe we should offer more value. I guess we'll just raise the rent.
Right?
Yeah.
We can't do more things or realize that the number of humans is finite.
Or lower the price in hopes that gets us more. That's impossible.
Well, that's also on the path, but for now, we need now things. We need a button we can just pump, and then we get more money.
Yeah.
We have to hit a quarterly earnings report written by an idiot.
So you know how people always think Lance McDonald's like trolling whenever he talks about things, like the PS5 version of Armored Core 6 not using the correct compiler options in order to get optimizations that are really fucking basic and every program ever should be compiled with. He did another thing that is why people are skeptical. He's like, fuck this, I'm canceling PlayStation Plus now. And he posted a receipt and a bunch of people liked it. And I'm like, it says he canceled it 3 months ago, guys. Like, he just trolled your ass again. Yeah, I honestly think we should probably boycott PlayStation Plus because they're just going to do this forever.
Yeah.
Just to recap, 3 gens. It was free. Then it was not even $60.
Yeah, I think it was $50.
It started lower than 60, and now it's up to 80.
Yeah, 80 for nothing. Literally nothing.
This shit cost them less than a Google Drive account does.
They're releasing 2 new PS5s. I need it just for, like, if it wasn't for the save shit, I'd cancel it.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why
They've got you by the balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
they know they can do it.
The fact I've never seen any game journalist ever
raise a fucking storm about this upsets me, and it will continue to piss me off. It's like, hey, guess what, fuckwit? At some level, you're supposed to have one job, which is to look out for exploitative shit like this built into an institution in gaming. You should fundamentally be at least baseline doing that. For example, if Xbox was made with a chemical that gives kids cancer, you should probably be covering that. So when the system is being used and disabled in certain ways to make sure people have to pay rent forever, which I'm really sensitive to this issue because I've had not a lot of disposable income most of my life, it feels really shitty to just watch as everyone just ignores. It's like, yeah, why wouldn't you pay monthly? Because I'm poor, you idiot. You think I have $60 a year to lose on literally nothing?
Yeah, we play online on PS3 and everything before that for free.
Right.
We still play online for PC for free.
Uh-huh.
You can play a lot of games online on PlayStation for free because they gave some kind of deal and probably gave Sony money, like Fortnite, I think.
Yeah, free to play stuff.
But the big thing is like the backing up saves should be a basic functionality of your platform. Every platform.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I should be able to plug a USB drive in, say, hey, I'm even willing to go, if you're that fucking terrified of somebody cracking your saves and getting free trophies or some shit or circumventing loot boxes or some nonsense, which you should not give a shit about, shame on you.
Right.
Have it flash the USB drive to some bullshit proprietary Sony thing that it's not easy to pull shit off of.
Right. Even that would be an acceptable option. Still inexcusably shitty, but within tolerances. Yeah, and this isn't something new they would have to invent. The PS4 did this. The PS4 can back up saves onto USB. It's not hard. It's data. Just put it on the fucking drive.
Yeah.
Christ.
And Steam does cloud saves for free.
Yeah,
right.
All these features
It does
are
it without you even
elsewhere.
setting it up or ever talking to you. Half the time, sometimes I'll boot a game after a decade on Steam and be like, here's your saves. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredibly simple.
Did you know cloud storage is cheap as hell?
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's so frustrating to see them be like, we offer it because we provide servers or something for online play. It's like, you don't do that though. You pretend that you are offering a better experience, but you literally are not. You're doing nothing.
They have a server that handles the names and helps you hook up to your friends. It's like, yeah, but that's not hosting the game.
No.
That's you running your console's infrastructure, which is implicit, a task you must do when I bought your fucking console.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's guys, like download speeds, sure, but I give you money for the thing that I bought digitally in exchange for those download speeds, so you don't get credit for that. But download speeds aside, you guys don't offer a better online experience than Nintendo, and Nintendo charges $20 a year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Sony does any feature that Nintendo doesn't. I guess they have the share play thing where you can have someone jump into your game. It will pretend it's local co-op. But I think that's it. Is that it?
Nintendo still doesn't do voice chat, right?
There we go.
Okay.
Nintendo is archaic.
They are.
Don't you guys have phones?
VoIP, that thing that even Twitter did for free for a while until it became all racist, and they're like, we gotta pull the plug on this shit right now. Actually, you can still do Twitter Spaces.
Okay. I'm seeing someone post that you can back up console data to a USB, but you're not able to individually take saves or just do saves. It's literally trying to back up the everything, I'm pretty sure.
Right. I think that's what that system is, and that's not the same.
No, I don't need to back up terabytes of data when all I want is the save. But who knows? Maybe there's an option underneath that. Either way, when you go into the save management menu, there's literally no functionality to put it on a USB drive as of yet.
Yeah, the journalists should all be tearing them apart for this. I feel like I'm not seeing a strong reaction from them. It's like,
I haven't even seen them acknowledge it.
Yeah, like they tweet, like there's one tweet about them from each outlet. It's like, no, it's got to be like not a matter of fact presenting it. It should be upset.
Right. But that would involve having a spine.
Right, and they all are just in the pocket of these
It's not
publishers.
even that. It's not even that. It's literally just, well, I've never had that problem.
So you think these people see a price increase and they literally go, "Oh, it's fine, I don't care."
It's $20
Either that-
after a year. Who cares?
I mean, they did that. They do that with Game Pass already.
They do.
Like they do that with, you should have a Series S and a Series X. But I'm specifically being like, I've never been impacted by not being able to back up my saves. Why should I be mad at that?
I'm a game journalist. I
Never
never go
affected
back
me.
and play anything older than the last month.
That or just I have to have it for jobs, so I'll always have that service. So I can't even conceive of somebody not needing it. There are these weird this is one of those weird disconnects. I think like 80% of the time, game journalists and the general gaming public are more or less on the same page. Like they won't have radically different opinions, but then 20% of the time there's just some weird schism that occurs for reasons I don't know, like what happened with that Mad Max game that's ancient by now, where like reviewers hated that fucking thing, but normal people loved it and it sold a ton, and I've never been able to figure out why they hated it. It was every Ubisoft game.
Yeah.
Except made by the Just Cause devs, so it felt good at all.
Yeah, I don't know. This sucks. We should all be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on to Chris's news. Hey, Chris, you got news?
So hoping to camouflage it via the release of Starfield reviews, very explicitly and clearly what they were their plan. Volition Games has been shut down unceremoniously. They are the creators of Saints Row and Red Faction and Agents of Mayhem, a game that nobody should ever play. They put up the press release that basically said Embracer said they didn't want us anymore, so we're dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it. It's sure great that Embracer bought half the industry and then went, oh shit, the Saudi Arabian government isn't going to give us $5 billion. We have to shut down all these studios now. They also shut down Gearbox Publishing, which also sucks, but at least that's redundant to things they already have.
Right, because it's not Gearbox main, it's Gearbox Publishing. So, which it's funny. I actually did one of the podcasts I listened to. Somebody immediately called that out as something they would probably cut jobs from.
Huh? Yeah.
It's publishing.
Right.
Yeah. So on one hand, man, corporate consolidation is really great. On the other hand, what is the name of the fucking review site for employers? Glassdoor.
Glassdoor, I think.
Every Glassdoor review you read for Volition's like, yo, this studio's fucked.
Yeah, but like, who knows if they were actually unprofitable or if it's just like you're not making enough money. Goodbye. They did come out and say that new Saints Row fucking lost all the money.
Right. I don't doubt it either. That clearly wasn't like, I didn't see anyone talking about that. I didn't.
I mean, the literal financials came out as like it lost $100 million.
Right.
So from that angle, I guess it makes sense that they're not allowed to limp along anymore. But you'd think that you'd be like, no, your problem. Like if we look at the games they released, their problem is obviously this, which we can easily fix with good leadership, telling them to do this and then forcing them to do that.
Yeah, who knows?
Like if Volition if somebody had gone from Embracer had gone to Volition and say, here's Unreal 4/5. You're not making your own engine anymore. You're going to use this and you're going to make games roughly the size of Saints Row the Third, and we're going to try to ship them every 2 to 3 years. That'd work. That would have worked.
Were they already working on this current Saints Row before they were bought by Embracer?
No.
I'm almost certain, because that would have started after Agents of Mayhem came out, and I don't think they got bought till like 2019, 2020.
I was just trying to think of, like, they were told to make this by Embracer and then it was bad, so they had to shut it down.
I don't think that's it. I think it was just, man, Agents of Mayhem didn't fucking work out at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they were in the deep silver hole in 2013, so
yeah, they sure were passed around by a bunch of different publishers.
Who can figure out what to do with them or how to
get them on an engine that works so they can make a game within a reasonable amount of time. Because that's the thing with the Saints Row reboot is that they spent forever trying to upgrade the engine, and then
They were trying to make an entirely new engine. And that's why there's not not good weather effects, because they only got like one working. It's why driving feels bad. It's all this shit. And that game still took them 5 years to make. And I'm like, guys, this isn't significantly bigger than the old ones, nor does it look better.
right. It really doesn't.
Like, what did you bring to the table with all that time?
Physically based rendering, they said as they croaked. Yeah, this sucks, though. I really liked Red Faction. Let's move on.
Oh, Activision has partnered with a company called Modulate to install their AI-based proactive voice moderation platform called ToxMod into the voice chat for Call of Duty 2, Warzone, and Modern Warfare 3. The beta, I believe, for Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone launched yesterday. It so far only supports English. So they're having an AI system actively in real time monitor chat for hate speech, harassment, and bullying.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, before you open that can of ethical worms, the fact that it's only English is amazing. We're going to have a lot of vocabulary expansions.
Yeah,
start
English is
happening.
about
Yeah, we are.
English is about to get a hell of a lot new loan words.
Wow,
this
these
isn't-
gamers are so multilingual.
This isn't here nor there. It has nothing to do with video games, but it was interesting, so I thought I'd put it here since I said loan words. Did you know tycoon is a Japanese loan word?
No, I did
Oh,
not.
fuck.
That makes sense.
Huh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was brought back by the Perry expedition, and they started using it to refer to Lincoln, and then it got picked up by because it means like great lord, tycoon.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
And it just bled into the English it just bled into business. So now it's, you're a big business guy.
Neat. So,
Uh-huh.
speaking as a person who gets incredibly mad when the Walmart self-checkout thinks that me pulling my wallet out is trying to steal something, and then alerts a cashier to come review the footage, the very first time a computer calls me racist, I'm going to have a heated gamer moment.
I mean, hey, Activision, you better remove frag grenades from your game, or you better have the best voice recognition in human history.
That's soft R. It'll get you every time.
Aggro, you look so imposing as a figure. You pull out your wallet, and the Institute thinks you're committing a crime. That's impressive.
Yeah, for a white guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, that was implied, just to be clear. The Institute is always ready to fire elsewise.
I cannot wait for because they're not going to release them, for somebody to get in and get the stats on this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
That would
I
be
want to see the
delightful.
breakdown of who it's flagging, what it's flagging them for, and how that breaks down by accent, region, race. Like, wow, this thing really hates Appalachians for some reason.
That's crazy.
Like, we've
Crazy how that
detected you
works.
have a Hispanic accent. Banned.
Oh, shit.
It's like I almost couldn't understand you. You must be saying nothing but slurs.
Right? I haven't heard a recognizable English word in 10 phonemes, so you're clearly trying to circumvent the system.
There's only two ways this can go. And one will become the other rapidly. Either one, it does nothing,
Mm-hmm.
or two, it works really well and starts hurting their bottom line, and they bottomize it and it does nothing. I keep saying this, like, every time games like this come out. These games are designed the same fucking we hired a psychologist to make our game more addictive fucking Skinner box shit is also what makes people act like psychopaths on voice chat. You built it into your game. You built it at a core level into your game. You can't moderate League of Legends into being civil without taking out everything that makes League of Legends a game. So all of these attempts are always just going to be pointless because you're never good. Because to do it, you'd have to moderate so aggressively it would hurt your bottom line.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's endemic in certain genres and spaces for sure.
It's just this thing companies do where it's like, we can't actually fix the problem. That is unviable. What we can do is show motion related to the problem and frame it as us getting ready to fix it and hope everyone forgets forever.
It's what every large American corporation did with HR. It's like, well, we hired a third-party company to do it, so it's their fault. It's fucked.
Yep. You can outsource fucking up. Wow.
Yep.
It's very efficient. Well, I remember reading a little bit of them leaning into, like, oh, we're going to deploy that with the game. And I'm like, that's going to go great. And I didn't realize the beta was up, so it's already, like, out there. That's amazing. Very excited to get more stories about that. Bob, I hear you have some more stories.
Another dev studio is shutting down.
Oh.
Me Games. They're the people who made that Shadow Gambit game I talked about last week. They also did the Shadow Tactics series. They've been going for 12 years, and I guess it just hasn't been profitable, and they're closing their doors. Like, Shadow Gambit's their last game. They're going to support it for a little while they help their employees find new jobs. Yeah. They talk about how running the studios had a negative impact on their personal lives, and they just can't do it anymore. So,
understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah. Jesus.
You know what? Save that for last.
Sure.
We'll cover that last. Okay, Bob, you can finally talk about it. What is our final news story of the day?
Elder Scrolls 6, announced in 2018, has now officially entered early development.
At least they make it a little more clear in the article that they mean full production, not pre-production. If they meant pre-production, I'd be, oh god, we're not seeing this game till 2032.
Mm-hmm.
Still possible.
Yeah, it's still like, even Microsoft said, yeah, it's 5+ years out.
Yeah.
God, 5+?
Yeah.
You don't need to make this the size of Starfield. It's a fucking fantasy game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Todd,
I'm sorry
this is supposedly going to be the last game Todd Howard makes before he retires, so I'm sure he wants to cast the grandest spell he can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, guys. That if you want a moderate size one of these anytime soon, you better start liking how Avowed looks.
Man,
God, it's so fun being right about Avowed.
It is!
there's a very bizarre there's a very real likelihood that Elder Scrolls 6 ships after Xbox is done.
If that happens, that'll be a crazy timeline. There are so many things down that road. Just like the whole, what happens if Sony releases a $300 PS5? Many disastrous things and good things will come of such disarray. But I think that's it, right? That's it for news?
Yeah,
That's it.
I don't think anything else. Like,
I want to say one thing.
Okay.
So it's part of the Gigaboot's lore that they do a theme month and then a new game in the series is announced, because that's happened several times after now.
It has.
yes.
I had a really unpleasant realization. I played all the Saints Row games and Agents of Mayhem earlier this year, and now Volition is dead. I just finished playing all the modern BioWare games, and they fired every single writer, including more since last time. So we have the side of life, which is Dan and Bob, and the side of the seemingly death, which is me, where if I play every game in the franchise, that studio is just gone forever as soon as that happens. As soon as I'm done.
I'm sure that people make new Tomb Raider fine, right? Nothing's going wrong over there.
Oh no!
They're fine for
That
now.
one. Oh no, they're so fucked. It's so over.
So when's the Assassin's Creed marathon?
Chris, I'd like to interest you in the Ninja Theory Month initiative.
That would may involve playing Enslaved.
But that's funny.
No, it's really bad Uncharted.
You know what's great though? This is all happening because of the karmic balance of how you stream. See, you don't have death streams. You have life streams. And death comes from them.
Also, I couldn't play Heavenly Sword because I don't think I have a working PS3 anymore.
I thought this was going to be because I don't think my fingers would just keep going on like that. At some point, they would just stop, and I would have to respect that.
Are you saying the magic's coming out of balance with this, so we need to get the gargoyles to come suck it or something?
The trolls need to come up out of the cave, and start helping it.
Quick, shove these games in your hole.
Jim Ryan? Wait, these are all Horizon.
Pay me.
Okay, Chris. Let's
Okay,
start
we'll do the-
blasting.
We'll do the big one last.
Yep.
So Bill Willingham, the creator of the comic series Fables, you know, that Telltale is doing the game based on.
Yes.
He basically said DC's trying to fuck me. It's public domain now.
Based.
Nice.
That is so good.
Because as he explained, he's like, they're fucking me. I'm 67 years old. I don't have the time or money to sue them. The one thing that is inarguable in my contract is I own Fables. I own it. So I am doing the only thing I can and saying, fuck you, it's public domain now.
Good.
So fucking Chad.
Man, I wish contracts were still written in a way where everyone could go out like this.
Right.
That everyone could just
he
nope.
He said, I signed this contract when I was confident it would be in good hands at DC. Company changed. Now it's in bad hands. I can't take it away from them. So all I can do is put it in as many good hands as possible. It's public domain.
Awesome.
Oh my God. God. That's just sitting at the negotiation table holding a grenade.
Right?
Yeah. You can't undo that. It's over.
No matter what his cause of death is, his eulogy will now say he died from having nuts too huge. His fat fucking sack killed him.
Oh my God.
Crushed under the weight of how much of a Chad this motherfucker was. God, that's so good, man. Damn.
So Embracer's looking to sell Gearbox.
God.
Now, Gearbox is wildly profitable. All the Borderlands games have huge tails, except new Tales from the Borderlands, which nobody likes. Like it's like probably Embracer's most profitable division. What on earth reason could they have to want to sell it? There's three possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, there's only two. One, things are so dire, they're going to run out of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to be underwater for that to make any kind of sense.
Right.
Or two, they took loans under such bad circumstances to make all these acquisitions, obviously puffing themselves up for a big acquisition or a big scoreboard deal like that Saudi Arabia thing. Wow, our corporate acquisition's so great, they make the industry so good.
They're so good and based, and I'm winning.
And that, like, well, our company, like, this is basically admitting our company was always fake.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Clearly, they did not enter this with good intentions.
No, that it was all for this deal that fell through. And that's it.
Which is weird because for a bit there, it did seem like there were good intentions.
Okay, I need
little
everybody
bit,
to
yeah.
wave. Everybody wave. Everybody wave. Wave a little bit. Goodbye, limited run games. Goodbye. You're owned by Embracer now. Goodbye.
I wonder how they feel about that.
Probably bad.
Yeah.
So that was time for the big news.
Okay.
Unity earlier this week decided they wanted more money. And the way they would get this money from you is charging you 20 cents for every install of your game. Everyone across any device. They even clarified and said, if somebody installs your game, uninstalls it, and then installs it again, those will both be charged. To which many people responded things like, what the fuck? Are you stupid? I'll kill you. And many other things. Some good ones were, how are you going to track that? To which they said, we have an algorithm to lie and make up how much we think you owe.
We can't tell you because it's proprietary technology.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
Other things such as no, it's active as of right now. In January it will be retroactive and we'll charge you for everything up until now.
Right. Apparently something
also,
with the contract that's not legal at all.
Oh yeah,
Not legal
This
at
is
all.
not
Yeah,
legally
also, it's like-
enforceable.
Yeah, people are like, we made our game 7 years ago and shipped it, and like, does this apply to us? Yes. Which of course, which also very, very illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird. It's weird to be a company to be so fucking self-assured that you're like, we can just say contracts are different years later. That's
Yep.
not universally like the one thing everybody of every social class and strata understands instantly.
Right? Like,
This is the only time I've ever like the In Exile owned by Microsoft Twitter account basically posted something that's like, fucking come try and take it.
like they picked a fight they couldn't win against anybody. Like they just saw Hasbro do this shit. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, it's. I've never seen more indie devs come out with knives. Ever.
Ever.
Indie devs that have never said a word about anything be like, we're never using Unity again. This game will be delayed because we have to change engine. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The Cult of the Lamb Twitter was like, buy Cult of the Lamb because we're taking it down January 1st.
Yup.
The developer of one of the head devs of Silksong has been going around and favoriting every tweet making jokes like Silksong delayed 2 more years as they change engines.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
So over like and of course Tim Sweeney's like rubbing his hands together and be like, by the way, we'd never do this to you. In fact, there's multiple things in our TOS that guarantee we can't.
Because we're a company that wants to remain legal.
Here's a bunch of resources for switching your games over to Unity. You can apply for a grant and we'll fund you changing engines to Unreal.
Jesus Christ! This is so much a bigger win for Epic than the game store. Oh my god.
It's hard to be this stupid.
Yeah. It takes years of determined self-indoctrination to believe that the world just exists because of your whims.
The funny thing is they tried to walk it back a little bit a day later. It's like, this is still horrible.
They're
What
like,
are you-
oh, we need to do damage control. Like, it's not damage. You destroyed it. Your company's gone, my guy. You don't have anything to salvage. You need to start like sweeping the dust away for the next tenant, or we will charge you for the cleaning fee. Like, you're fucked.
So the amazing thing here is you have to sit there and wonder what sort of mind dictates that this is the direction of a company and this is what they're going to do going forward. Well, let me tell you, there are 2 video games about this man. Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes Returns, and No More Heroes 3, where that character, what is it, Damon Riccatello?
Damon Riccatello.
Is directly based on the current CEO of Unity because that man sucked shit and ruined Suda's life back on Shadows of the Damned during 7th Gen when he was at EA. Go play that game. Those games do a really good job of like outlining the exact piece of shit this person is.
Shadows of the Damned is so great with the context that seemingly EA was up his ass the entire time. Suda did a manga about the original concept for Shadows of the Damned, which is so radically different. I am now convinced Suda went, fuck you, I'm making an ugly, negative parody of 7th Gen games.
Yeah, which it comes across as.
Yeah.
Man.
It's hard when you have the cool badass guy who literally can't read to read it any other way. Like Riccatello, for the record, is the guy who said, if I could, I'd charge people for reloading in games. like
Yeah.
reloading your gun.
Yeah, and game
And who
developers
said-
who aren't monetizing their games
Yes.
in manners similar to that are stupid.
No, he said, quote, are fucking idiots.
Sorry. I was coming in at a 2 or 3 on the stupid scale, and
I'm surprised he didn't use the
always
R word,
fires at
honestly.
11, you know. He didn't
There
know
was a fucking-
during the panel.
Right.
So Unity canceled town hall today and closed 2 offices of work because they got what they considered credible death threats. According to the San Francisco Police Department, they were from a Unity employee.
Yeah.
Understandable. Like,
yeah. I mean,
can you imagine the distress this put that employee in? They care. I know people who
Yeah,
work
they
at
already
Unity.
have to
not
deal
this
with-
person. To be clear,
Wait,
They care.
let me give a little bit of context.
yeah,
These people also have to deal with John Riccatello going, "Fuck you! I'm selling your work to the Department of Defense.
right.
You wanted to make video games. Now your work's being used to make military software."
There are so many layers of this isn't what they signed up for, and this is their life's work. And now, on top of it, he is making them the enemy of everyone they've ever cared about. Because when you make that, you care about the people who are going to take your thing and make games with it, because you care about games and you care about enabling indie devs. So, yeah, someone's going to snap.
yeah.
And of course, if it was reported as a death threat, it was likely from an employee, because if serious action was going to be taken, an outsider wouldn't have sent a warning. They would have actually done it.
Like when Aggro Crab wants you dead, you just don't wake up.
Oh, that was another thing. People were like, "Well, how is Game Pass and stuff going to work?"
Yeah.
To which they responded, "You'll have to pay for that." And then everybody went, and then they went, "No, Microsoft will have to pay for that." And then Microsoft went,
Try again. Like, well, what if they pirate the game? Oh, don't worry, our magic box will tell.
And if you think somebody has set up a virtual machine to repeatedly install and uninstall our game, in a way to take your money, just tell us. Just detect it yourselves. Tell us and convince it it's fraudulent.
Oh, you're going to feed me that data so I can tell myself, right? No.
No, what?
What?
Like,
That's your job.
bro, you sold tech to the U.S. government. That doesn't actually make you a potentate of a sovereign state. Like, you don't
Like,
get to
this
just
is-
make the rules.
I like, we're making a lot of jokes, and if you're listening to this and have not been following it, I have to make this clear. Unity really did just decide we're changing the terms of every contract we've ever signed unilaterally in order to charge you rent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when you listen to Big Think and you wonder why we're pretty anti-corporate, this is why, because they all want to do this move. I've seen a number of people on Twitter like, why is every company this year ruining their good image? What happened to good PR? And I'm like, no, this was the end game. And they all think they're there. We all went through the pandemic, so every corporation's brain went, oh shit, we're in the fucking post-dystopia state. Fuck them now. Do it as hard as you can. And some of them get away with it, and others are Unity.
Yeah.
Leah, like, you're done. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's at, like, you can walk it, unless you walk it back so hard of we're undoing all of it and including terms in the TOS specifically to say we can never attempt this ever again.
No,
You're
not even
losing
that.
everybody.
Like it's
They
like
will-
when
they
Wizards
will
pulled this shit. When someone tells you who they are,
Right.
believe them.
Listen,
Right.
You
I'm
have
just-
to you'd have to fire Riccatello.
Yeah,
You'd have
no,
to see like massive
and
head shifts.
Fun fact, we have a comment on that in case neither of you saw whether they think that's an option.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to hear it?
Very much.
Okay, here we go. Risks related to our management and brand, blah, blah, blah. Our success and future growth depend upon the continued services of our management team and other key employees. In particular, our president and chief executive officer, John Riccatello, is critical to our overall management, as well as the continued development of our platform, our culture, and our strategic direction.
It's over.
Right? Like if you typed that at the end of this day, you are dumber than he is.
and everybody made the jokes about John Riccatello offloading a bunch of stock the week before this happened. What people dug up is tons of Unity leadership did.
What?
Enough that, and you know, I would be, you know what, like normal, I'd be like, well, there surely must be some explanation. They didn't just bald face do insider trading. If they're stupid enough to push this, they might have. Like one guy, like Tomar Barziv, Unity's president of growth, dumped $1.5 million of stock at the start of this month.
Holy shit, that is so much more than I understood John to have done. Holy fuck.
Board director Shlomo DeVrat, which I can't believe that's a real name, dumped 2.5 million. This is not you're selling your monthly amount, because sometimes an executive will get a certain amount of stock each month and just has it automatically set up to sell. This is not that. This seems transparently to be insider trading. I don't see any way to read it other than that.
Right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
who are they
crazy.
planning to sell Unity to?
This is crazy.
Well,
This is
nobody
completely
now.
Insane.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, you need to understand, you know, like Agro was saying, you know, when somebody tells you who they are, listen. There are some people, a large amount of them, indie devs, who, no matter what you say, what you promise from this point forward, the trust is broken. There's a very emotional response to, no, never again. You're the person who made them worry they were going to lose their entire life savings. Because that's what this is for all of them. All of them are worried about this. Because it included demos. And then it included in all of these things. And they're just moving the target. They're like, we're going to fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, not that much. We're still going to fuck you, though.
Like, it wasn't just bad, you made it uncertain, and also it was really like this isn't the fuckbags just raising the price of everything because they can.
Right.
This would destroy lives.
Right. I mean, there's a reason a lot of these free-to-play games use Unity. The terms are a lot better. And this is pissing Unity off. Clearly, they want more money from Genshin just from installs. Right. They want more money from Raid Shadow Legends, which I assume is a Unity game because look at it. And all these other things. And it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Just raise the fucking price. Like, that's so much more tolerable conceptually.
Right. Than
trying to retroactively tax them and make them pay rent.
Yeah, it's just it's insane.
That is what it is. It's insanity.
Yeah, Fall Guys is another Unity game. There's so many Unity games that are this free-to-play success story, and that's what drove them insane.
Yeah.
It's funny because in their own words, they're like, we did this to better balance the distribution of benefits between Unity and game developers.
Like, I'm just imagining some poor fucking indie dev who puts their game up for free on itch.io, some little tiny game. They wake up and Unity's like beating on their window. Where's our $50,000?
They're like, what? But I don't charge money for my game.
Like, bro, if you sell tools and somebody uses them to make something and they sell a shit ton of them, you are not entitled to a cut of those profits.
No.
You need to fix your brain.
Yeah. Man. The concept of landlord as a job really ruined like the concept of what corporations should all aspire to be.
Entire executive cast and this sickness of being entitled to rent.
Yeah.
It needs to be purged.
It does. It does. So upon hearing this news, I went, you know, Blender is a great success story. Blender is open source, it's community driven, and it's free. Why don't we have that for game engines? And I was really confused that because it's 2023. I understood all these years past, maybe wasn't time. It's definitely time. Why don't we have that? And then I look into it and it's like, oh, Godot, which is what I'm calling it. Godot is like Gal Gadot is G-A-D-O-T. This is G-O-D-O-T. And it's video games. So Godot, I assume. Anyway, I've never heard an executive from the company say it out loud. Is an open source free engine. However, apparently it's running into that other end of being open source. Apparently, it is very, very open, which can be cool, but also the whole community is like, I think it should primarily support this language. I think it should primarily support this language. So anyway, I'm going to say we all need to... Because here's the thing. Unity is at the spot it is because of you, the game developers, and the people making YouTube tutorials to get people used to Unity. If all of that power shifted anywhere else, it would get as good as Unity eventually. That absolutely would happen. the power was never in Unity's hands. If no one used the fucking engine, it would be nowhere.
Yeah.
My God, I hope we can turn Godot into a fucking blender. I
That would
hope
be
we
pretty
can
incredible.
make a blender. Because here's the thing. These studios like Adobe and other people who make these high-end tools and stuff in competition for Blender still fund Blender. Because at the end of the day, they too want to use a thing that's completely royalty-free. So I could see a world where an engine gets good enough and maybe people are funding it through that way. You know, Sony could find in their space some engine that is open source community driven that works for some of their projects. Maybe Microsoft or Nintendo. But we need enough support behind any of these engines or a new from the ground up. Anyways, Mike Acton's making a new engine. He left Unity. He was their main engineering guy. Can you get your thing going now, Mike, please? Right now is a great time. Fuck John Riccatello.
Yeah.
You know, the Two-Face line? It's like, you die a good guy, you stay alive long enough to become the bad guy. He did it twice.
He was just a bad guy.
Right?
He's just a bad guy twice. I don't...
He's been able to go around all these companies being the bad guy, though. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of shit happened. Specific, Unity did the oops, we did a fucky wucky, we're hearing and listening bullshit.
Mhm.
They offered no actual changes.
Oh, shocking.
Whoa.
We're sorry
in their
there was
initial-
confusion.
In their initial shit, they promised that like charity sales, like sales with benefits of charity, would not have this install fee.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Unity gets to decide what is and is not a charity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the developers.
This doesn't seem like a cliff to just fall off of right here.
No.
So,
Fucking
the-
idiot.
indie puzzle game Originizer. I guess it's supposed to be like I don't know. That's what it's called.
Anyways,
Originizer.
move
I guess.
on.
They're like Planned Parenthood's not a charity.
Yeah, the Unity told them that.
Yeah, Unity told them that. They also said that
Would you get
What
up
is
on this chair to eat shit?
I don't know.
CS Mott's Children's Hospital is also not a charity.
Yeah, I don't know why they did this to themselves. This just seems like another angle to fail. That they implemented themselves.
I did not write down which dev said it, but one said, "I'm just gonna write something that lets you swap your shit over to Godot. I can do that. In fact, I'm going to have to because of the thing I'm working on right now. So I'll just make that shit public. Fuck you."
Oh, the name of the game is Orgy-nizer, like organizer, but orgy as in sexual.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Jesus fucking Christ.
So yeah, Unity's just done. Like nobody's ever gonna trust them again.
Uh-huh.
It is. Last week was it's going to be near impossible to come back from that, and this week they aren't. That has been the whole news this whole week as they take down the page. By the way, the page for the runtime fees is down now, and they're like, "We're sorry, we're currently reorganizing our thoughts on this. It will be back up at some point." It's like, or read the room, and it shouldn't be.
Right?
Relogic.
Yes.
The developers of Terraria is like, we're giving $100,000 to this to these two open source engines.
Yeah, and they were even talking about doing monthly payments as long as they keep going.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, that was some real hell yeah, you're so fucking based.
Tim Sweeney, let's talk. Do you want to own gaming? Just own it. Just like every single game is Unreal. You come out and say, we're putting forth a sum of, it wouldn't even have to be like $100 million. That's a lot, but not for Epic.
No, that's
be
nothing
like-
for Epic.
And be like, You prove to us this isn't a scam, and we'll fund you switching to Unreal. We'll cover your development costs for switching to Unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they need to do that.
You own the industry forever. You become the immortal god king of gaming overnight.
Yeah,
You ascend to Gaben levels of deification.
That's true.
This may in fact be the only shot anyone will ever have to ascend to Gaben levels of deification ever again.
I actually see someone in chat explaining the two engines, the open source ones, were Godot or Godot. I will say Godot until I die or talk to the person who made the engine, and they explain it and win that argument. And FNA, which this is really going to fly over most people's heads, but since someone in chat just said the thing that made it explained it to me and made it relevant to anyone who has ancient knowledge. FNA is an open source initiative at replacing XNA. XNA was a Microsoft initiative back in the 360 to run games, to be an engine for games. If I'm not mistaken, Fez is made on XNA. It was important. It was important. So that's really cool that's that. Cool.
So never before have I seen all developers just get together and be like, fuck you.
Yeah, we're fucking done. They're done.
And like,
I don't
and like
never
this
coming back.
Like, there's not even any Unity's nobody's gonna acquire Unity. Like, the people won't come back. There's nothing to acquire now. It's over.
Yeah, no, they lost all value.
And I'll cover this here because it's relevant.
Sure.
MiHoYo, developers of Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact, put up a bunch of job listings like, we're making our own engine. Fuck these guys.
Yeah,
We're gonna make our own engine and switch over to it. We'll port fucking Genshin and these things to our own shit.
There's no way there weren't multiple people at the strategic level of Unity who knew that they would do this, because of course they would.
Yeah, every one of these bigger Unity games, of course, has a team of Unity actual members that they talk to.
Right. Well, not only that, it's like the whole, for anyone who really just has no fucking clue, I'm talking to you right now. Everything with the runtime fees was for Pokemon Go and everything MiHoYo makes. You know, your Genshins, your other things like that. There's no world where you make that much money and you can't afford to make your own fucking engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also stuff like Hearthstone is on Unity.
Right. And I'm sure fucking Raid Shadow Legends is on Unity. VR chat is going to be a victim in all of this, by the way. I forgot to stress that last week because that's on Unity. So
I'm gonna be real. I think any dev of this should be fuck you or sue us.
It sounds like everyone's holding the line.
Like Unity is not gonna have the time or money to sue every single developer who has ever made a game with Unity.
Right.
So just call and be like, I forget who said this, and maybe Agro the historian can fucking tell me. But there was some fucking, I think they were a president of the United States somebody who responded to a law passing with, they passed it, let's see him enforce it.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that exact thing.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that quoted recently because of the Supreme Court thing with gerrymandering. Damn it.
Yeah, so I have no idea what they were thinking with this. Like, Unity
Andrew Jackson, it appears to be.
I was thinking, but you never want to guess Andrew Jackson.
No, you
if
don't.
You might be wrong.
Yeah. There's several layers of their company that should have told them, hey, dipshit.
And it sounds like all of them were telling them that, but they just ignored it because, Riccatello thought...
Riccatello is the dumbest man alive and keeps ruining everything everywhere he goes.
Like,
You had an
I'm sure
incompetent
their
executive.
mindset
Just
was
destroy
like,
it.
I'm sure their worst case scenario was like, okay, half of everybody will leave. But 50% of every single Unity install in history times 20 cents is still a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
But they didn't expect every single fucking developer to go, no.
They seem to misjudge the current climate of people moving into established areas and demanding rent, because usually when that happens, it's a shame or it's an inconvenience and it's bad. But it's not enough. It's not bad enough. It's just kind of annoying, and we all deal with it. They showed up to offer us a banquet of chaos and despair and assumed people were just going to swallow it. They drastically misjudged their position.
They did.
They could have got if they had come out and said, okay, games that aren't currently being updated or not affected by this, we're switching to revenue share like Unreal does.
Mm-hmm.
That people might have swallowed that because it's a thing that's already being done by another engine. It's not as patently as it doesn't open with them specifically clarifying, yes, if someone deletes your game and installs it again, that's 2 charges. That was the most insane part, I think.
Yeah, you can't just say we're going to start charging you more money. We're going to decide how much we're going to charge you based on shut up.
Yeah.
I think there's a real chance that maybe people would have gone, oh yeah, our current game will ship and then we'll never use this engine again, if that's what had occurred anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm glad someone got blown up.
Right.
I hope one of these open source engines gets traction, and I want it to do well. And you know what? Since someone's bringing up WayForward in chat right now, I'm going to talk about it anyways. I think this is the absolute egg on the face that WayForward should get for switching to Unity and fucking up multiple of their games since doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like them and fucking Freedom Planet 2 also got fucked up by that. I don't even know if that's fixed yet. I assume it'll be fixed when the console versions come out. Maybe.
I also am just eternally frustrated by that ActRaiser reboot just not scrolling the camera correctly for the rest of time because Unity's fucked up at a deep level.
Yep.
What a shitty fucking engine.
There's been a bunch of layoffs at Crystal Dynamics.
Yeah,
Of
they
course.
sure have.
You don't say.
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
who
I'm sorry.
owns
I
that
played the
company?
new Tomb Embracer. I'm sorry. I played the new Tomb Raider games and made this happen.
This is clearly your fault, Chris.
Yeah,
the Bracer did nothing
sorry.
wrong.
Genuinely, Chris, what the hell? Stop doing this.
This is also bad for fucking Perfect Dark. Because Crystal Dynamics is making Perfect Dark.
Oh, no, this has to be the first bad thing that's happened to the development of that game.
Yeah.
What year are we on? Anyone? Does anyone remember how many years that's been in development? Because I forgot already.
Yeah.
I knew
think it had
earlier this
already-
year, but I already forgot.
I think it had been in development 5 years when we saw it at the Game Awards 2021.
It's amazing Microsoft has their
dude,
own Beyond Good
what?
and Evil 2.
Except that was supposed to be a big open world game. This seemingly was supposed to be something like Deus Ex Human Revolution, which is a much fucking smaller scope.
Right?
Yeah, you know what helps? Really strong direction and having people in charge of that direction. As
How
it
many
turns out-
directors has that game had?
Oh, that doesn't even begin to like remotely synopsize the issue because you would have a director at one studio and the entire department at another, and they would just not agree.
What about revolving doors for every position in the whole thing?
No, that would be a terrible idea.
Well, we are going to do that.
Well, the important thing here is Matt Booty needs you to know that there was no shortage of feedback on that game, and even though they made it sound like he didn't help with the game, he specifically said in that interview that he could have been on the phone with the game's director every day, and the people who worked on the game wouldn't know. That was literally what he said in that interview.
It's so crazy. Why would you say that?
Because you have been called out on your shit and you need to lie in a way that is really, really not convincing. Chris, you are lying.
Oh no, they announced Tom Clancy's The Division 3.
Yeah, with literally nothing. They just said
Yeah, they're like, we're not gonna even. It's not even gonna start development until after that Star Wars Outlaws game is out because it's the same studio and the same director. He's like, yeah, we're gonna make it, but not. See you in 9 years when Ubisoft doesn't exist anymore.
What the fuck
Right?
is that then?
Yeah, I was reading that whole thing and I was like, what is this?
What do you mean we're announcing it and it's made by this studio and this director that are working on a game that comes out when? When is that even? The end of next year, allegedly, realistically, 2 years from now?
But yeah, like,
That's
who knows?
insane. What the fuck is this industry?
I think Ubisoft just wanted to announce something to try and convince people that they weren't dying.
That they have long-term value.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, cool. Tom Clancy's The Division 3.
Put it up on the board. Get excited.
Gonna
We can
be-
put in most anticipated game.
Gonna be a great game to run on your PS6 or the Xbox.
Piss.
Oh, okay. Series PS. As a Series X owner, it feels like that
I
never
am also
fucking
a Series X owner.
right.
Like they're about to turn the valve on, guys. It's fine. Starfield came out. Now all the games are just gonna start coming out.
What's that, Bob? I misheard you a little. Did you say they're gonna acquire Valve? Hey,
I hope
maybe-
you're super based.
maybe that's a maybe that's a good jumping off point to transition to our Xbox news.
Time
Hey,
for the
guys.
Xbox Ruins the Podcast segment of this week's Big Think Dimension.
How do we not have a theme song that we play every
I don't
time?
know. We do need some sort of horror music.
This is like for fucking an hour horror music on loop. It feels like this concept of we need a theme for the horrible Xbox block. We have needed this for like 2 years. Why did it only now occur to me we should have a theme? That way people know when it ends.
It's like what's that song when you go to Chrono Trigger and it's a dark future?
Oh yeah, it's
like-
just the sound of wind and dust, and it's terrible. And you can get in the pod, but you're still hungry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So Microsoft is really upset that Microsoft uploaded a lot of documents.
Yeah, so basically their lawyers were attempting to upload documents for the FTC's court case. They fucked up bad. I'm talking Alex Jones's lawyer accidentally sends the opposition everything in the entire world bad.
Yes.
It's like, oh shit, we accidentally uploaded tons of unredacted emails and all our plans for the next several years publicly, and of course people immediately got them, and there's no putting that shit back in the bottle.
No, this is it is done.
That's
There was-
okay. Phil tweeted the next day of like plans have changed a lot.
Since 2022.
Then why were
Yes.
Yeah.
why were you putting up these documents? Like it's for a court case, Phil.
You're like, isn't that a concern for the U.S. government then that you uploaded this to them and said this is what we're doing?
No, it feels like you're right. It's a court case. That's a court case. This is not. I can say whatever the fuck I want out here.
Okay, guys, let's start with the Xbox game tube, because that's what it is. This is single-handedly the worst mid-gen update I've ever seen. There's no close second.
Yeah.
Guys, they're going to replace your Xbox Series X with a disk drive with an Xbox Series X without a disk drive, and it has more internal storage, and it's going to save 15% power. That's
Also,
it.
you can no longer use it horizontally.
What
What?
the fuck?
Oh,
Look
right,
at
right.
it.
Of course, it's a cylinder. Also, no longer a box at all.
Right.
It's
It's an
over.
Xbox game tube.
It's over.
Guys, it has never been this bad. The PSP Go is more compelling.
This thing, it's worse than the MacBook I compared it to. Sorry, the Mac Pro that was the trash bin that everyone
Right.
made fun of.
Yeah, of course.
How'd they do it?
I don't know. I don't know how this could have existed at a company before someone was slapped to death. Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you designed this. I'm going to slap you to death. You're putting it in a slide to send to a different department. I'm slapping you to death.
Right?
How did it
Like,
get to this point that it is on a slide in front of my very eyes?
Somebody at a meeting had to go, look at this. Look at this and tell me what it is. It's an X tube. Do you think you've ever heard that term maybe somewhere else before?
And here's the thing. Same price. So this is a midget. Like I
Right.
understand
Yeah.
that this was the thing in their emails. Like we lost $1.5 billion year one on subsidizing our hardware because it cost so much more than they sold it for.
Uh-huh.
So I get that you fucked up so bad you can never lower the price of the Xbox ever. But do you think like you guys? Like within a month,
Yeah.
Sony is gonna be out here. Like the second Spider-Man 2 is out, they're gonna be like, PS5 revision 400.
Guys. No one at Microsoft has a fucking clue.
Yeah.
Not one person.
And And
I'm still like, maybe they're going to give it a cradle so you can put this thing horizontal and you have like.
I love that that's your sticking point, not the fact that the price 4 years into a console will not go down.
Oh yeah, of course that's huge.
That is insane. That is deranged. They're selling you a game right now that will not work on what is called your model of Xbox in 1 year.
Yeah.
What? There's a chance that the Sony PS5 Pro is also this price.
Yeah, there's a real chance.
The thing
also,
that,
let me get this in. The energy savings here that they're bragging about, 15%, Sony had it down 10% last year.
Yeah,
the PS5
without actually
model,
changing the shape of the thing.
Right, because they did hardware revisions internally. They did that last year, so it took you 2 more years to cut 5% more. What is going on over there? Also, specific to what Chris was saying a moment ago, they earmarked $1.5 billion to eat the cost on how much money they would lose per console. That is insane. When I say Microsoft has never had to try because they have that much money, that is what we're talking about.
and I need to as recently as 1 year ago, they were losing 100 per Series X and 200 per Series S. That was last year, so it was worse at launch and probably still isn't flat.
Meanwhile, Sony was making a profit by the end of the first year on the market per every unit sold, right? That's fucking insane.
It was like September 2021. They're like, yeah, we break even now, and I'm sure it's profitable now. That's why they're lowering
of course
the price.
it is. Of course it is. Like, if you look at the internals, it's gone down insanely. Like, have you ever seen the internals of the revision they made last year?
No.
That thing's massively smaller internally. Like, the motherboard's hugely smaller. The cooling system is hugely more efficient. This is insane. What the fuck? Dude, you just came up to the head of the class and you're like, instead of preparing a talk on the presentation I was supposed to give, for my class project, I will merely cut to the part where I accidentally shit my pants.
Give me a moment here.
This is deranged. We live in a clown dimension. This gaming market is dominated by 3 titans, and this is one of them.
I need to make this clear for the audience. This isn't a Pro. This has there's no improved performance.
No.
This is just a different shape, and they took away the disk drive to help get the price down lower. It will still be $499.
Yeah, they get the price down lower for themselves, not for the consumer at any level here.
Right.
Also, they're shipping a slightly different controller that has haptic feedback and an accelerometer. So if you pick up the controller, it'll wake up the console.
Yeah, it has an accelerometer, but no gyroscope. I'm seeing a number of people being like, "Oh, it's gonna have a gyroscope." So no, it has an accelerometer.
That's sure not a feature I give a shit about. Is it really that hard to hit the fucking button when I press up pick up the fucking controller?
I mean, to be fair,
I want that to be a thing.
I watched shit on my fucking Xbox, and it completely turns off the controller in a single episode of Bleach.
That's true.
So if they can fucking fix that by using an accelerometer, because they're too stupid to fix it any other way, that will be an upgrade. But guess what? I won't be watching Bleach on this because it doesn't have a disk drive.
Just to be clear, this
there's no use case.
The Wake thing that was on the PlayStation 3,
right?
Like that's when your screen goes dim if you leave it there for like 10 minutes and you pick the control up and it undims the screen. That's what that is.
It's just on dim? I thought it was like it'll wake up from sleep mode if you pick up the controller.
I presume it's going into low power mode and then it can wake it from that, because that other thing, like whatever, you can do that, but you wouldn't add a device to the controller to do that. You wouldn't do it to do that. You would do it for the low power mode. Man, this image is way larger than the other one. Jesus Christ, one moment.
God, I can't believe they put adorably all digital.
But yeah, it even says lift to wake. So it clearly is the exact thing we're saying here, Bob.
You think?
Yes, because that's why Bob, it's saying lift to wake, not lift to let screen know that you have the controller. Like, it's about the controller.
They're finally dumping double A's.
Weird.
Oh my
that's
God,
the only thing people like.
That's the only win they have.
Well,
No
it says
way.
rechargeable and swappable battery there on the top right.
Oh my.
Like they wouldn't put that there if it wasn't going to come with it. I assume it'll just be like, well, maybe it'll be like you can use AA's if you want, but you also don't
Yeah,
recharge the battery back.
maybe they're just saying there's a rechargeable battery pack that consumers can buy for this.
I don't think that it would be on this phrased like that.
Oh my god.
And this is me talking about reception to this more than this itself, but if you see anybody saying any variant that they're responding to market demands by going all digital, that person is either one, irredeemably stupid, or two, carrying water for Microsoft. Like, yeah, when you spend 5 years chasing off every single person who doesn't want a digital subscription box, you tend to not have anybody that will buy physical games anymore.
Right.
Mhm.
The entire campaign is getting people to buy Game Pass and discouraging them from ever buying a game. So why would there be?
If I were Microsoft, I would not scare off retailers from putting me in their stores, the last bastion of hope I have.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like, will they get kicked out of retail? Because if you don't know this, Xbox has been kicked out of retail in a lot of stores in Europe,
Yes.
where Xbox sales are just through the floor, and in Japan, where Xbox sales are through the fucking floor. So, are you gonna like this? Feels like a deep Sega thing, where like we could wake up when this is out, and it's like Walmart said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, I guess that they were able to get the Series S into retailers, so they figured they can
But
do
they
this.
still have a Series X, so it like
know.
blunts it.
Right?
And people are like, well, they can still ship digital codes and boxes to retail. And I'm like, if you're doing that, what's the point of going all digital? You're still giving the retailers a margin. And it's not like a disk drive doesn't cost $100.
No. A disk drive
That's
is a
a
very
massive
cheap thing to implement.
That's a massive markup on the consoles that have disk drive. It's just we're gonna give up on selling games. And some of the emails that leaked on this even say, like, Phil Spencer going, no, the future will all be subscription. That worked for movies and TV, right? We totally aren't well past the peak of that, and now everything's burning down.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, your average consumer doesn't realize how much all of these services didn't make money and fucked up other things.
Right.
They don't realize the reason they don't get more movies with more genres is because Netflix burned the sales market for movies when they come out on physical. They don't realize how many layers this is fucked on. So, of course, if you're completely dense and an Xbox fanatic, you might be like, well, no, of course, no one would ever want to use a disc. Except for, when I think of all the games that I actually like playing on my Xbox, the reason I have an Xbox Series X, they're all on fucking discs.
And like, Phil Spencer did that depression interview post Redfall where he was like, well, we lost the gen, so we don't have anybody who wants to carry their libraries forward. And it's like, and now you're fucking the handful of people who did?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I only have a Series X to play like older titles better.
Right.
They have not offered a compelling thing. Like, guys, if we didn't run Gigaboots, there's no way in hell I would have a Series X. It's getting to a point, though, where there's not going to be a reason to get the next console because everything seems so incredibly like boneheaded over at Xbox. Like they don't have a good direction. They don't have a good design. They are steering themselves further and further into obscurity and not mattering to anyone anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a weird insight into a world where Sega somehow had infinite money.
Yes, it is literally that. Sega of America is steering the ship and has infinite money. So we're looking at an all-digital future where they shut down the 360 store for the 360. And I'm like, well, you're kind of sending a mixed message there, don't you think? When you're like, digital's the future, we're shutting down.
Right. Especially when their competitors can not shut those down.
Yeah, in fact, one of their competitors decidedly did not do that. But let's talk about the controller, and then we can move on to literally everything else. Hey guys, you might remember a funny moment on the podcast network where I said Microsoft rips off Sony's controller within 2 years.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
It took them how many?
It took him 4. It took him 4.
And that's if they ship it next year.
Right? This might also have been delayed.
Do you ever...
And also, it doesn't have all the features.
So if you ever say, Dan, you are just cynical about Microsoft, know that I have been giving them an immense amount of rope compared to reality, apparently. It takes them what used to be a whole console gen to make the controller to rip off their competitor, and it still doesn't have all the features.
It doesn't even have half the features.
It doesn't have the touchpad. It doesn't have motion controls. It doesn't have adaptive triggers. It just has higher quality haptics.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats, you caught up with the Nintendo Switch. That came out 6 years ago.
And that has a gyroscope, so no, it didn't.
Okay. This also features direct to cloud technology, meaning it will be able to send your inputs to the cloud so you can play your Xbox games on streaming devices directly using. It's the Stadia thing. They put the Stadia thing in the Xbox controller so you could play Xbox on your TV by having the controller go directly to the. That's. That's. So that way you don't have to interface with the TV's bad Bluetooth.
That's
and
the
then
main
connect
thing
to
that
the-
I think about when I think about my next-gen console controller.
Yeah.
How close is it to Stadia, the true next-gen successor? What features do I look for?
Yeah, that's what you want. Chat's pointing out that the Joy-Con had an infrared camera on it. Okay, anyway. It also has Xbox Wireless 2, which is going to be their local wireless connection thing that they already use for the Xbox One controller.
Okay.
It took 1.5 gens to make a new protocol for that. Because if you remember, they actually had an SDK thing that devs could do. Their answer to Sony's input latency probably potentially getting better because they didn't know one way or the other, which we'll cover later. Relevant to the leaks as well. They assumed Nintendo or Sony would get better input latency. So their solution to that was to have an API of sorts where you could tell it exactly when you wanted to pull the controller and it would sync the controller with that part of your render pipeline. Now then, if you own a PS5 and you know these exotic features on the PS5 and how like half of the games don't really use them well, imagine how many games are polling that controller using that API on Xbox.
Well, maybe one.
Maybe. Probably Xbox first party. Maybe. So anyways, Xbox Wireless 2 presumably will be a more responsive technology to locally communicate between the controller and the console. They also advertise that they have Bluetooth 5.2, which would be relevant for connecting to things that are not the cloud or your Xbox, say like a phone. I would like to know how funny it is every time Apple's like, your phone can play real games now, so you can use your real game controller, the DualSense. I'm like, God, that's so funny that they keep showing that every fucking time. I think that's it though. Like that's the only thing worth noting here because we just talked about these stupid assholes took their one advantage of using AA batteries and threw it away and went, why would you care? And I'm like, that's your brand. I've heard more people talk positively about the controllers taking AA's that they could recharge by themselves than the entire Xbox lineup since 2000 or 2020.
Yeah, I shit on Xbox all the time. Like the battery life of those AA's is like 3 times that of the DualSense.
Higher, probably.
Right.
Like if Sony inexplicably was like, here's a version of the DualSense that has a battery pack on the back, I'd be like, okay, gimme.
Yes, same. I would buy it in a heartbeat.
Come on, EU. You can do this for us, right?
Yeah, we need the European Union to do that like they're doing it for phones.
Right.
But that's it. And if you look at the controller, it just looks like an even shittier controller. Like visually, it just looks shittier.
Again, it still hasn't changed much at all.
Yeah, but there's an aesthetic change and it looks like shit.
Yeah, the aesthetics change is terrible. And
They
then-
imply that you're gonna be able to swap the thumbsticks, like a light version of that stupid premium controller.
They designed these to be repairable more so than the Sony controllers, so there's a really good chance that when they say that, it might be through taking it apart.
Crack it open and do that.
And that being easier, so that's good.
Can I put in a something with micro switches on the left side? I might use it for fighting games if I could do that.
They still have the pepperoni cup D-pad, which I don't hate, but everyone else does.
It's bad.
It is pretty bad.
I like it, but I also don't like it. There's ups and downs with that thing. Okay, we're done talking about the controller though. Yeah, that statement from Phil when he was talking to the FTC about like, oh yeah, no, of course, subscriptions are going to grow this much because if they don't by 2027, we'll just probably get out of gaming.
I believe him. Like this is the only thing they're doing.
I'm like,
Yeah, it's,
Like,
it's literally what we've been saying. Is just like we've been saying, like, yeah, within 7 years,
we could
Xbox
see
will
them
be-
get out.
Yeah, we'd be done.
And
here
people
it
here
is, like-
say that, and they're like, why are you guys so negative about Xbox? And then Phil Spencer said that in a court of law.
And let me, because a lot of people are saying, oh, Phil lied because they have these plans. Like, obviously, they're still going to plan for a next gen platform. But I'm guaranteed there's a fucking number on a whiteboard somewhere at Microsoft where it's like, if Game Pass is not at this number, when we'd have to start actually producing this thing, it's over.
Yeah.
Good thing we're grabbing all these other publishers so we can take them down with us. It's
I
like,
assume they will continue publishing games with those studios, at least the ones they acquire. All the internal Xbox studios will be dead. But like Obsidian and Bethesda, and God forbid if they get Activision successfully, I assume they'll keep doing those, or they'll sell them, or they might even divest them. I don't know.
right.
They might get more of a tax write-off if they just shut them down, though.
Yup. Scrapyard.
Okay.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Right.
I hope it literally anything but that happens. But at the same time, I sit here and look at all of Xbox's lineup outside of Bethesda, and I go, I don't know any of you that sell enough where you're a huge appeal to anyone else. Like, let's be real. Do you think someone's buying Playground even?
No.
Maybe.
And that's
That's
probably
like the highest probability of working because it's
It-
like, yeah, other
by
people
the-
make racers like
Right.
this.
By the time they have to get
Right.
out, let's for this thought experiment
Sure.
discount Activision Blizzard because they don't
Uh-huh.
have them yet.
okay.
It will be Bethesda. That Bethesda only, and id probably. Machine Games, nope. Arcane, no. Obsidian is turbo dead. Obsidian was dying when they bought them. Like the last fucking Xbox E3, they'll bring out Tim Schafer and like lower him into the lava pit like fucking Terminator 2.
Holy shit.
So I can't, like, no shit. Like I was like, man, why are so many Xbox guys, like developers, so vocally pro Xbox on Twitter in a way developers for other companies aren't?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess how we know, because if they're fucking gonna get axed if those numbers don't go high enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't...
Yeah.
all of this. This news sucks.
It does.
This is literally worse than we ever entertained. What do we want to talk about next?
I mean,
Their next
still
gen
some-
nightmare.
Yeah.
I wanted to
next
get the
gen
slide
nightmare.
for the next gen nightmare.
Okay, let's talk about. I can talk about how Phil Spencer in 2020 was like, we should get Nintendo.
Yeah,
And
that email's
seemingly
great.
was in contact with an associate who owned stock in Nintendo and getting them to try and push them towards accepting an acquisition, which is not legal.
Yeah, that seems extremely not legal.
But don't worry, Jeff Grubb insisted to everybody that was irrelevant and we shouldn't pay attention to the fact that he said that.
What is wrong with these journalists? How can they read a thing like this and then just ignore it?
Yeah, the really infuriating thing about all these Xbox emails is that like Xbox guys will read them and then tell you to their face it doesn't say the thing it says.
Oh yeah, I know. My tweet about this blew up this week. Like I don't know, 2,000 likes, hundreds of retweets, and there are a number of them who just came in and said
He didn't talk about acquiring at all. Like, literally this sentence. They're like, nice job zooming in on text. I'm like,
Yeah,
You're literally illiterate.
Yeah.
you're literally illiterate.
Good, nice job, nice attempt, Sony Pony. I can't read.
Yeah, this isn't gonna stop me. Oh my god. Yeah, it's been a dire week for literacy.
Yeah, he even talks about how it would be a huge career win for him, and it's like, man,
Acquiring Nintendo is your life's goal.
It's worth noting that when Phil wrote that email, the Switch had already outsold the lifetime sales of the Xbox One, and then went on to sell 80 million more units.
This is especially noteworthy because of his sentence in it. Nintendo's just taking a really long time to realize that their best life is off their hardware.
yes, on our hardware that doesn't sell ever.
Yeah.
All right.
That doesn't have any unique features.
Like, that's not delusion. That's religious conviction.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
yes.
if nothing else, this has shown that they are drinking their own punch over there. Like
yeah.
they believe in everything they said, which is scary.
Well, yeah. I mean, everyone in the gaming division came over from other divisions of Microsoft. They're just executive types. They're just Silicon Valley executive types that don't have any touch with reality or what they're doing, what they're running.
I've had this opinion for a while, where it's like, you can't actually pretend for more than like a couple months. Then it becomes real. Like an old argument, this was like a decade ago, before he walked through several career-ending missteps that he just didn't care about. An argument people had about Darkside Phil was whether or not he was just pretending. And I'm like, even if he was at the start, you can't pretend to be something several hours a day for years and not turn into it.
There was also the email that was sent on the day of the Road to PS5 video going up, where Mark Cerny explains like what the PS5's technology is and what they're doing. And Phil sent an incredibly cocky email to seemingly most of the Xbox division to be like, today's a great day for Microsoft. We have better hardware, we have better software platform. Look at their bad back compat. Look at all this other stuff. He spent a weird amount of time talking about audio. And I was like, that's pretty funny. And someone pointed out to me, yeah, he made fun of them spending that long talking about audio, but now everyone discovered Dolby Atmos on Xbox has that latency problem that it doesn't have on PS5 because of the exact engine they spent their time talking about during that. It's like, damn, they can't even get one win. They can't even get one win. Oh, yeah, that email is insane. I'm like, dude, you watched that and that was your thought?
Uh-huh.
If you recall, I'm asking a lot from you, listener, because this means you have to remember over 3 years ago, which we found out no game journalist can do.
6 weeks at most.
I thought Microsoft would come in with the way better hardware this gen, and that Sony would not have as good of hardware. I thought there would be a gap because you look at the One X and you can see it. It's a low profile unit. It's very powerful. So,
and if you look at how much they spent on it per unit, of course.
Yeah, of course.
It's got to be way better.
So, I mean, obviously they're losing way more money. It's got to be radically more powerful, right? So, if you go and watch my reaction video to the Road to PS5 video, you can understand why I think it's farcical that Phil came out of this with the emotion he did. Because that entire recording, that entire stream is me going, this is a really fucking close number. That is really similar.
Yeah,
in fact, this is way higher. Wow, this is crazy. I didn't expect Sony to have basically the same performance.
Yeah, you can go back to Big Think Dimensions in 2019 and hear us talk about, like, yeah, Microsoft is clearly going to have like a 30-40% stronger box.
Because why wouldn't they? What would be the point if they didn't?
In no universe could we have imagined it's basically the same, and somehow we lose 3 times as much money on to Sony.
Not only that, like in some cases, the PS5's performing better.
Yeah, it feels like most cross-gens or most cross-console things are slightly better on a PlayStation.
Yeah, you see that a lot of the time, which is insane.
Like in Immortals of Avium.
I don't know if Digital Foundry ever explained that, by the way, because they did do that statement afterwards where they're like, people have pointed out the PS5 footage is obviously sharper. We're contacting to the dev to see why. And I'm like, okay, good. I would like to know. And then I may have missed it, but I haven't heard anything.
And then 35 seconds passed and Immortals of Avium left your mindscape forever.
As I turn away, Immortals of Avium Man's behind me and he turns to dust.
Digital Foundry calls up the studio and it's like, just takes them to a busy line. The number's been disconnected.
Yeah, John Linneman's like, well, I'll just go see them. They're down the road. And then he goes there and just an empty lot with a gust of wind blowing a tumbleweed around.
Just a crater in the earth.
Right.
This is the place, right? I could have sworn.
And that's insane. In no world did I think this gen was going to be that. I thought Xbox would have the better hardware. That's generally speaking what you've seen. The 360 is a much better designed platform than the PS3. The Xbox original is much stronger than the PS2 in basically every way. The One X is way more powerful on paper than the PS4 Pro. I bought Kingdom Hearts 3 on it. Don't ask me about it. I'm still mad.
Well, Resident Evil 2 is fine, right?
Why are you doing this to me live?
Yeah, like the only time
when Resident Evil 2 remake and Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, especially Resident Evil 2 remake, I didn't have money. I bought the Xbox version of those thinking they would be better. Why are you doing this live? Anyways, I've been punished time and time again for buying things on Xbox, and now the new console won't let me put in things I bought. So I guess
The ultimate punishment.
they're trying to stop me, and there's no one way. God, Christ in heaven, and as bad as everything about this has been so far, we have yet to talk about this. We've yet to talk about their vision. Nope, wrong one. That's not their vision. This is their vision. That's a different vision. So, as someone who is extremely tech-oriented, I can confirm what I think Chris speculated in the back of his head when he read this. This is gobbledygook.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are we back to the fucking Xbox One era, the infinite power of the cloud shit where you're lying about improving games on Xbox One?
Yeah, we're back to talking about Crackdown 3.
The cloud.
The cloud. I had to, and in case you need to have confirmed for you how terminally ill, terminally brain dead the Western game journalism industry is about this shit, even still, I had to listen to a dude who's like, no, this is really smart and it's really based, and yeah, I guess Kojima's gonna make his crazy cloud-based game, but yeah, no, this is real and it's very valuable. And it's like, how did you in one fucking run-on sentence talk about how it's smart and makes sense and it's real for Microsoft, but Kojima announced a game and you're gonna sound condescending about that because he's goofy Japanese game dev guy? Fuck off. Jesus Christ. So they're at it again. For people who don't know, well, you know, maybe this segment of the podcast doesn't even need to exist. I feel like I wrote this segment of the podcast a few years ago on a series called The Rant Is Go. The power of the cloud. You know, I could just leave this on and the kids will be entertained the whole time.
So, I don't understand what the fuck this is talking about.
Okay.
Like, it's obviously going to have actual hardware, but what is the cloud part of it?
So
what the fuck does forward compatibility mean?
Okay, thank you for saying that, because I just, when I read those words, I gasped out loud and I said, fuck you. Okay, guys, we're not even going to talk about the forward compatibility thing. We're going to just talk about how the cloud can work in video games. You ready?
The cloud and you.
Let's talk about the cloud and you. Hey guys, here's the catch-22 of your video game using the power of the cloud, as it is represented as a novel concept. Because guess what, motherfucker? If you're running a dedicated server and that's it, that's just called a dedicated server. We already have a word for that. It already exists. They did it all the way back in 1990s. So let's talk about the cloud. The idea of the cloud, the only thing it can do is crunch really big, powerful numbers for you, the gamer. Which means it needs to be something that needs to be crunched in real time. Otherwise, you could have pre-computed that and included that in the game. But if it needs to be crunched in real time, that means it needs to be dynamic. But if it's dynamic, that means it needs to react to the player doing a thing. And if it's the cloud, it needs to not react in a timely manner because it's not on your fucking machine. That is the catch-22 of the cloud, and anyone who tries to tell you they solved it by now literally doesn't fucking understand what they're talking about.
But what about negative latency?
Oh,
Like,
I didn't
this isn't
think of
even-
that.
this isn't even getting into like this has to work in every conceivable use case, not we have Google Fiber up this thing's ass.
I mean, there's so many layers of physical law will not permit this to make sense. This isn't an infrastructure problem. This isn't a computer problem. This isn't a bandwidth problem. It is basically latency because of reality problem. You can't compute the physics for a building being destroyed in the cloud that is next to a player because it takes time for them to communicate that across, and all you're doing is pissing away compute. That's it. And this shit isn't free.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft's computer cloud computing platform costs a shitload. Do you think there's any game dev in the world who goes, I'm so excited to strap a feature on my game that makes it cost a shitload to let people play at all? Yes, his name's Hideo Kojima, because he can get away doing a goofy thing because Microsoft's paying for it.
There's all these... Microsoft doesn't seem... And I understand that when you're illegally dominant in every other field you're in, your brain becomes conditioned to that, but they're acting like they're the kings of gaming and that they can force this shit to go through because where else are you going to go? But they're distant third.
Yeah, they are a very distant third. Here's another thing, because I see people bring up rollback, right? Like, oh, rollback can solve late. Well, here's the thing: rollback is deterministic. In order to do proper rollback, your game must be deterministic, which means when you do a calculation on multiple different machines, it always comes out the same way every time. Which is the opposite of a thing that needs to be computed in the cloud.
Yes.
I cannot express how much this infuriates me that they are like, we're doing it again. But here's the thing. Maybe they don't actually mean cloud computing. Maybe they just mean it runs the game in the cloud. It is just their streaming platform.
But they talk about the hardware they want it to have.
But here's the thing, the hardware here, let's talk about it now that I've had the cloud conversation. The hardware here seems like a very viable, just normal fucking console for part of it. Because they're talking about the things that I entertain, but frankly, I wouldn't wish. Okay, so let's start at the top. They have a CPU. It's ARM 64, possibly x64, Zen 6. They don't know. Hey, Microsoft, don't go ARM. You know how bad a decision that is? John Carmack 10 years ago said, thank God they didn't do anything weird like go ARM processor on these consoles. And here you are 10 years later going, we should have done that. We should have alienated every game developer. You know what your platform has problems with? Games. You know what makes it hard to bring games to your platform? It being a completely different processor. Don't complicate this more than you need to. They talk about the balance of big versus little CPU cores. I'm not going to get into CPU design here. I'm just not doing it. They talk about the GPU, how they're co-designing an AMD or licensing AMD. That makes sense. You want to have backwards compatible. Saw a lot of people say NPU. What the fuck? They made that up. Kind of, but not really, because no one can agree what these things should be called. But basically, it's a neural network processor. It's machine learning. It's whatever everybody calls that. You know, NVIDIA has tensor cores, which are that. Apple has, I forget if they call theirs an NPU or something.
I feel like neural is somewhere in the name of the Apple one.
It's definitely in the name of that stuff. Basically, it just makes it really easy to do machine learning code, which frankly is the future of this shit to some extent. Like temporal AA is a shitload better when you have an optimized neural network processor on the side. Other things like ray tracing and other stuff could be enhanced by that and fixed by that. There's no world basically where the next gen consoles come out and don't have some functionality of, tensor core, deep learning, machine learning processing.
The Apple one is Apple Neural Engine, I believe.
Neural Engine.
Okay.
So there you go. Because once again, the phones have ray tracing now. They also have temporal AA, which is a lot more practical and important. And then this other stuff, they're just saying it's got machine learning, temporal AA, literally machine learning based super resolution. Micro polygon rendering optimizations.
This is their way of saying if the idea for Unreal Engine 5 is nanite, then we want to have a technology, an architecture, and a framework for better having near infinite polygons, which makes sense. We should be getting that this gen. You guys, Sony did that road to PS5 where they talked about how they would empower that sort of thing this gen. I don't understand. So, anyways, we also
that was a big L though.
That was they looked like losers. And yeah, that's basically it. Like, we're not really these graphics innovations are something, but nothing truly amazing. So this bottom thing is the thing that everyone notices, right? This bottom thing that says thin OS. And it says lacking a thin OS for under $99 consumer handheld devices. They literally want to do the PlayStation Portal.
Uh-huh.
That's what that last line's describing. They want to have the streaming device to get in as many homes as possible, as many hands as possible. Because in these fucking brain-rotted Silicon Valley brains, the Switch is basically the same as a device that needs to stream video from the cloud.
Right? Like, the PlayStation one's going to come out and bomb.
Well, it won't bomb as much as a thing with the word Xbox at the beginning.
No, but what I'm saying is that they'll then go ahead and release their version anyway, and it will completely be worthless.
These people are listening to game journalists too much.
Yeah, that's...
Between that and the Silicon Valley soup that they're drinking, they're done. It's gone. They don't have any good ideas. They've tried nothing, and they're all out of ideas. This is every leak that came out was truly bonkers. Yeah. We talked about how they saw the road to PS5 thing, and they're like, "Oh, we're fucking good. We nailed it." And I'm like, I had the exact opposite reaction as a consumer when I saw that. I was like, "Oh, these are basically the same console. That's crazy."
Right?
You hear Phil talk about it. Yeah, if subscriptions don't grow enough by 2027, we'll get out of gaming. And either they were lying to the judge at the FTC hearing, or it's true. And frankly, we were already talking about long-term enough that may be a real possibility. This fucking next-gen console they're talking about is insanely bad. This mid-gen console... Well, the next-gen console isn't insanely bad. The mid-gen is insanely bad.
Right.
It's
like the worst it's ever been.
It is truly the worst it's ever been. We've never had a mid-gen console update that was this bad.
I saw some people discussing maybe their plan is to release like a portable that can play games at the Series S profile.
I feel like that would leak too.
That wouldn't be under $99, so it wouldn't be what was on that slide.
They could make stupid shit and be like, okay, there's a real one and a fake one.
Yeah, if so, there's nothing in this to imply that. Like, frankly, like that slide, the one question mark about that whole slide is like, they actually think they can shift to ARM.
Their Xbox emulation layer or whatever it is just that good.
Hey, honestly, if one company's is going to be, it's them.
Right.
Like, I mean, they were able to switch so many things over time, and they had back compat work at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are able to play 360 games. That's using an IPM CPU. That's a PowerPC CPU.
Mm-hmm.
And they're able to run it on the Series X. If anyone could nail that angle of it, it would be them. But here's the thing. You would do that for the back compat. You wouldn't do that for, hey, you're making a fresh game for this console? I'm going to need you to program that shit in ARM. You need to make sure that is an ARM ISA program. Yeah, this is crazy. This is completely fucking crazy. Every fucking thing that came out of this leak is absolutely fucking bonkers. And I think we talked about all of it except for most of this information, except for that email we were talking about with the road to PS5, was 2022. So when people say, well, their plans changed, Phil said so. It's been a year.
It's not even been a full year yet.
Yeah.
That was last year, and we're not done with 2023.
So, that's absolute horse crap. But we have a 2022 release schedule.
Yes, we do. It is very out. This is very obviously, this shit was pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID and managed by people who have no idea what a roadmap looks like realistically.
Yeah.
So here's some things from it. Starfield was supposed to be out fiscal year 2021.
Same for Redfall.
Same for Redfall.
Oh,
Those games.
Yeah.
The Indiana Jones was supposed to be out fiscal year 2022.
Which is insane. Because
An
there's
Oblivion
no-
remaster.
Even
so there's
without-
also new games.
But real quick, even without COVID, Indiana Jones was not going to be out last year.
Yeah, there's no way.
Anyway.
Well, let's talk about it from this angle. Some insane things was that Redfall and Starfield in 2021, Indiana Jones in 2022. There's a lot of things that I don't know if we know what they are yet because they have project names. So in 21 they were supposed to launch Project Hibiki. I have no fucking idea what that is
Me
or what it
neither.
could even be.
That might be the alleged sequel to Ghostwire Tokyo.
No, they say Ghostwire
launched
Tokyo.
that year.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah, and they say
Yeah, they do.
Ghostwire Tokyo sequel later.
Jesus.
This is so confusing. Let's just go through it. Fiscal year 2021. This is the first, like Starfield, Elder Scrolls, Redfall, Doom Eternal, Ghostwire Tokyo, a Fallout 76 expansion called Fallout Worlds, which still hasn't materialized, and something called Project Hibiki.
people are saying
2022.
Hibiki was Hi-Fi Rush. That makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense. 2022, Indiana Jones, Oblivion remaster. Excited about that if it ever fucking comes out. Elder Scrolls Online, Starfield DLC. 2023, something called Doom Year Zero, so a new Doom game and some DLC for it. Project Kestrel, no idea what that is.
No idea.
And Project Platinum, no idea what that is.
I assume it's a Platinum Games project, but
I don't know. This is the Bethesda release calendar thing, so it's not even like this is before acquisition. So
Ooh, yeah. So this is purely Bethesda thing. So who fucking knows?
right.
And then 2024. So just add 3 years to when all these things will come out, because that seems to be what it fucking is. The Elder Scrolls 6. So that was supposed to be out next fiscal year pre-COVID. An expansion for Project Kestrel. So maybe it's a new Fallout. Like expansion implies like a big Bethesda game.
Mm-hmm.
right, because otherwise they would just call it DLC.
Licensed IP game.
That's my
Did-
favorite.
Did Bethesda get hit with any of these? Yes, you're making a Marvel thing.
No. The
Wait,
closest
no,
is
that's
Indiana
no,
Jones.
yeah, and that's already others. Fallout 3 remaster, Elder
Yeah,
Scrolls
right?
Online expansion, Ghostwire Tokyo sequel, Dishonored 3, and then Doom's Year Zero DLC. So it's good.
Would this have been before the like lead creative director of Ghostwire left?
I think so.
Yeah, that would have been then. Yeah, because this was like
I have-
2020, early 2020.
Right.
Yeah, I have difficulty imagining them doing a Ghostwire Tokyo sequel.
So hey guys, you might recall another thing I talked about before is I don't understand how game journalists can't tell when a game's nowhere near done based on looking at a trailer. And then there was a branch off of that this year where I'm like, the publisher's blowing smoke up our ass every time, right? They can't just also not tell when a game's nowhere near. So this is confirmed for me. Apparently, yeah, some publishers cannot tell that their game is nowhere fucking near done.
Yeah.
Right?
Look at these.
I don't. If I can tell by looking at the trailers you put out, how can you not tell seeing everything else that's not done? I don't understand. That's fucking nuts. This you can't blame COVID for half of this list.
No, this is ludicrous. And so much of it's just like really unexciting. Like they were cooking nothing. Oh yeah, 2 remasters.
Also, how fucking lame? Like, I'm sorry, I love Doom. I love Doom Eternal. How fucking lame is it to be like our next project, Doom Year Zero? I'm like, why the fuck? Who wants a prequel?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go! You have so many cool IPs. Go do one of those. What the fuck?
I mean, I think a Doom Year Zero would be neat if it was like, here's the Doom Slayer during the big campaign where he made everybody scared as fuck of him.
I don't.
need a Doom game every 4 fucking years when they have all these other things we can get, right? Like, that's not exciting to me.
I mean, I kind of am cool with that. I would like more of one of the best first-person shooters ever made.
I don't think we get a kick up as intense as we did from the prior one to Eternal again.
Yeah, that's impossible.
So even a break, one fucking game that isn't Doom again.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not having the Doom decade.
Yeah, they could do a Quake, but the new Dooms already include like Quake does not have a cool
Go reboot
story.
Quake. Fuck you.
Yeah, it would have to be a reboot of Quake.
Just like Doom was a reboot of Doom.
Right.
But I would need like it would have to be a reboot of John Romero Quake.
Yes.
Not the Stroke shit. Like nobody gives a shit about the Stroke.
Nothing after Quake 2 doesn't exist. Take Quake 1, reboot that.
Reboot Hexen. Come on. I want to play some murderous mage.
I love Doom, and I love Doom Eternal, and I loved all of those games, but the least exciting words in the world you can say to me is it is working on another Doom.
They didn't have Hexen and shit until Microsoft acquired them.
Okay, I thought that they already owned that, but
besides,
that's
Immortals of
Activision.
Avium happened, and
No, that's
executives can't tell the difference. So no Hexen, never.
God, that's so true. We're just fucked out of X now, aren't we? Yeah. Anyway, so this list seemed like obviously we can't expect them to have anticipated the effects of COVID.
no.
And I'm sure being acquired by Microsoft threw all their fucking shit in disarray, having to reorganize the fucking who talks to who.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely impacted things.
But you're an absolutely insane motherfucker if you expected the studio that wasn't it the Arcane that made Prey to then turn around and make a multiplayer game like Redfall by 2021? Even if COVID didn't exist.
Yeah, there's
you
no way.
anticipated that, motherfucker? My brother in Christ. What?
I mean, that's 4 years, so maybe.
They expected them to make what was a Destiny in 4 years, having never made a multiplayer game. They made a game with a multiplayer mode once. There's a multiplayer mode in Prey on a completely different engine from what they made the entire rest of the game in. And you expected them to make a Destiny in 4 years. Like, come on. That's insane. These motherfuckers in their Destiny dreams, I swear to God.
Borderlands, I feel like, is a more apt comparison, but sure.
Borderlands, the ultimate destiny.
Yes.
Borderlands seems to be the only fucking one of those games that's good.
I mean, because it is just gun
Which
Diablo.
pains me, which anguishes me a lot to say. Every time I shouldn't have actually played Borderlands 3 because now I'd be like, I'm sorry, Gearbox, your game is actually good. The writing is bad though, but the game itself is actually good.
So, that's it for the Xbox news. Unless anyone had anything else they wanted to say.
God no, let's climb out of this pit.
Yeah.
Hey, Aggro, you have news?
Oh, back in the pit.
Oh no.
That's it for the Aggro news. We now go to Bob.
Sure.
Hey, Bob, I'm really glad we climbed out of that pit finally.
I'm sorry. Glenn Schofield, the co-creator of Dead Space, leaves Striking Distance Studios with the protocol guys.
Yeah, that's what happens when your game sells like 10% of what they wanted it to sell.
Yeah. Yeah, that studio apparently has been seeing various layoffs over the last year or two. It sounds like it's just scaling down.
So EA hasn't said shit about how the Dead Space remake sold. And based on what I've heard through the grapevine, didn't sell nearly as much as they wanted. Do you think people just maybe never wanted Dead Space? That was some weird delusion the industry just all shared somehow?
No.
Because Dead Space never did good enough. Then the spiritual successor to Dead Space didn't do good enough. Then the Dead Space remake allegedly did not do good enough.
Yeah, I think that Aliens is really popular and a huge IP. So horror themed thing in space should work. Maybe the Dead Space thing of it being zombies in space just won't.
Now, I can provide, having looked it up, any amount of context to how well Dead Space did. It was the best-selling new game, very specific phrasing, in January of this year. Now, can you name other games that came out in January?
No.
The reason they have to put that clarifier on it is because Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 technically sold more in January than Dead Space 2.
Yeah, of
Or
course.
Dead Space 2023. That does mean it sold better than Fire Emblem Engage. It sold better than Elden Ring is still selling. It sold better than Forspoken, which is also being outsold by Elden Ring. Elden Ring, that many months after launch, is outselling Forspoken.
Yeah, of course. What is it?
Yeah,
There a surprise?
No, that's
Elden-
funny as shit.
Elden Ring is going to have like a Nintendo tier tail.
Of course, just like God of War Ragnarok, which is also up there. And Pokemon Scarlet 5. But yeah, Dead Space sold all better than all of those in January. So good job. You outsold old games and Fire Emblem.
And I bet they
And
dropped off
Forspoken.
They might probably dropped off the sale chart the next month.
Probably. Maybe. I don't know. But they haven't released sales numbers, seemingly.
Mhm.
So at very
Yeah, they
least
have
in
been real
January, they
tight-lipped.
did well. But that's all we know.
That's all we know.
That's all we know.
Moving on. In smaller game news, Izuna was announced. This is a sequel / revival of the Izuna Legend of the Employee Ninja series back from the Nintendo DS. Or last release of this series was 2008.
Let's move on to Bob news. Bob, I hear you got thumbnail-worthy news.
It's true. Hideki Kamiya is leaving Platinum Games on October 12th this year. That's like only a few weeks away. He's basically out.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's going to continue making games, like both the Platinum Games thing and his own tweets allude to. Yeah, I will keep doing what I'm doing somewhere, but we don't know what he's doing, where he's going.
The tweets he made it sound like the way he framed it, he says, I have to resign because of my personal
Beliefs.
morals and beliefs, which makes me think either one, that we're about to get a Platinum Games acquired announcement, or two, they're so fucking in on this service game shit that it's like nothing gets to be untouched.
Could you fucking imagine? Could you fucking imagine? It's just like Tencent bottom. Kamiya might be racist.
It could be anyone. It could be Tencent. It could be NetEase. It could be fucking Nintendo.
Yeah.
It could be Square Enix.
I mean, it also could be Microsoft.
I don't think
could.
Microsoft is going to attempt shit until the books are closed on Activision.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Embracer accidentally activates the buyout.
Oh, no. They hit the one-click checkout.
For people to know, he's not just like a director or game designer there. He's also the vice president of that company.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he's
we're-
insanely high.
There's something.
That makes me think that it maybe that isn't an acquisition, because I assume he'd get some fucking enormous sum of money if he stayed through an acquisition. But he's
Right.
also the kind of guy that'd be like, no, fuck you. I don't.
But he's also... a lot of times with acquisitions, they have terms where you have to stay.
Yeah.
Certain people have
Yeah,
to stay
that's
certain
true.
amounts of time. So maybe he saw that print and he's like, no.
Right. He may have gotten some offer that he couldn't refuse elsewhere.
Like some sort of
think, like-
Capcom needs more people in their
Right,
M2 or anywhere else.
Or NetEase
See,
will
there's
make you
the-
a whole studio.
Like, everybody's expanding right now. All the smart studios are like, we're expanding our development things. We don't have enough. Meanwhile, Ubisoft's like, we have way too many, please. We don't know how to make a game. So it could be anything, but this, I'm not inclined to believe Platinum has much time left anymore.
Yeah, if anything, my first thought hearing this news is, oh, Platinum's fucked.
Yeah, this is really worrying for them.
Because, like, I'm not even someone who thinks, like, Kamiya is a really cool, virtuous guy who's really smart and makes all the best decisions. This is just like, they got to be doing something to drive him away, and he's vice president.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, you have to be fucking up in these specific ways for him to want to leave.
And everyone associates Platinum with him.
Yeah, for sure. Like he's there as creative director on half of their games or something. It's ludicrous how many areas he is like, well, if he's not the main guy, he is referenced somewhere in it, like, oh, he did this or he assisted something.
Yeah.
Like they try to get his name on basically every game they release.
Mm-hmm.
They started to announce that Project GG. I think it was 2020. We haven't heard about anything about that. That's the Ultraman S game he was working on.
Yeah, I thought it'd
Yeah, I
been
assume
forever.
that's just gone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
now
never
it's got to be
gonna
start.
dead.
And other than that, I don't know what's coming from Platinum,
Uh-huh.
which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea.
And they got these two Bayonetta games out, and then he leaves immediately almost. Yeah, I don't know.
I have no hope for Platinum after this. I'll still look into an Astral Chain 2 unless they send up the worst flags you could imagine from trailers
Yeah,
and stuff.
something from that director specifically, I'll be like, okay, sure.
Yeah, there's him, and then the main director on Bayo 3. Those are the two like new blood people that are there. They're like, okay, maybe this will be all right.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what they're even doing. If
They
they're-
don't have anything. They don't have anything announced right now except that game that's canceled now, obviously.
right. And then the guy who worked on Metal Gear Rising was attached to Babylon's Fall. So
Uh-huh.
obviously the director can't save something if they're all going all live service.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. This does seem like real bad for them.
Man,
Man, if they're really doubling down on that live service thing, like fucking look around, Chief. Look at the industry. We may have multiple other stories this week about things you could be observing and going, oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
let's move on.
Yeah, of course. Chadley has been confirmed for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh my god. That's it for Bob News. Chris?
oh boy.
Right.
Okay, well, I'll just go in whatever fucking order I please.
Okay.
This happened right as we went live. That KOTOR remake's apparently canceled. They have taken down all blog posts referencing it on official sources. They've taken down all the trailers. Option 1, it's canceled. Option 2, they're about to re-announce it. Be like, it got rebooted with a totally fucking different studio. None of that. Nothing even remotely similar to what we showed you is accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it changed studios entirely over a year ago now.
Right.
So either it's
But
dead or
it's
they need to
so-
rebrand entirely.
It's so weird to delete the trailers and stuff. That feels like it almost never happens. Plus, I'm sure Embracer's about to shut down a Spear.
Right.
Yeah.
Aspire, yeah.
Yeah, Aspire. So yeah, I stream, it dies. That's how this shit seems to work.
Why are you like
Right.
this? I mean, look, we can all agree though that this power is for good because that time you took your camera over to Jim Ryan's house and just interviewed him was really important for the entire industry. Yeah, they need to put out a press release to clarify what this means
Right.
because I assume dead.
Yeah, maybe we're right around. Maybe there's going to be another state of play, and we're going to see it again real soon.
Uh-huh.
Maybe
The Game Awards, yay!
I sure hope that happens because I really do want that to come out so I can be like, look, they because that game is fucking a saltine. You could add some fucking seasoning to it with a remake. So
Now-
Sega has canceled Hyenas, all capital letters. If you don't know what that is, I don't blame you.
Right,
But if
fair.
you don't know what that is, it was a Sega live service nightmare where you picked hideous looking hero classes and ran around like a derelict space station picking up 80s and 90s memorabilia. Like that was the goal. You had like that was you ran around like, oh look, it's a fancy it's a 16-bit Sonic Genesis statue. Oh, get big money. Oh, canceled. It never got out of beta. Dead before. We're gonna have to update the fucking Dead on Arrival online game award this year to the never came out online game award.
We're
Dead
gonna,
before arrival.
I don't know. It might be an easier to decide category. We say live service game that survived this year. It's like what is it? No, we can't nominate Fortnite again. That's cheating. God, yeah. This was people were not hot on the beta. I've heard people talk about it. Like, I think, what was it? Jeff Gerstmann talked about it. I can't remember, but they were like not especially hot on the beta. I'm like, oh, I'm excited to check that out at some point. No, apparently not.
Not for you.
They also announced some other shit that was in development that we didn't announce are also now canceled.
I wonder if they were more live service games.
Man,
it is the reaping season.
If the end of this year is just all that shit dying completely, like everybody gives up, I'll be so happy.
It feels great.
Yeah, it feels like that's what's happening.
Anyways, good luck to Sony's game, ham sandwich on a spaceship.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about Watch Dogs, but
Fair
Heist
Games.
Yeah, Fair Games.
Helldivers.
That's the Jade
2,
Raymond one, and
Yeah,
Helldivers.
Concord.
Concord. That's the name of Hand Sandwich, the game. Actually,
Yeah,
it's probably
I'm
Hamburger.
gonna make a bold statement. Say we're probably never fucking seeing Concord again.
Probably not.
Yeah, I feel like the only one of those that will actually launch is probably Marathon.
Probably.
Fair Games is supposedly almost done, so
That's
I feel
what
like
they
that'll
say.
Come out.
They said that shit was supposed to launch by the end of the year. They also said that about Helldivers 2, and that got pushed. So
Helldivers 2 is definitely coming out.
Yeah,
but it was supposed to come out by the end of the year, and it is no longer, is what I'm saying. So Helldivers is coming out. Fair Games, we haven't seen fucking anything of that, but it's supposed to be close to done. Question mark.
In other He Lied news,
Real quick, was that before? Did they say that before Bungie visited Jade Raymond's studio? Because maybe
we don't know. We don't know when they visited Jade Raymond's studio, do we?
no.
let them all be canceled. I want it to be a fucking wasteland.
It'd be so good.
So Tim Sweeney's a bitch ass liar.
Oh, why's that?
So all this year, every time a tech company did layoffs, Tim Sweeney like sweatily ran up into the replies, and he's like, "You don't really have to do layoffs. You just want to. You CEOs love to say you're tightening your belts when other people have to pay for it. Here's me posting a picture of a shield wall and saying this is Epic Games during a recession. We won't give up a single job. Blah 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 blah." Well, guess who just laid off 16% of their workforce?
Oh, 16%. That seems like a small amount. Do we have a hard number?
870.
Oh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of goddamn people. That is an insane amount of fucking people.
It's almost like Epic is huge.
Huh.
So they laid off 870 people, according to Tim Sweeney. Very few of them were in quote unquote core development roles. Remember last year when we said they bought Bandcamp for no reason? We were like, why the fuck did you buy Bandcamp, Tim Sweeney?
Yeah.
They didn't know either. Because they sold it. They have sold it to a marketing company that's probably gonna fuck it up left, right, center, backwards, forwards.
Man, acquisitions fucking suck.
Yeah, they do.
They had some marketing bullshit thing called Super Awesome that is now almost entirely detached also. Sweeney says, we invested too much money in stupid fucking bullshit like buying Bandcamp. Ooh woo.
Yeah, it's not an investment when it's that stupid, asshole.
Right. That's just you went on shopping spree.
We're pivoting to selling user-created content that we only get 60% of the sales of, so our margins are lower. We don't have as much money. Ooh woo woo. So Mediatonic, the people who made Fall Guys, that really fucking successful game, they got acquired by Epic like 6 months after that game came out. It wasn't that long after. They're gutted. Like almost the whole studio, I think, got laid off. And that game was big and successful and about to do a fucking collaboration with Final Fantasy 14. So it's not like that game isn't still making money. But that's the thing about these acquisitions. You can be you can be the most successful fucking division in the world. But if some dickhead in a corporate suite says, well, we're simplifying. We want to focus on our core practices. Your ass will get cut for no fucking reason. I assume development of this game will just switch to other people they're keeping. But Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, allegedly that studio is not completely closed, but of course it was an insane amount of layoffs.
I mean, people in the office have rearranged the letters Mediatonic to Decimation because they have the fucking wooden letters for their name.
Ugh.
So that's just sitting in their office right now. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I'm so
Yeah.
sick of this shit.
Right?
Fuck you, Tim Sweeney. What the fucking Bandcamp then? Like, on top of everything else, that one's the most like, why did you buy it?
Yeah, what were you even doing?
What was your plan? Tim? Yes, I hear you talk up the Jokai crest, but I'm not sure it's gonna do anything.
If anyone's wondering why he looks the way he does in the thumbnails, because I told Photoshop to make him angry. What a good feature they charge people for.
We talked about the Tim Sweeney shit a little bit. We should probably talk about it a little more.
You
I
mean
feel like we didn't go
the Jim
very.
Ryan?
You mean the Jim Ryan thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, the Jim Ryan shit.
yeah, we talked about the Tim plenty, but what about the Jim? Let's do it.
Jim Ryan's leaving Sony in March of next year. He's being replaced by, I forget the name, a very, very long time, like almost founder of Sony guy who, like, he joined Sony in '85.
But yeah, he's like the interim guy when they find someone.
Hiroki Totoki. But yeah, but the fact that like it's weird that it's so long and they're also going to somebody who's explicitly interim, which makes me think it's less I'm warming the chair until we find somebody and more I gotta right this fucking ship and hire someone who will continue my game plan.
Like, oh, I've decided to retire. I'm like, no, I think they're throwing your ass out onto the street and tossing the burning rags of your tawdry fucking live service shill after you.
There's like PlayStation under Jim Ryan made a lot of mistakes. Like all that live service stuff is one mistake. The singular focus on shit like Horizon and the absolute biggest, most successful games, re-release them over and over and over, was a mistake. Shutting down Sony Japan was a mistake. You should have fixed that studio instead of shut it down. Like just closing it was a major like even if they were terrible, find new people and build a new one. There's like a PR element to that studio existing that you just tossed out.
Mm.
And frankly, based on the numbers we have, Sony ain't doing so fucking hot in Japan. So I imagine at some level the other leadership was like, we're not turning into fucking Xbox in what is still technically our home market, guys. We need to identify the problems here and try and fix it.
Not just simply not care.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. It's really funny because I believe he said living in Europe but working basically out of the United States is very complicated.
Uh-huh.
And he's looking forward to, spending more time at his home in Europe. I'm like, that's why?
Yeah.
Is that? A lot of people don't realize, like, he basically has only been over Sony for the tail end of the PS4 and the PS5.
Yeah.
So when you think about what defines Jim Ryan's career, it's greenlighting 10 fucking games as a service games, live service games. It's not even these cinematic third-person high-fidelity AAA games.
No, that's not him.
Returnal and its price point it came out as is definitely him, because that game was in a short enough development cycle and the price point doesn't make any fucking sense. $70 for Returnal made sense to literally no human on Earth. Because that is not a God of War Ragnarok. That's not a Gran Turismo 7. You sent that game out to die at the wrong price point. You were going to charge $70 for fucking PlayStation. Wait, what is it called? Destruction All-Stars.
Yeah, there's all those choices. There's the bad performance in Japan, which I think
that is him.
like the Japan studio shutting down like you get this in the United States too. We've talked about this before, where it's like if Tencent bought Xbox, Xbox fans would like start carving swastikas into their forehead. Like they would not accept that. I'm sure the perceived westernization of Sony caused problems with their Japanese audience.
I know for a fact it does. I've heard many Japanese people on message boards expressing exactly that.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even
so shutting down just Sony Japan and just no, we just don't have a Japanese studio anymore. Get fucked.
Oh, well, they do,
Like-
but they won't brand it as one. They just want to call it Team Asobi.
right. And they're
So like
a dev studio, like a small one compared
Right.
to what you might expect from Sony.
I mean, Sony Japan was small for the longest time. That's why they
true.
co-develop games, because
Mhm.
they can't really make their own outside of Gravity Rush 2. They're in Knack 2. They're magnum opuses of 8th gen.
and
Also, he brought
And,
an
like-
era of being Europe centric, was always focusing on Horizon.
No, we needed a lot. We needed a VR game, a multiplayer game,
Uh-huh.
an
As
MMO,
a weird MMO that's being. Who's making that? NetEase?
ArenaNet.
ArenaNet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane, bro. Make an Ape Escape. Just one. Like, that's better as a decision than making all these Horizon things, I feel like.
Yeah, and like it has to be these fucking service things being a large part of why Jim Ryan's getting bounced. Because
I mean,
like 4 days ago, he had that weird. We're gonna continue making those big, pretty third-person games that make billions of dollars every single time we release one. We promise we're gonna keep doing that. It makes me think, oh, none of those service games are gonna work out, are they?
yeah,
Like,
I mean, we've been sitting here, what is it, 4 months straight of bad news about the development of these live service games. 4 months straight of this. May was when Bungie started going around and shutting shit down.
That means he was also over every one of those acquisitions of a studio that was brand new and untested
Yes.
to make one of these service games.
Yes.
So they've wasted a ton of money doing that and buying Bungie, whose only thing they've contributed is apparently been telling them, no, you shouldn't release any of these games.
he also like Forspoken's still on him. That's still a deal he signed. Buying the devs of Concrete Genie and then decapitating them earlier this year
Right.
because
And
their game wasn't good enough by whatever standards they had set.
right, and that's the thing. He needs every game to be the same tier of game. Like Returnal clearly has a half of the game that's shoved in to make it more like the rest of Sony's catalog. The house shit is not congruent with the rest of that game.
Yeah, and it would probably be half the budget without it
Right.
in a better game.
And a better game. That was a $40 game when it came out and it didn't have the house shit. That would have done so much better.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
in the pet like since we've been doing Big Think Dimension, I don't think Sony has released like a single thing I'd call like a mid-tier game. Like the closest is like stuff like Concrete Genie and Stray, but those have prestige elements of being really strongly narrative.
They released exactly one. Astro's Playroom.
The packing game.
So I imagine like the other executives were like, we're focusing on all this shit that's bombing everywhere else in the industry, and that the people you bought to be the overseers are saying is bad. You've made us so hyper fixated on one type of game that it's hurting us in specific regions that maybe don't like that fucking kind of game as much. It just feels like Jim Ryan has almost been as destructive as Phil Spencer.
Yeah, but at least they're kicking them out.
Right. Yeah, no. And
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like saying Phil Spencer is the only destructive force at Microsoft, an entity that is nothing but entropy for good products, is really giving him too much credit. Because Don Matrick was there right before him.
Right.
It feels like two, maybe three people just rapid fire ruined the end of the 360 in the beginning of the Xbox One, and then Phil Spencer comes in. It's like, what's your radical idea? And he's like, I hope the Netflix model works. We should buy studios because we can't make it. They made one, and then they made them make Gears.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm so fucking glad Jim's gone. Fuck Jim. He's the worst. I feel like every person who's trying to be generous to be like, maybe Jim wasn't all bad. I'm like, no, literally every positive I've heard every single person say, credit to Sean Layden. He didn't greenlight the Ghost of Tsushima.
That shit was years of development before Jim Ryan takes over.
In fact, I don't think anything that Jim Ryan would have greenlit has come out yet.
Right.
Spider-Man
2.
Right.
Good job, Jim. You had a real fucking vision there.
I don't even think that. I think even that was probably greenlit before him.
I mean, maybe
When
just
did he
barely,
become head of Sony?
It would have been sometime in 2018.
2019. So Spider-Man was already out and successful. So no shit, it was already greenlit.
Right. I mean, obviously, even if it was his decision, it's like, no shit, fucking Jim, you should make Spider-Man 2.
So I'm kind of worried that that they're now looking at like what it's coming out over the next 3 years of PlayStation. All this shit that is too bad to ship, that is in a genre that is dead.
Well, here's the great news about that. You know what that means? They're going to have to start greenlighting a lot smaller things and start co-funding a lot of smaller things.
Was this his plan?
No,
It wasn't his plan.
It's the new guy's
God's
plan. It's the new guy's escape plan.
It's God's plan, and I'm starting to believe.
Right?
Nothing like we beat on CG trailers constantly on this show. If they do like a PlayStation showcase and it's like, here's a bunch of smaller games that obviously aren't anywhere near done CG trailers. Like, here's Ape Escape. We're bringing back some kind of RPG with a remake or a remaster. Here's like 3 other things. I'm gonna clap like seal. I'm gonna be like, oh, the pivot is real.
Of course, because that would not only be a change of the plan, it would also be new for Sony. Sony doesn't do a lot of CG trailers and then not deliver, except for Concord, which is not coming
Fair
out.
Games.
Yeah, Fair Games was also.
I feel like Fair Games might come out. Concord isn't. There's like hell would freeze over if Concord came out. That's the one, and obviously KOTOR remake. Now,
apparently
it's looking like maybe not. So yeah, of course, there's a state of play where they announce a bunch of new games. One that would be radical for Sony because under Jim they've just stopped talking to everyone.
Yeah, it's been crazy going through the last few years of just nothing.
The entire Jim run is us just on radio silent for no reason.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, though, these games are going well.
Well, yeah, no, there's a reason over there, but there's no reason to not even acknowledge Spider-Man 2 until 4 months before it launches.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's no reason to not acknowledge the Wolverine game you talked about 2 years ago is still in development.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not PS4 Sony. That's a new Sony.
Yeah, and also Jim just has that ire for classic game catalog that's been...
makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And we've been hearing about it since before he even took over.
Right.
Like, every time old games came out, it was like, no, why would anyone play that?
Yeah,
so they launched a fucking tier of this bullshit service supposed to be about that, and then didn't fucking release anything in it,
and didn't even talk about it after they launched it.
Right? They don't make a deal out of it. Like, look at Nintendo. They're not doing that. They're not being like coming up this next month in something anyone cares about.
Right? They're not making Power Thirst ads like Nintendo is.
Yeah, why did they do that for Excitebike 64? What the fuck was that about? That.
Anyway, ignoring the Power Thirst ad.
It worked.
It's true. We're talking about it, so clearly it had an effect. If anyone comes up to me, hey, do you know a great place to play Excitebike 64? I will know beyond a shadow of doubt that's on their expansion pack. Yeah, they are not managing it well. And somebody who's overly generous to Jim Ryan, in a way I would never be, still said, Jim Ryan is undoubtedly the worst CEO PlayStation has ever had. And I'm like, yeah, it's not even close.
Bring me back Jack Tretton.
Kevin Baker, Kevin Baker was his name, right? The fake
Kevin Butler.
Kevin Baker's the director of Isolation 119. Kevin Butler. Kevin Butler's a fake CEO, and he's a better CEO,
right,
than Jim Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane how bad of a CEO he's been.
Yeah.
He has no claim to any of the good things that Sony has made. He has all the claims to all of the horrible things on the horizon.
Including all that Horizon.
Yep.
God, wouldn't it be funny if they're just like, no, all those Horizon projects are canceled.
Yeah, they're working on Horizon 3. Why would we make all this?
Yeah.
I mean, one of those is even being made at Guerrilla.
Yeah.
What?
I'm
Actually, maybe 2 of them.
They were co-developing the MMO, and now it seems more hands-off, like they're making that, or they are making the multiplayer game, but it sounds like someone else might be supporting and doing the thrust of that, because
Okay,
that's how all of these things go.
Right, because I saw the weird early leaks of like the Monster Hunter like thing, and then I know they're also the shooter that's rumored to be in the universe. Yeah.
But yeah, that's fuck you, Jim Ryan.
Oh yeah, and then his magnum opus was raising the price of everything PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, I
Which
won't
everyone
be surprised.
hated. Go ahead.
You can buy the Portal already, right?
Yes. Wait, the
No,
pre-orders
you
went
can
up.
pre-order.
Pre-orders. So you can put money on it.
I won't be surprised if it's like, yeah, we're doing one fucking shipment of those and then never having any of those made ever again.
I mean, if they're still selling it by this time this next year, I'll be surprised. But
Like that's definitely a bonehead. Like just so much of Jim Ryan's shit, and this is the thing that lots of people have pointed out, not just me. These fucking tech morons are like,
yeah,
that dude's doing something, I'm gonna do it. And it's like,
Yeah.
but he's not successful doing it. And it's like, "Eh,
Yeah.
it'll be successful when I do it.
Right, it's a big thing that's happening, so obviously it's successful, even if it's not.
oh man, if there was only a really brilliant book about some godlike figure shrugging, written by a brilliant woman who's not a hypocrite, about rich people chasing the other business exercises of other rich people without finding out if it's a good idea first.
Yeah, it's like so much of Jim Ryan's tenure has been like, let's do what Microsoft's doing. And I'm like, guys, they're not successful. They're barely a competitor. Why are you copying them?
Yeah, they are the distant third.
Hey, at very least, they didn't devalue anything they're doing. Even if they did, fuck them. Fuck Sony. So, anyways, this whole segment is why when I see someone in chat or maybe in the comments be like, someone worse will replace him. No,
there's never been anyone
Shut
worse.
the fuck up. Like, yes, it's entirely possible that every day we live on Earth, gravity may cease to exist one day and we all float into space. But for now, please sound a little more sane.
Yeah, like, again, Hiroki Totoki taking over. Like, that has the energy of, I am going to set up a business plan and put someone in this chair to enact my fucking plan. Like, this doesn't come off like I'm seat warming until we find someone good. You don't get like a long-term veteran to do that.
I'm very interested in who the next person will be because it really feels like Jim Ryan literally, and you can see this. This isn't like, sometimes you get crazy talk from fanboys, like really fucking crazy, like, oh, this person clearly fucked over all these people, and you could tell. It is clear Jim Ryan put the media presence of everyone else who could be competition to him eventually. Like, he lowered the volume on literally everyone in Sony.
Yeah, Shuhei Yoshida, I hardly hear about. I know about things he does because I follow him on Twitter, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't tweet not much.
Yeah. Like, everyone else inside of Sony that was an important figure has had the volume turned on to them hardcore. Like, just way down. To the point where it's like, name someone other than Shuhei who's still there.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, all of those people who left Sony did so when Sean left.
Yeah, like when Adam Boys
Yeah.
and
Gio
Corsi, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I could have that timeline wrong, but it really does seem like they all just sort of got out.
I feel like it was just a few, like maybe a year or two after, but yeah, it was very shortly.
Also, I forgot to mention during the Epic segment that very high up people in Fortnite left right before this news. They left like a week or two ago. So
Man, even Fortnite is dying, like to some degree. The power is lessening. So, oh man,
Yeah,
live service games as a whole, just
it's good.
It's
good.
It really seems like the Epic shit was like Tim Sweeney going, well, obviously Fortnite will continue to grow and make more money every quarter forever. Uh-oh. To be concluded.
They were expecting something. Who knows what? Bob
Whoops.
made... Go ahead.
I was going to say, whoops, the bounding of a finite physical universe.
oh, we hit maximum saturation. What do you mean? How could that happen?
Bob made the joke during one of our streams yesterday when we found out. So thus during the Dragon Quest 1 stream that Mark Cerny takes over, and I'm like, that dude's a contractor. He isn't even in Sony.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened when
When Ken Kuragi left, people made the joke of, no, Ken, I'm asking you to just get out of my office.
Mark Cerny would probably do fine. Mark Cerny knows what good video games are.
I assume he could, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, no,
Like,
the
that's
whole
what
reason he's a contractor is he doesn't want to deal with fucking corporate bullshit.
Right? I'm really hoping somehow Shuhei Yoshida just takes over. That'd be incredible.
Now the dream goal is the moonshot is fucking Mark Cerny taking over.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, you think Phil Spencer's a cult of personality. Just wait. You put Mark as the CEO of PlayStation, of SIE? Holy shit, that's not even going to make sense anymore, the memes that come out of that.
The people are not ready for the church lady,
Right.
to be the main character of Sony.
Yeah. You're not ready. You're not prepared. They're going to... The memes about ears will never end.
When I got my new iPhone, I put in I set up my ear pods. It's like, you should scan your ear. I'm like, Mark Cerny, are you in from my house?
Oh my god! What? Why did your new phones like take pictures of your ears? I need this. All right, but yeah, literally anyone would be better than Jim Ryan. The only person who debatably wouldn't be is Phil Spencer, and I think we're safe.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Sony isn't really a corporate structure in the same way that Microsoft is, so it's not like we could get someone from the spreadsheets division.
Yeah, we've never seen them do the weird outside hire thing either. Of like, oh yeah, this guy's gonna come in and take over.
I mean, there's a first time for everything. In fact, wait, we did have a guy over, not SIE, not PlayStation, but all of Sony that was that for a little bit there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name. He was the head of the Make.Believe era.
Oh.
Yeah, I
can't remember.
He was also some British dude, if I remember correctly. Howard something? I don't know. Anyways. You mean Phil Harrison? No, I don't mean Phil Harrison. Phil Harrison wishes he got to be Sony's CEO.
Right?
Phil Harrison is just sitting in a cut cave. He's been there for over a decade.
How long do you think Jim Ryan's working at Meta?
God. Oh, you know, it'd be a really weird hire from an external company.
Yeah.
They get that guy who founded Naughty Dog, who's at Meta.
Jason Rubin?
Yeah. They get Jason Rubin to come back and be like, I'm running Sony. It's like, didn't you crash land THQ or something?
That's my job.
And that's when every PlayStation gamer starts sweating. They're like, oh God.
Right.
Oh no.
I liked seeing
He's gonna get hot. He's gonna be the head of Embracer soon.
That's true. He has to. He has to fulfill the prophecy.
He's like, come on, I'm so tired of finding a home for these developers.
I lost my train of thought. Oh well.
Something about Jason Rubin.
Jason Rubin, I was like, the fan response to this, I feel like has been nothing but positive.
All right.
Like, you only see the once in a while crazy journo being like, no, Jim Ryan was important and good. It's like, no, most Sony fanboys are like, oh, thank God.
I mean, the guy I was talking about earlier, Mystic Ryan, he was the one who was being too generous to Jim, and even he was like, he's the worst CEO they've ever had. And I'm like that's the generous take.
Think of it this way. Realistically, if you play games, you probably own a Sony platform. At least one.
Yeah.
And every single joke is, why is there so much fucking Horizon shit? Why is there so much fucking Horizon shit? Make something else, Sony. Make something else, Sony. From everybody. You have to remember that most of these people are not weird haters. They probably fucking own PlayStations. So it's just like, damn, you made who were you trying to, what, literally, what was his plan?
We will never know.
He's going to make 10 times infinite money with these live service games.
Launch 10 live.
Look at the chart. It's just I've drawn a dollar sign, and there's an arrow, and if you'll reference the arrow, you'll see that it's pointed up. And I have been told that this is how business.
I'm honestly wondering if there was, because the industries have like internal market research things that don't release their shit publicly. You just give that shit to the CEOs and they get paid big bucks. I'm wondering if some report didn't come in that's like, guys, you have as many people playing games as you're gonna.
Well, there's that angle of it, and there's the angle of
There could also be the angle of like, our market research says this service shit is done.
right, and it clearly hasn't been if you read the fucking room, but I guess you pay these market research people millions of dollars to read the fucking room for you.
Right.
Cause like that Hyenas thing, for them to cancel it now, they are conceding that the couple of months to finish it and support it for like 6 months, it will not even make enough money to cover that.
Right.
Right.
Like they made the decision, any more money into this will be a loss.
Yeah, the only recent-ish service game I think of that what saw some success is at Naraka Blade Point. I was like, yeah, that's going for a different thing. It's not a shooter. Like, it sounds like every one of these Sony ones was a shooter.
Yeah.
What?
And
Fall Guys did okay, but that was 3 years ago, and now they're decapitated.
yeah, I mean all the Sony greenlit ones,
Right.
like made by Sony, all of those.
Yeah,
were
those all
shooters.
seem to be shooters.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's sorry to think of anything that was successful, and it probably wasn't a shooter because that's such a saturated market now.
And it's really funny to have fucking Bungie give the last call on all these live service games. It's like, just so you know, we're making Marathon. You're literally gonna have to compete with us.
Yeah. Right.
It's like the villain of a shonen anime. It's like, go tell the hero what you think their odds are.
Right.
Like I don't even know if Marathon will succeed.
Yeah,
I mean, it has the best chance because it's
and
made
if it
by
does
Bungie
succeed-
and it's based on a pre-existing name, and they did well with Destiny. I don't know that
Yeah,
anyone
and
else
if it-
has as good a chance as Marathon.
If it
Good
does
luck,
succeed,
everybody.
will it be at the expense of Destiny? Like, will just a bunch of Destiny people move?
I mean, that's entirely possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, what was it? The physical boundaries of a limited universe.
Yeah, there's a thing. There's a thing that Marks. Yes, I'm fucking bringing up Marks. When's the last time you saw a video game podcast start talking about fucking Marks? And not Kirby Marks. Called diseconomies of scale, which is basically when economies of scale quit working.
Oh, you're
like,
talking about
you can
Karl
no-
Marx. Okay.
Yes, Karl Marx. You can no longer make more money by scaling up your business.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark's even pointing out, yeah, this is going to happen. And when it starts happening, leadership will just lose their mind. They won't know what to do. Like, it'll be like if you woke up and fucking up was down and black was white.
Or, you know, the gravity of the Earth stopped working, and also Sony found someone worse than Jim Ryan to run things.
So we're at that point. Like, I've been very resistant to the idea of the second video game crash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I've expressed this multiple times live on streams on Big Think Dimension. I'm starting to come around. It seems like everybody's just marching towards a massive market, like a bunch of big publishers just go.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of big publishers, sure. But here's the thing. We have the middle tier and the low tier.
Mm-hmm.
The game industry will not die. But
it will
great
be a thing
dinosaurs
will
that
be
once
called the
roamed
second
it.
crash.
Right, of course, because if Call of Duty doesn't come out every year, then the West has fallen. Yes.
Like the biggest event plausible is just a giant top end contraction where we have entire arenas like as you said, we have this large and scale that just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it'll be like we cut to Microsoft, everybody's a skeleton. We cut to Sony, everything's on fire. And then we cut to Nintendo and they're just all like hanging out. It's like, something happening?
Yeah,
Hey,
it does
how
feel
many
like
co-
they'll
how
be
many copies-
completely unfazed by any sort of high-end crash.
Mm-hmm.
How many copies did that Princess Peach game sell? Oh, 34 million.
Oh, that's cool. I bet you guys spent a lot of money on it. Not really. Oh. That's... Okay.
I'm never gonna get over how many copies Luigi's Mansion 3 has sold.
Right.
That's just like a bat you can use to hit the rest of the industry forever. Like any day I expect them to be like, yeah, Pikmin 4 sold like 12 million copies.
But yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, like a giant tier fallout of an order that is absolute, right?
Mm-hmm.
EA gone.
Yeah.
Ubisoft gone. Microsoft gone. Sony barely there. Somehow that happens, which Microsoft being gone more likely than you think.
I mean, pretty likely. You should probably think about it because last week we covered Phil Spencer's like, I'm about to leave. This doesn't work out.
Phil Spencer literally says there's a number on a whiteboard of Game Pass subs, and if we're not there by 2027, we're out.
That's okay though, because I heard people tell me he definitely lied in the context of that conversation to the U.S. government. Anyway, what I'm saying is, if all of these things happen, you know what will happen with these consoles, these, you know, the remaining ones, is that we probably don't get a PS6 in 2028. It comes later because this thing plays everything else fine.
Yeah,
you focus on cost reducing.
Right, I was gonna say it'd probably be the PS5 Slim Swimmer.
Right, and obviously by that point, the Pro has been out for 4 years because I don't think there's a world where next year we don't get the Pro. That would be insane. If we do not get a Pro by the end of next year, even though all of those leaks and everything have happened, that means people read the room. Like I was saying, it's like, you're gonna have to charge how much for that Pro?
Yeah.
These consoles are powerful. There are only a few games they don't run, and they're all shitty quadruple A Western bullshit. Because even the Sony games that are quadruple A run well.
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man 2 is going to have ray tracing on every mode.
Oh, God, Insomniac is built different.
They really actually are.
But see, I had this unbelievably hilarious timeline in my brain where it's like, Switch 2, the new iPhones, people are going to want to hit those, so games aren't going to be much higher spec than those. What if the PS5 Pro is just the most powerful console forever? They just never make a gaming platform more powerful than the PS5 Pro. You know, until like 2040.
Yeah, if we have a top end developer publisher fallout, then there's no argument for a PS6 at all. There's barely an argument right now. So definitely, you know, it's extended out 2030, 2032 or something. Because this would be catastrophic. And then Sony would put all their efforts into, but no, seriously, how cheap can we make this? So anyways, thank you, Jim Ryan, for getting the fuck out. So that way we can spend a good bit of time imagining how Sony could easily fix their image, their lineup, and everything else.
It'd be so easy. It really would.
It would.
Like every time there was an event coming up, it was like they could just open with a giant thing about PS1. And everyone would be in.
Yeah.
They could
so many things like that.
Go get that motherfucker who keeps shit posting about Bloodborne and get some backwards compatibility going.
Yeah.
Go get him and say, here's an office and people and money.
Yeah. Not that he really needs it. It could barely it would barely need like 2 months of work to get running by like him and Durante or whatever.
All right.
If even.
It's so insane that he's just posting, yeah, I got this game to run at 120. Yeah, on the PS5. Yeah, I got this game to run at 120 on the PS5.
Yeah.
Go to him and say, hey, we'll pay you for this and we'll sell it as a patch. We'll give it as a patch. We'll give it out as a patch.
Right. Because that adds value to the back compat. I would be so much more excited about Gravity Rush 2 if it ran at 90 frames per second. That's insane.
Bloodborne trends every other week. And somehow Sony hasn't done that.
Yeah, I'm laying that at Jim Ryan's feet.
Yeah, of course.
He must be insane. He must be like, oh, but Bloodborne only sold like 3-4 million copies. We sell 20 million copies here at Sony. Fuck that game. Never mind the fucking cultural impact it had and how excited people would be for a version that didn't have wrong frame pacing.
So, yeah, about
how The Last of Us Part 1 is also Jim Ryan's fault.
Yeah. No, any reasonable CEO would have just nipped that in the bud.
$70.
Yeah.
You played that. We saw that. $70. That's insane.
Yeah, no, that only hurts the image of Sony.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just slap out the old game with a PS5 box, and you can charge us like $10 or something. That's what people want when they watch the TV show.
Right.
They don't need
Like,
this.
It's really hard to overstate. Like the what the fuck is coming out, Jim Ryan. Well, all we're going to talk about is Horizon and Naughty Dog has hurt Sony's fucking image. Because if you don't like Horizon and Naughty Dog, you fucking don't want to see those things. Like, there's not a lot of middle ground with those two, I feel like.
You know what's funny?
No.
Another initiative of Jim's is that every studio needs to be making 2 games. I wonder if that's delayed any of them. Like Ghost, even Sucker Punch is supposed to transition to be capable of making 2
I
games.
forgot about that. Yeah. Like,
That
on
was
paper,
years ago.
that's an interesting idea, but in execution may be bad.
Yeah, I mean, these games are
I mean,
really
it's bad if-
complicated to make.
Right? I mean, we're not seeing
Bad if you're
things.
trying to expand, like if it's not like, okay, we're going to dial back how big these games need to be, split up your people, you can make 2 smaller scale games.
Right, like a Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Mm-hmm.
But not like a Ghost of Tsushima and whatever the hell else Sucker Punch has been working on that whole time. But I mean, making more than 1 game at a time, even just doing pre-development on the next game while you're making a game, is healthy.
Right.
But we haven't seen anything come of it. And it's been long enough. Anyways, don't listen to people in the future when they say what happened with Sony is because of COVID. That's bullshit. That is cope.
Where should we go in news? Should I just go through the rest of mine? Because I have less
Go
than
to
Bob.
Bungie! Yay!
Bungie has laid off several employees. I don't think we have an exact count even now.
Yeah, I think the last I heard was around 100 people.
Okay.
So like 8% of their whole staff.
These include people who have been there for 30 years, like Michael Salvatore, the most senior composer. So they basically went, hey, you know, the music in Bungie games, that won't be there anymore.
This is the second time I've had to hear that.
Yep. Incredible.
Great.
Despite initial reporting that this was Bungie's autonomous decision, it came out that no, Sony told them to make cuts. They got to pick who got cut, but Sony told them make cuts.
Corporate consolidation is so fucking cool.
Uh-huh.
These cuts came before the affected employees got their stock in Sony that they were going to get as a result of this acquisition.
No!
Of course
Sue
it
their
did.
asses! Sue their asses! Fuck that!
Yeah.
Their
no,
unvested
disgusting.
shares went back to being owned by Bungie.
Disgusting.
They also fired these people on the last day of the month, so their insurance immediately ended. If they had fired them 1 day later, it would have been through November.
Guillotine.
Yeah. No, these last day firings like this need to be illegal. Ugh. And I feel like we hear that exact story several times this year even. It's like they wait until the worst time they possibly could. They will screw the people over the most they can. So, yeah, Bungie does not. Some other things came out about it too. Apparently they brought a bunch of people in that played Escape from Tarkov to like streamers to play Marathon and see how that was. And none of them were interested at all. And this is from a reputable YouTuber who covers nothing but Destiny.
Which people are taking this as like, oh, well, the game must be bad. I'm like, I don't know. I like you brought in Escape from Tarkov streamers. Like,
Yeah, that
like,
doesn't tell me much.
you bring in a bunch of heroin addicts and be like, you guys want to try pot? No, thank you. Do you
It's
have
like-
any heroin?
It's like how this is ancient at this point, but the guy behind Steam Spy who used to work at Epic and then left when Epic's like, we're gonna be the metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
He did a thing where he's like, there is no game in existence that has existed before I wrote this or will probably ever exist that will get Dota 2 players to play something else.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right.
He went through a list of like, here's all these enormous games that had impact on the player base of every other game. Dota 2 remained unchanged through it all. They will never play anything else. So I don't think Escape from Tarkov players not wanting to play Marathon says anything especially damning about Marathon, especially when additional sources came and said, yes, they did that, but they were like, yeah, Marathon's still 3-4 years out.
Originally, they were planning it for 2024, and then this event caused them to delay it to 2025.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Not only, real quick, want to get this out. There are like 2 or 3 layers on which this is annoying and repugnant. One, what Chris was saying is magnified even further, that these are Escape from Tarkov streamers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ask game name streamer jack fucking shit about anything other than game.
Yeah. Even
Like-
if you're literally just trying to make the same
Yeah,
game.
Even if you're making your chocolate chip cookie, that motherfucker's sworn. They're sworn to the cookies they eat.
Right. And it sounds like they didn't let any Destiny 2 streamers into this event. Like, this was just Tarkov.
Which would have made a lot more sense in a way, because at least the aesthetics and feel and other things would have. I've seen people alleging that they didn't get to play it; they only got to see it. Which, if that's the case, that's even worse.
Right.
But either way, why the fuck are you asking a person whose entire livelihood comes from this brand of chocolate chip cookie? Would you ever eat another brand? Hey,
Yeah, when you get
Kevin Butler,
people that-
would you shill a wee?
When you get that deep into somebody being like their life being one game, they become attached to every single aspect of it, every single one, no matter how minute. So it's pointless to ask them about anything else. It's, in fact, this is the exact same. This is damning on Bungie from the angle of, this is the exact same mindset. Well, we'll pull people away from these other games that decapitated every studio that tried to take on WoW, and that tried to take on League, and that tried to take on Overwatch. Where it's like, no, you can't. Store brand game never works.
But innovation is hard. I mean, Valorant worked. There's your one example. And also League of Legends worked, because it's the Dota 2, or
right.
the Dota knockoff, in a sense.
But Dota wasn't like a thing you could buy. It was still kind of
Embedded in Warcraft 3, yeah.
Yeah, it was embedded in Warcraft 3. And Valorant was kind of a new thing. It was like a fusion of Counter-Strike and Overwatch type gameplay.
Yeah, and Apex Legends work. And that's also, not a sort of Fortnite adjacent thing.
Right.
But the thing is,
but none of those
it's
things
rare.
peeled people off the other thing. Like, it mostly doesn't do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly, Apex Legends is the reason Epic is becoming insolvent almost and starts mulching the fucking people they merged with, consumed.
Man, I do think that's, like, every time Bungie comes up in the news, it's like, hey, these guys don't know how to run a live service game. These guys are not to be respected on that angle. And I think it becomes more obvious every time we get new news from it. Like, apparently they're at an all-time low as far as, like, Destiny players being happy. Yeah. And they saw a 42% lower pre-orders than expected on the final shift, which then they delayed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's also been stuff coming out about, hey, people working on the game have a bunch of stuff they know the players want. They can't get through upper management.
Weird. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, how much did Sony buy these people for? What was it, 7 billion, 4 billion?
It's like 4. It was 4. It included 1.2 billion for talent retention, which seemingly just fucking went out the window considering we're barely more than a year out.
Yeah.
And they're firing 8% of their staff.
Also, you made that comment while I was out of the room about it seems like we many times this year we've gotten the "you were fired on the worst day humanly possible" engineered to be that way. Yeah, it hasn't even been 2 months because the Embracer thing.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the Saints Row studio was the same fucking thing. We had people on Twitter being like, "Oh yeah, no, now I have no medical."
Yeah.
and other
So
timing related bullshit.
reprehensible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These people aren't human. I literally cannot stand anything less than people who cover games for a living being sympathetic to anyone who engineered this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It is so incredibly frustrating to have sympathy for the people in charge. Yeah, hey, you know what'd be cool? The games as a service fucking crashes. Destiny 2 looks like it's having problems.
Yeah.
Marathon never comes out is now a possibility. What if it's a radical idea. What if the people who made Halo made a first person shooter with a story?
I know.
Just
Yeah,
a normal fucking shooter. Maybe there's a
Dan,
multiplayer mode and you can play it.
Maybe there's like capture the flag, maybe a death match.
There
Point
was
control.
there was a full fucking decade where Sony fans were like, "Oh man, Halo is like the crown jewel over at Xbox. I wish I had Halo, but I don't care about anything else." And then they bought the people who made Halo, and they just want to make a games as a service fucking Escape from Tarkov knockoff.
Yeah.
Look, Halo as a series was drastically undermonetized, so clearly the thing we needed to do to right the ship there was to turn Halo into a live service game. I'm sure nothing would ever go wrong with such a brilliant idea.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think Halo Infinite has had lower player counts than the Master Chief Collection for like 3 months now.
You mean its entire lifespan? Because I'm pretty sure
There was a period where it was higher. There was a period where it was higher initially.
I think that lasted a month at most.
Yeah, I'm like that. I'm pretty sure that was launch period. Maybe if it ever happened again, that's cool. But like, you shouldn't.
a new product. Just ask Jim Ryan. A new product has a considerably unfair advantage against any old video game. So obviously, Halo Infinite should have done gangbusters for a significant amount of time compared to the older games if it were actually good.
Man, I'm so glad all this games as service shit is killed. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we genuinely seem to be at the end.
We do, yeah.
As someone with no real attachment to Bungie, I'm glad they got bought just to tell Sony to cancel all this shit. At least one good thing came out of that purchase: the complete destruction of Jim Ryan.
God,
Isn't it so fucked that I have to be, well, these two guys I hate decapitated each other with left hooks, so at least one good thing came out of the fight.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Let's move on to some other news.
Okay.
Fucking hate Gears. We're moving on. Hey, Bob.
hey,
Let's talk about anything that isn't the story of Gears of War 4 and 5, especially.
What about some acquisitions that happened in the industry this month?
The bar's never
week.
been lower. Sure, go ahead.
So Atari is acquiring Digital Eclipse. Those are the guys who made the making of Kotick, the Atari 50th anniversary, the Street Fighter 30th anniversary. They're those people who did those collections.
Frank Cifaldi doesn't work for them anymore, does he?
I think he's still there. But
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think he's
sure.
still there.
He might be a consultant or something.
Yeah.
I just remember him being like, no, there's literally nothing you can do about input latency. Just accept all games will feel bad in the future. And I'm like, no.
And then some people held him up as a reference of like, this guy says he's in the industry. And I'm like, he sure is in the industry.
But Digital Eclipse also did the first Mega Man Legacy Collection,
Mm-hmm.
the Disney Afternoon Collection, the SNK 40th Anniversary Collection, and that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection from last year.
I would like to remain positive and be like, the making of Kotick is a very well-respected game collection from this year. That thing's literally Metacritic's 90s, which is insane for one of those. Like,
Right.
Can anyone here name a time a fucking collection of games ended up in the 90s on Metacritic? I can't.
I probably could if I went through like candidates, but yeah. I'm more worried with this and acquiring Night Dive that Atari is setting themselves up to like contract and take everybody who does collections and good ports with them.
Yeah, that's always the threat,
Would that really happen in this industry?
right?
Yeah, it kind of just literally just happened with Embracer. Could it happen again with a company that has the exact same energy as
Atari-
Embracer since since Atari, who is not actually Atari, by the way, it's some new company with the name of Atari.
Yeah, of course.
4 times removed from the original company, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they have absolutely the same embracer of like, you guys are trying to like get some big deal going, aren't you? That we don't know about. They say they'll be able to keep working on other IPs other than Atari.
Well, that's good because I would
I'd
like them
certainly
to
hope
make a game
so.
ever again.
Right. Yeah, of course, worrying. Not much else to say.
Okay, let's move on.
Devolver Digital is acquiring System Era Softwares.
Who?
Softworks.
Who?
They made the Astroneer, a game that released in 2016 in early access on Steam, and that's the only game they've made. But I guess they keep supporting it.
Big Thing News is so predictable. I need to set one of my Corsair gaming keyboard hotkeys to acquires.
Yes.
Yup.
God, it's been so bad. This year feels like it really has ramped up. But who knows? Maybe that's just been 3 years straight. I don't know.
I mean, the COVID buff for gaming was really huge, and it feels like we're still just in the phase of the companies who didn't acquire a lot during that are now acquiring, and the people who acquired a lot during that are shedding. Bad.
Yeah. That won't happen again, though, right?
No, we're done now.
Okay.
Epic, everyone gets to stay employed forever at Epic.
Mm-hmm.
Man in charge said so, and I trust him.
They say they're working on a new game and that they will continue to support Astroneer.
Set another button to layoffs.
God damn it. Another acquisition happened today.
Uh-huh.
Sony Interactive Entertainment's acquiring iSize. It's I lowercase size all caps.
Who?
They are a UK-based company that specializes in using AI to improve video streaming quality, so increase or make bitrate more efficient and have higher quality visuals.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. I mean,
Yeah, like this.
if you're aware and have an NVIDIA GPU, one of the OBS settings is literally like using psychovisual tuning via AI to make the bitrate a little bit more effective to what a human would notice as good or bad.
Yeah, this
This actually doesn't seem too bad.
right. Like that's
weird.
probably a small UK-based company with few employees that they will not
Right.
fire all of, probably.
I mean, yeah, a company like that literally is basically designed from the ground up to be acquired.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing I'm saying is supposed to sound derogatory, so please don't take it that way. They're not artists. They're engineers who engineered a solution. So, yeah, I feel like this is just natural business.
Right.
Huh.
And it's one of those things like, no, this is what AI is meant to be used for, not
Right.
what most of it is. used
Right,
for.
yeah. Like for example.
For example.
Like for example, yeah, what a segue!
Video game The Finals that I talked about last week. It's a terrible looking game. It's like a new esports wannabe thing. But yeah, all their announcers are AI based. They didn't pay a single actor.
Yeah, the fake esports commentators are all AI based. And I'm just listening to it and I was like surprisingly convincing for AI.
Right.
But there is just the deliveries are wrong on a number of lines.
Yes. It's shockingly unnatural, but sounds believable.
It sounds believable, but it doesn't sound natural or good.
Mm-hmm.
So I just assumed it was people in their office, but I should have known that the audio quality is a little too good for that.
Yeah.
Because for people who don't know, it's a really tiny studio. Like this studio is not a big, mean thing. It's the people who ran away from DICE
Right.
because of all that, just making new studio. So kind of surprising.
Yeah, don't do this.
But Bob, they couldn't afford a voice actor.
They couldn't afford a voice actor.
Not one. They couldn't.
Not one.
Gianni charges too much.
So you do what we did back in the day. You just grab somebody who already works at the studio and have them record the lines. That shit is charming.
Yeah. No, it is. It genuinely is.
It is. It's way more charming than AI.
Yeah.
God. So terrible. I got other news though.
Okay.
Things that weren't so terrible.
Okay.
Under Night Embers 2 Cells
What?
has an open beta. It's going to be November 17th to the 20th on PS4 and 5. So that's cool. And then my last thing, I guess I should have paired this with all the other delays news. Sony president Totoki talked about the live service games for PlayStation. They have 12 planned still. 6 of them are going to be out by the end of fiscal year 2025. That is down from the previously announced 10 being out by the end of fiscal year 2025.
And that's March 2026.
Yes.
So over 2 years away.
Hey, listener, you ever hear about the Lost Generation in Japan? Imagine that, but exclusively for video games for one publisher.
I think they're going. I think we're going to have Sony redefining what live service means at some point, because this came out last week, I think, or I forget when exactly. But somebody with Naughty Dog is like, "No, The Last of Us multiplayer totally isn't canceled, guys. We're actually still working on it. It's totally not canceled," which makes me think. One, you could just be lying, of course. But if you're not, is this going to be like, we're just going to make multiplayer games again and say they're live service?
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I would like that. I miss normal multiplayer games.
But yeah, for the rest of them, the other 6 games, he just says we're still figuring that out. Like, so what?
Well, yeah, I'm sure we'll see Concord again someday. I'm sure that isn't has brains blown out in the back room.
Hey, Bob, what's your favorite Sony game coming out next year? Just name anything coming out 2 months from now to 14 months from now.
The only game I even know coming out next year, there's only 2. Helldivers, which I don't care. No one on Earth cares. They made sure
cares.
of that.
Say it in the comments if you care. Also, say it if you don't care.
And Fair Games, which looks like a CG trailer that looks bad.
But Wolverine's supposed to be next year.
That's true.
I completely believe that.
That's from leaks, though.
Oh, they haven't.
Rise of the Ronin.
I don't think they once acknowledged. Well, I mean, that's second party, but
it is second party. But did they say that was next year? I didn't think we got a date for that.
Yeah, Sony officially never confirmed Wolverine for next year.
Yeah, they did not. No, Rise of the Ronin, I think they said 2024 in its reveal trailer.
Yeah, I think they said that in 2022.
Okay, maybe.
And we haven't heard anything since because telling us things is sinful.
Yeah, we really like. I like how even this is not from Jim Ryan. I'm hoping we don't see a single
Jim's
thing
on the way
press
out.
Right, we don't see any more press content from Jim Ryan at all. He just is silently gone.
It's going to be really good because the start of the next state of play is going to be Jim Ryan on a monitor, and it's POV shot, and he's just like, "We tried to do the thing best for everyone." And then the fucking Doom Marine smashes the monitor.
Oh, see, I was thinking of like that Apple ad. And then like Hiroki Totoki runs in with a box and like throws it through the monitor, which I'm not even thinking of the Apple ad now. I'm thinking of the Futurama parody of the Apple ad.
I mean, that's how culture works, right?
Yeah.
You make a reference to the thing, that's a reference to the thing. Great.
Yeah.
So excited. Hey, Chris, do you have any idea what number of PS5s are out there and the owners that might be interested as a segue to you covering the news?
So PS5 shipments are, as of the end of September, 46.6 million. This is almost exactly like like an under 1% difference between the PS4, and that pisses me off. There's no, like, it's so difficult to derive any meaning from. It's exactly the same. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's almost like market spaces are pretty predefined in that markets are of a certain size. And if you don't massively fuck up, you should expect your audience to be roughly the same number 5 years later.
It's what does Aggro keep saying? Oops, the finite boundaries of a physical universe.
Yep.
But I thought nobody owned a PS5.
I do hear that from a bunch of coping boomers.
It's worth noting that Xbox, I believe, is running very slightly ahead of the Xbox One. Not much.
Yeah, on a hardware sales-wise, apparently they are.
Hardware sales-wise, they're running like 110%, which makes me think, is there just a lot more people who own both this gen because of the Series S? Like, people get a PS5 and they're like, I'll get a Series S in case there's an Xbox thing.
I mean, Yes, there are a lot more people who own both the PlayStation console and an Xbox console this time, because as lame duck as Xbox's offerings can be easily observed to be this time, none of them have the curse of the Xbox One reveal.
That's true. Like I bought an Xbox this time. I did not buy one last gen.
I
Also,
bought one
there
at the
was-
end of last gen when they had the souped up version.
Also,
And
there was many stimulus payments from 2020 to 2022. So I'm willing to bet those probably contributed to greater game
True.
spending as well.
Yeah. Hey, remember when I bought the Xbox One X and we're like, finally we can play these games in 4K, better performance than the PS4 Pro, and then it was worse even though it cost $100 more.
That was pretty cool, Dan.
Technically,
Can we
there
not
was-
talk about that?
No, that's every time I've given them rope, they fucked me. And the fucking launch of the Series X not being able to
Brutal
play a
Legend
last gen,
thing.
I'm
Brutal
still
Legend
talking.
thing.
What? Why?
Sorry, Brutal Legend thing. It runs like shit on the Series X. Like it
What?
dropped frames constantly. I have no idea how or why. Like people are saying it ran better than this on a 360. And there's been weird performance things in a lot of those back compat games. It's almost like even though it's not everything, it's these specific titles, it's still not bulletproof. It'd sure be nice if they hadn't ended that entire fucking program and could continue improving these things.
I'm actually floored by this.
Yeah.
I was told that was the most consistently powerful console.
That meant something.
I mean, it should be consistent with the console 3 gens ago or whatever.
But
That's
yeah,
weird.
most back
That's
compat
weird.
games work great, so I don't know what
Yeah,
the hell
they
that
do.
thing's problem was.
Me neither. Somebody's bringing up Avoweds next year, so
Okay.
so far the Xbox lineup's looking better for me than the fucking PlayStation
But
lineup.
I thought that everyone said that game looked like it was gonna suck.
I'm like, this game looks great, and all of Twitter went, "You're a dumb gay baby," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry, I was excited. I forgot it should be Starfield, or I should kill myself."
I guess I should run through other news things.
Yeah, let's
If anyone
go.
Has anything else? Okay. Microsoft employees got their Game Pass Ultimate back. Phil Spencer, I guess, went, guys, this costs us nothing and is good PR. Just fucking turn it back on. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Microsoft also announced they are partnering with in-world AI to use AI solutions for NPC dialogue and narrative tools.
Oh,
We found that
disgusting.
just being associated with Microsoft wasn't poison enough to kill all projects anyone could ever conceive of.
Remember like a year ago when Phil Spencer was getting all sorts, or not even like a year and a half ago, where Phil Spencer was getting tons of good PR for repeatedly taking shots at NFTs and supposed usage of NFTs in the gaming industry. He sure allowed them to do this with another scam.
Right? Like, I know you have access to the internet in that company. Like, a non-zero number of Microsoft employees have been to the internet. You cannot think that adding this to any video game will positively impact its performance.
It's so insane for companies to still announce these things while every other day there's like AI CEOs in the news being like, but if we have to pay anyone for anything ever, we'll instantly go out of business. You can't do this, government. Mods. We have to be able to ignore copyright or we can't be profitable. Surely you aren't going to litigate us out of existence, right? And all every government's like, about that.
Yeah. God.
So about Microsoft is a Silicon Valley brain rot company, and I don't know why everyone views them as not that.
Right, and it's separate from Xbox.
Right. It's all one
It's
creature.
disgusting.
And why are you partnering for another company? Like Microsoft already owns a bunch of AI shit. You can't do shit that they're going to be doing for you.
Oh, let me explain. They were at the store and they saw something cute in the window, and it didn't matter that they already had a dog back at home, right? They wanted a new one. So then they just fucking partnered with these guys, and everyone went, guys, we can do it just as well as them. Hell, as far as you know, we could have done it better. You could have gotten that for free,
Right?
for some reason.
No, but we have a specific model for this exact use case. One, no, you don't. That's not a thing. It's all the same shit. There's not a two. Please leave the office.
But if we partner with them and it's external, we get to have a public L. You know how much we like those.
Man, NVIDIA really did a number on Microsoft by showing that press thing.
They did.
I heard there is gang wars. I heard it is dangerous. I need you to talk to the gang lord.
Oh, fuck the gang lord.
So more bad news time. More bad news.
Okay. All right.
Starting November 13th, the PS4 and PS5 will no longer be able to post to Twitter. So you can't post your screen caps on Twitter anymore. You know that thing, that functionality that an entire gen of games got photo modes for explicitly to take advantage of. Well, Elon apparently wants too much because his fucking sinking platform needs to be buoyed up, so he's trying to shake any company that has any connectivity with Twitter down for cash. Seemingly, Sony just went, no.
Yeah. That's not how this works.
I have to wonder how much of an unreasonable amount of money it was for them to do that. It must have just been obscene.
It's funny because Microsoft got out first, right? And now
Yes,
Sony's out.
That wasn't even a news story. They just pulled it out like months ago, I think.
Yeah. I assume Nintendo's around the corner too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really sad. There's not like enough placement for Twitter that's widely known yet. That obviously there's have integration there instead.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Everyone's going to get Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Blue Sky is so washed. I'm sorry if you're like Blue Sky will save us. It's not. It's not going to save you. For one, it's run by Jack, who ran Twitter, who is currently every day saying Elon's so smart, all his ideas are so good. So maybe don't attach your fucking shit at the hip to that guy. But like Threads didn't really take off meaningfully. This didn't take off meaningfully. Like it.
Here's the thing. I don't need these to take off meaningfully. Fuck the culture that is Twitter. Fuck the site. I'm okay with the fragmentation. Even if it makes marketing what we do harder, that's fine. I want to go to... Imagine this. When I go to the internet, I want to go to different places that have different looks and different vibes.
Okay, Dan, that's true. But I follow a lot of good Japanese artists, and I will never, ever be able to find them on another platform. So I need to Twitter to stop shitting its pants. I need Elon to stop doing tons and tons of ketamine and stumbling out fucking high as a kite and saying some shit like X will be an auction site next year.
Yeah. I feel like at some point something gets rectified on that front, but who knows? Who knows? I have no optimism.
Let's explain dunce cap Tim Sweeney.
Oh, wait, you talking about
You're gonna crash the whole PC trying to do this.
you talking about this guy?
God, it's so good.
No.
Okay, please explain Tim Sweeney's new wardrobe.
This came out in the Epic versus Google, or is it Epic versus Apple? Epic versus Apple litigation. The Epic Game Store is not profitable even now.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Epic thought that through seeking these exclusive game deals, they could get half of all PC gaming revenue.
Oh.
Yeah, half of it. Ignore the fact that there's not, like, Steam isn't the only thing. There are other things.
Right?
There's the Blizzard launcher. There's GOG. There's countless other things. Half. Just clean.
Yeah, that.
What is this, Birdemic? What a simplified fucking number. Oh, we'll do the deal for $1 million. Oh, okay, here's $1 million. What's your cut of this? 10%. Wow, you got $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, like, and all kinds of devs like popped up on Twitter, like, we contacted them to see if they wanted our game, like, to build a library for the Epic Game Store so the Epic Game Store wouldn't just be a thing you booted to get the one exclusive and free games, like you could use it as a store platform. And they said, no, we're only interested in these exclusive deals and new things. We don't want any old games or non-exclusive deals on this platform.
Man, that's just stupid.
If you go look at the Epic Game Store, first of all, tons of Web3 garbage. And two, like you can't buy a Resident Evil game on the Epic Game Store.
I mean, at that point, are you even a platform?
Like not even one.
Even the phone can buy Resident Evil,
Right?
I don't think so. I don't think even Resident Evil 4 remake is on it. I think
you're telling me Bob's
it's just
phone
like nothing.
is going to be able to play Resident Evil 4 remake, one of the hottest games of this year, before Epic Gamers can? That's sad.
Yeah, this is even more pathetic than I thought it was. I only heard parts of this.
Yeah, it's insane. How idiotic.
So glad capitalism is a pure meritocracy.
I know.
It really seems like Tim Sweeney's just and for the record, like they can't get rid of Tim Sweeney. He owns a controlling stake of the company. It's
right.
an Elon Musk Tesla situation.
Right.
Like he cannot be dislodged.
Well, no, because he founded the company. Elon did not found Tesla. He came in later.
But it seems like he's just going to drive Epic into the ground over delusions of controlling the entire gaming industry.
Right. It's like he had that thought that everyone plays Fortnite, so of course they'll also buy things on the store associated with Fortnite. It's like it's not how that works.
Everybody loves Fortnite, so I can take over the entire industry and turn it into my metaverse. Like, remember that a bunch of people left Epic recently, like not even laid off.
Oh yeah, it's tons.
Like, yeah, they're Tim Sweeney's like steering this towards Epic 2.0 being a platform, and like,
yeah, the way they described it is this is Epic the company version 4 or 5.0. And Fortnite generation you consider the prior one, and Unreal Engine becoming its own engine before that. So they clearly want to do some metaverse stuff, and it's really not going well.
Yeah. Man. It's like such an obvious win for a company in so many ways. Of like, they have this super successful game as Fortnite. They're selling this engine to everyone in the industry.
Yeah.
Like, what could go wrong? And apparently all of this. Yes.
Weird.
Yeah.
So the pandemic happened and they overreached. Very smart.
Yep.
I just think it's weird because as someone at Epic, I wouldn't think it would take forever to just make your own VR chat, which is all they really need to do.
Right.
Like if they're trying to make a metaverse, just make your own VR chat.
Yeah, I'm sure that people will put that together in the Fortnite Unreal Editor.
Right.
The problem with any competition to VR chat is that it's not going to be as open as VR chat, so people will just use VR chat instead.
Possibly. A reminder, VR chat runs on Unity, which may become a problem. Because it's a free install.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. At some point, I believe if anyone can get away with having something that's a bit too moddable, so some people may have bought really crazy things out there, then it's Epic, because they're already trying to do the Unreal Engine for Fortnite thing, which, opens them up to things. So, anyway.
So November 7th was this week.
Correct.
And traditionally on November 7th, BioWare does a thing called In7 Day.
Yeah.
Traditionally, why did something happen?
Well, they did something, and that something was an unbelievably embarrassing 30-second CG trailer of a character who we cannot see the face of because they're wearing a helmet, but they're a woman, walk down a hallway, and they turn around to show they look kind of like the original armor, but now they have like a jacket with a popped collar as part of the armor. Oh shit. Guys, we know nobody's working on this game. We know it. Like you said nobody's working on this game until Dragon Age 4 is out. It will never be out. Like, who you fooling?
Are you telling me Retro Island Gaming had a better N7 Day event than fucking BioWare?
And also the only thing we did get was yeah, we're connecting Mass Effect Andromeda, that game everybody hates, to it. It's going to be a sequel to both the original ones and Mass Effect Andromeda, and I'm like, how Mass Effect Andromeda takes place like 250 years after the originals, because it's like these colony ships went to another galaxy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty isolated because everyone's a chicken shit coward.
I guess you could do time travel.
Oh boy, I
haven't-
want to move on. Do we have other?
Sure. Embracer COO, operating officer, left the company to start a new company.
Is this the guy who was crying on stream?
No, that
No.
was the
CEO. Yeah.
Okay.
This is COO. So this is just like, we're not going to exist soon. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Ooh. And in a similar Embracer note, they reopened Free Radical to make a new Timesplitters. They're apparently shutting down that new Free Radical and already started laying people off. If they can't find a buyer, it will just be shut down. Like,
Yeah, I'm
nobody will buy
pissed.
the new Free Radical, they'll just be shut down.
Why does this keep happening? 15 years of pain liking Free Radical.
That's so bad.
Yeah, they expanded and expanded and expanded. It's like, we'll get bought out. And it's like, nobody's buying you out, bro. Look, have you seen the interest rate now?
Right.
And then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I guess we'll just go out of business and take every single one of these studios with me. I will, like, hey, Randy Pitchford, you better be calling all your friends on Epstein Net to get some funding, because you better
I
you,
can't
you,
be on stream when that's said. I gotta go.
you better have people pull your ass out of that burning building,
Mhm.
because they will take you down with them.
Yeah. Man, I really hope these guys get bought up by someone for Radical, because a new Timesplitters is just would be really cool. You know, PlayStation was pretty well associated with that. Maybe Sony will get a game that's like a first-person shooter with a story and not an awful live service game out of this. Come on, please,
Yeah,
anything.
hopefully somebody will buy them. But here's a story that really fucking sucks. Revenant Hill, which is the Night in the Woods developer, that game's canceled. Scott Benson, one of the main forces behind Night in the Woods, has severe heart failure. It seems to be some kind of viral infection. They can't work anymore. Like, their health is too bad to work, and they did so many things on development.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I have the right person. It's Bombs Fall on Twitter. I hope that is Scott Benson, and I'm not completely wrong about who that is. Game's canceled.
Yeah,
Like,
and
they
this is
literally
that
can't
thing
keep
with
working on it.
that with
It
that.
was the thing we saw that had like the cat that looked kind of like May from Night in the Woods, and it had like protesters outside a factory, and
Mm-hmm.
it was framed as like kind of period PC that we saw at a State of Play. I think we saw it at.
Sounds right.
But yeah, it's gone. It's over.
That sucks.
David Zaslav has announced WB Games is going to wholly focus on live service games going forward.
They can learn literally nothing. How does this happen after Gotham Knights does terribly?
Hey guys, I
And
left. I hope we're not talking about the same news that's been every news week for this entire fucking
And
year.
Multiversus went to get cigarettes and still isn't back.
Oh yeah.
Like Multiversus did so bad they unbooted it to try and do a relaunch to maybe have it catch on this time.
and they did.
Clearly, the problem has been that they didn't believe in these projects enough.
What are they doing to Suicide Squad for this year if it wasn't on live servicing it? Do they just think that there's some, like, if they just show us the same thing in a year, that we'll be like, oh, it's good this time, actually?
Maybe they're hoping that. Or David Zaslav was like, well, everybody else is moving away from live service. We now have a hole in the market.
Trying to loot a burning building.
It is not worth it, man.
Yeah, it's like, bro, have you seen the interest rate? You're not going to sell WB to Disney or Apple or whoever you think you're going to sell WB to.
No, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that was the plan, man.
It always is the plan. That's the only plan anyone fucking has nowadays.
This isn't gaming related, but you see that WB fucking shelved Coyote versus Acme, a movie that like was testing with 90s and every single person who saw it loved it regardless of background. It's like, well, we'll kill it for a tax write-off, put it in the vault forever.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, this needs to stop happening.
Yeah.
Is it just WB who's doing it?
I mean, they are a
That's
person who
most of
does it. Yeah.
That's most of who does it. Yeah, like Disney and HBO have done it a little bit, but it's really mostly been WB.
But I wonder how we get the kids. They still.
Yeah,
what was it? The
canceling-
CEO said Zaslav's just like, we just can't nail kids, and I'm like,
Yeah, canceling a Looney Tunes project that seemed universally beloved is a good way to fix that problem.
Yep. So sad news today. Apparently, according to the union that formed for Sega of America employees, they are now being threatened by Sega to have 40% of their workforce cut, and that's like QA and localization. And that's all people who work for the union. So
by outsourcing.
yeah, by outsourcing.
Yeah.
So that sucks.
Understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I feel like that breaks some laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I believe they are bringing it up with the authorities who dictate those laws. So hopefully this gets worked
Now
out.
is not a good time to be doing this, say, considering the National Labor Board keeps being given more and more power to bash people's heads in.
Mm-hmm.
You picked possibly the worst time in history to decide to do this.
Also, Digital Extremes had some layoffs. That's the Warframe people.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. We can't write about every.
Yeah, I think that Embracer
Layoff
Group
that
also had a bunch of layoffs.
Who did?
Embracer Group.
Oh,
More?
Yeah, I think that they
Great.
like announced 100 more or something like that. And it's just like it's going to be every week until they're gone.
Yeah, it was
God.
today. Oh my god. They confirmed 900?
that's huge.
I think it was. I thought that was the added up of everything over the last few months was 900, but it was like 124
Oh,
today.
That's still
Let
a
me check.
fucking
Okay.
record.
yeah.
They've announced that they've announced 900 over the last 3 months, but apparently they're announcing cuts to Gearbox and Crystal Dynamics.
Oh my god.
Again, Randy, go to your fucking funders. You need to find the eject button now or your studio's going to be dead. And Crystal Dynamics, they're making 2 of Xbox's games. Back to the subject of Xbox not being able to get games out.
Wait, which? Because Perfect Dark. What's the other one again?
Fable.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Fable might be Eidos Montreal because I connect them in my mind because
That's true. Yeah.
together.
Yeah. I think
But
think
yeah.
you got it. Yeah.
Like Embracer has this pact with Microsoft to help them get these games out. Now they're just slashing people.
Western game devs making a deal with us, or Western game publishers making a deal with Western game devs they don't own to make their games. Good. Now, if we eat shit, they'll make the game. And they're saying the same
apparently,
thing on the other side.
apparently, Payday 3 didn't do so fucking hot because it was on fire at launch, so that like blunted its early sales.
Yeah, it was not done.
Yeah, that's so bizarre of a thing to do because you can. That's the sort of game you can just hold. Like your Payday 2 is still selling a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
and Payday
so-
2 is eternal.
Yeah, and people are not going to stop playing it unless the news thing is incredibly immaculate at launch.
Right.
Well, Bob, that was cool news about cool games.
Yeah, I wish I had more of that. Unfortunately, the newly formed Free Radical Design, formed Young Mech Timesplitters again by Embracer, will probably shut down on December 11th.
Yeah, they have a consulting firm telling them whether or not. That's the thing that I just assumed that all these closures and layoffs are they have some outside consulting firm telling them what to cut.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. They obviously the leadership has no fucking idea what they own or how valuable the things they own is. They just bought as much as possible.
Yeah, this is really depressing. Apparently, 55 of the studio's 100 staff have already put on LinkedIn that they're looking for a new job.
Just to be clear, the level of anger I have over this.
I was about to say I've never seen you be like this actually angry at a news story, Dan. Like in the whole time of Big Thing to Mention.
Every person responsible for every time Timesplitters has slipped away is going to hell, including the band Korn.
I mean,
Every person
yeah.
who came close to making a decision that caused them to go under and not make a new Timesplitters is slipping through a hell portal and going to hell.
It is so upsetting as someone who just wanted a Timesplitters after 3 that this has been happening for 17 years. That's a long fucking time.
Yeah. God, we need to do Timesplitters month.
We do.
sometime.
Apparently, this is our fault.
Right, we
Which
haven't.
means if we don't do a Timesplitters month, we're going to hell. It sucks so much.
Yeah,
we
they-
even
they-
get like fan community like, oh, hey, we're going to make our own HD thing. And they're like, hey, what's up? We got our support. We're going to integrate that into this. And then we're going to blow it up in the atmosphere.
Every time. It feels like we've been close to for so many times now.
Uh-huh.
And this is the biggest one.
Uh-huh.
And it just blows up in our face like this.
It's so infuriating.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at this point, stop doing it the way you're doing it. It says there 55 people of 100 staff members of Free Radical.
Uh-huh.
You don't need that many people to make Timesplitters because you're not going to start with a normal one. You're going to start with Timesplitters as seen as a boomer shooter. You're going to make a Quake era Timesplitters. Then you're going to use that to build momentum into a real one. And then at least at the end of the day, something named Timesplitters that has the ethos of Timesplitters will have fucking shipped.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, just make a skin for GoldenEye. That's fine.
That would be even more of a development hell as they try to figure out the rights. Oh, fuck. What are we doing? We gotta
Fine, use Perfect Dark.
We got to talk to Microsoft, Nintendo, MGM, which is now Amazon.
God, I forgot. What?
Uh-huh.
No.
And then Amazon got confused and made us start making their Lord of the Rings game or something.
This is the big one, and I don't like this because we're going to get this story 3 or 4 more times next year also. IGN is reporting that Bungie's layoffs earlier this year were a desperate gambit to keep Sony from taking direct control of the company. According to the agreement they signed when they were acquired, if they miss their earning goals by enough, like if they are unprofitable or not profitable enough by a certain amount, Sony gets to dissolve their board and put in their own board for Bungie. They basically get to absorb them into Sony structure. Leadership refused the idea of executive pay cuts entirely and said, Bungie's not that kind of company. There's apparently beginning to be stress between Bungie's in-house QA, which was a big part of Bungie's identity, and leadership, with leadership basically being, you guys aren't important. Fuck you. You're not developers. Go to hell. Many of the layoffs coincidentally hit people who had spearheaded diversity inclusion initiatives at Bungie.
You know,
It's
you
almost
hate
like
to see
leadership.
anybody thrown into the wood chipper, but if somebody's going in the wood chipper, maybe there's a short list.
We're going to get this. I guarantee that deals like this exist for Bethesda and Activision. We're going to get these stories from those companies next year.
I feel like Microsoft's too fucking afraid because they did that literal thing all of 7th gen and it burned down every studio they owned.
If we've learned anything, it's Microsoft's incapable of learning a lesson from anything ever.
I feel like their larger thing is they learned the wrong lessons a lot of the time. You know, they didn't learn to make a standard normal Fable with a reasonable development time thing. They learned you've made all the Fable you can Fable, make a spin-off. That's not the correct lesson. Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
This sucks bad. Bungie
They
used to
also-
be really amazing. So to see this, how it all goes down.
Mm-hmm.
They also called the layoffs a lever they will pull again. So they will literally fire everyone in that company rather than let Sony take control of the company. Which is going to happen in the end anyway, and then Sony will shut them down because there will be nothing left. It's sure great that Sony paid $4 billion for a company that never reported their numbers or was even had the impression of being super profitable, just so they could tell them all the shit you're making is garbage, cancel all of it, and then the studio immediately burned to the ground.
Well, to be fair, it feels like Destiny would be just as troubled right now.
monetarily. They'd be just as screwed. They took a huge investment from who was it? Nexon. You remember NCSoft?
It was one of them. It was
Yeah.
some big Korean company, I think.
Wait. What's the one who's making all the studios for the Japanese executives?
NetEase.
NetEase. I think it was a NetEase investment.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, there's all sorts of like signs continuing and consistent that they just are on a bad trajectory and have been for years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And it
I
just
feel like we've been talking about this since the purchase happened of like, what are they doing?
But yeah, it sucks because this story is both Bungie sucks, but also Sony's making it worse by trying to do a hostile takeover as a part of the contract. And it's like, why did you sign that contract,
Right?
Bungie?
The Bungie's really good
Because
at
their
signing bad
leaders got a bunch
contracts.
of money and then got to leave.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
Yeah, this is...
God, that sucks.
What a doomed company. This is awful.
Well, that's it for
That's
me.
all the hell.
Anyway, E3's dead.
God.
Again.
Yeah, it keeps happening. I'm really sick of
Good.
it.
Stay dead this time.
E3 was a great and necessary evil. Maybe we've moved past it. I have a lot of
I
great
feel like the
memories
only
Go ahead.
the only thing now is going to be people trying to do their own Nintendo Directs that have no business trying to do that.
I mean, that's not true. Plenty of people are doing their Summer Games Fest instead of E3.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's the kinks in the system now are a bunch of people who have no business having 3-hour shows, having 3-hour shows.
And then we'll just be left to that forever. Whereas if E3 had stayed, we would have 4 days, and then we would be done for the whole fucking summer.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I liked E3 a lot. It was, for a long time, like, oh man, it'll be cool to actually go there one day.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah,
everything just crashed. Sucks.
Yeah, no, it does suck. It sucks a lot. It sucks that the number one reason it started falling apart is that the big three just slowly realized, especially Nintendo first and then Sony, that they didn't need E3 at all and they could just do their directs, and that pulled all the power out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then left a power vacuum no one even wanted to fill.
Yeah.
So it just imploded.
Yeah, and then E3, instead of like the ESA trying to court people and make it easier to get in and make it something that could be for smaller publishers, is like, no, the fees are so insane.
Yeah, the fees are insane, so it can't serve that purpose either.
Right? Like, it's rough.
I wonder what horrible creature will come back wearing the skin of E3. Because it's not going to die forever. It's too strong of a thing.
Right.
It's E3.
I wonder if Jeff Keighley will pick up the corpse in some way.
That's the best case scenario.
E3/G4.
I don't even think Summer Gaming is going to last that long. I don't
You
think Jeff Keighley's going to be picking up shit.
I don't know. I feel like he does care about the industry, and that the industry needs something during the summer.
I
mean,
think
yeah,
he
of
might
course.
care, but I don't I think we're going to run out of people even wanting to bother.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I think Summer Games Fest has worked out for Keighley. I mean, the Game Awards is basically the same thing, just at a different time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they pretend to give awards. But here's the thing. You can't get mad about that because you're implying that you actually give a shit about the opinions of game journalists, which are fucking morons. You all agreed 10 seconds before you got angry about the awards weren't given enough time when they went to the wrong thing. But yeah, no, I think he's definitely going to keep up Summer Games Fest, and I think it's possible he might want to buy the trademark to E3, but the question is, would they even part with that for a reasonable price?
Right. Like, would it make any sense to do
For him, because
right,
he's got
Summer
enough
Game Fest
brand
is also-
recognition.
yeah, it's already pretty big.
And he gets to promote it every year at the Game Awards, and the Game Awards at Summer Game Fest every year. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
but still, E3 as a sound has power and potential for at least the next 10 years. Once you get past that, I think it'll die.
Yeah. If there's literally no motion on it for 10 years, you're probably right. Even though, God, how long has it been going for?
25 years.
Yeah.
28 years. Because the first one was 95.
That's
Yeah, no.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of good memories about throwing E3 parties. The cool thing about E3 is that people had to fit into a schedule, and all the different channels could do their different schedules around the events of the thing. But the major shit happened at very particular times. It was a great viewing experience compared to what we have now. And it made the game publishers have to try harder.
God, and then like we got a lot of really neat stuff like GameStop or GameSpot and IGN would both set up booths literally there and have extended interviews with developers and where you got to see literally new stuff from the game.
Yeah, and then YouTube Gaming would do it too, and then Rocco Bodie would trick the guy who knew, who was the host of YouTube Gaming, into showing a skit where a man eats human shit live on the E3 stream and then pretend that Rocco didn't do that. So yeah, E3 was pretty magic. Also, yeah, there's the giant bomb stuff. My favorite stuff from the later E3s is getting to see the giant bomb after the show segments where they have all the developers, important figures in the industry just stop by and talk and stuff. And it was always kind of crazy and it was cool.
Yeah.
As it turns out, online streamed videos to announce hype shit is not the same as getting an industry into one spot. The real major losses here are going to be the networking and the other things that are also important for the industry.
There was also just like the amount of access you would have at a floor show like that, where now they're like, here's the trailer. Before it'd be like, can we play that gameplay segment you showed? Why not? And you'd also have stuff where like they'd catch you running your presentation on a Mac Pro instead of your Xbox.
Right, yeah. See, there's something amazing about, wait a minute, this is just a Power Mac Pro or whatever with your fucking 3 Power PC cores, or 2. It was only dual core. This is under the table right now.
Right. Oh man, and then stuff like Konami shows, like you can only get these things if a large company has to do something live.
If they're forced to do something at a time and a place to compete with other people doing a thing, which drives them insane.
Yes.
Yes. I think Sony would be more affected if they had to go to E3, and compared to, say, Nintendo, they would show up with their one game for the year.
I mean, they just wouldn't show up.
Yeah, I mean,
they
that's where
already
we
quit
ended
doing
up.
that before this went away.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's no pressure put on them.
Right.
They don't have to in the streaming era. Like, can you get rid of the internet? Then we can have E3 back.
Yeah. I mean, I think, just like Game Developers Conference and some other events, it is important to get people to network and get people to show up at a certain place. I think there's value in that, not just for the industry, but for us as spectators. But yeah, I don't know. When's the last time there was a good E3 is a really complicated question.
Right. There wasn't even an E3.
2015.
Yeah, that's you know what? Pretty close.
I think because 2015 is when they revealed Shenmue 3, which at the time was insanely cool.
Yes.
Maybe less so when it finally came out. Nier Automata was revealed then, and it was like by the combat director of Metal Gear Rising, so everybody was real excited.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they showed the Final Fantasy VII remake, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Was that also when they had God of War 2018 revealed?
Yes,
I think that
so.
was yeah.
Yeah, that was a really crazy show.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, no.
And Nintendo was there like, it's another year before we can acknowledge the Switch even sort of exists. We have to keep pretending this fucking turd is our going forward. Show Smash Brothers on the 3DS.
Didn't they have? Isn't that the year that they set up an entire boost that was literally just Breath of the Wild? Just like that's all they had. So they
2015? I think that was 2016.
Maybe.
Because, it comes out 2017.
Right.
So it was a year before.
Did Smash 4 have Mii Fighters? Was that a Smash 4 or a Smash Ultimate invention?
I'm pretty sure that's Smash 4. Also, what was it? God of War was 2016.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would have meant 2015 was probably the year with the Iwata Reggie fighting each other
bit. the
Smash
Mii
4
Fighters.
was 2014. So then I
Was
sit
it
there and
2014?
wonder what in the hell was 2015 for Nintendo.
There was one year where they just had a bunch of weird little things that eventually
Like-
turned into Star Fox Zero
That might have been the year.
and
Yeah.
something
I guess they
else.
could gas up
Yeah,
Mario
that-
Maker.
Also, somewhere in there is Animal Crossing Happy Home director.
That is the year we had the. That is the
Amiibo
year we had the
Festival,
Nintendo.
right?
We had the Nintendo Muppets that year. We had the Iwata and Reggie Muppets.
Oh, that was neat.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the games were though. They did
Mhm.
they did reveal Star Fox then.
Yeah, that makes sense because the Muppets were styled like they had the Star Fox Muppets as well.
Yeah, and they also had already done those demos at an earlier E3.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. E3 was pretty great. You would see Microsoft make moves to get like big important reveals like Devil May Cry 5 and other things like that because their first party offerings were not strong even by then. But you go further back and their first party offerings were really strong, and they would get the big guns out a lot of the time on Sony during 7th gen.
They'd lower a car onto a man and watch him die.
And then Master Chief would salute him.
Yes.
And then the guy from Top Goes the Narrative would be like, "You're not my wife anymore. You just look like her." And people are like, "Did he run over his wife? What did that mean?" But yeah, no, I have a lot of positive memories about E3, but it hasn't been that in a while. So.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I would love if there was a law that you have to go and have a show.
Or we disband your
live.
company. It will be
Yeah.
dissolved.
It's like, no, you guys have to. We're chaining you down. You're getting in this room.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So Modus Games gutted Main 6, the team behind them's Fightin' Herds, and all
What?
support for the game has ended. Like they fired all of them this week. And that publisher has another fighting game coming out soon, which sure seems like suspicious timing for things.
That sucks.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they just got the fighting herds onto like the new consoles last year.
Yeah, now they're dead.
And there was even a season pass going, I thought. Like, I guess they must have just finished it.
Yeah, I think they finished and it's like, yeah, well, everybody got fucking fired. Don't sign your indie studio over to a publisher like this. They'll just kill you. Like you can do work for them for a game, but don't let yourself be owned by them. They're just gonna kill you.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This literally came out of nowhere. All right.
On a similar note, Embracer killed the Danish 3D Realms.
What did they make? Like,
They
what-
made Ion Fury, I believe.
Oh.
What?
Fuck.
But the new ones.
They
my
also
God.
published Cultic from last year.
Come on.
I don't know what's happening to the other games that they had in development now. I guess the ones they were just publishing will probably be fine.
I guess that explains why the next Ion Fury isn't made by them.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah. this is-
Okay. Yeah, it says here in August 2021, 3D Realms Entertainment was acquired by Embracer Group, their subsidiary, Saber Interactive. Thank you, Saber Interactive.
we already talked about the Baldur's Gate thing layoffs related to that, right? Did that come up earlier in the
No.
Baldur's Gate?
No.
No.
According to people who work at Larian, like every single person who was on the Wizards of the Coast side of helping with development of Baldur's Gate 3 is gone.
Oh yeah, Hasbro is taking the hatchet.
So wait, people who didn't work at Larian, but people who worked at Wizards of the Coast.
People who are like, we're helping you get these resources and helping you work out the mechanics of based on the tabletop game in your game. Like the people who worked for Wizards of the Coast and worked in contact with Larian to assist with development of Baldur's Gate 3 in like a support role. None of them are there anymore.
Man, this industry.
Cool. What a great
The,
industry. I love
the
it.
myth of meritocracy. Or if you're successful, you obviously won't be fired for absolutely no reason because an executive decided you didn't make money in a way they liked. It would actually, if we had a supercomputer that was solely motivated by profit, it would indeed be superior to the current state of affairs because at least then you could say, well, it's ruthlessly motivated by profit instead of a human being who is motivated by profit, but only if it in a way that makes them right.
Man, this
also,
Fucking sucks.
Yeah.
also, The Last of Us multiplayer is canceled for real now.
Yeah, so that's good because oh boy.
Man.
Naughty Dog came out and said, we're ceasing development. We can't make it and make something else.
That's wow.
Man, that's the thing you should have known 3 years ago when you made this decision. I could have told you, and I don't work in games.
Right? How?
Why is this so hard?
How-
Why is this so hard? I constantly sit here and see these news stories about fucking game developers stating the fucking obvious years into a project.
Oh, geez. I didn't realize that the COVID spike wouldn't just continue until magical beings descended from the heavens and gave us money, because that's the only place it can reasonably come from if you extrapolate that line even 5 years out.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Like that they have that's what they said. Like anyone would know that.
Once again, good. I'm glad. It was obviously a waste of effort.
It
You
was.
should have made a conservative multiplayer mode that people would have loved and enjoyed. Even I would have been happy for that. I enjoyed The Last of Us 1's multiplayer. This entire thing was a mistake from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't at any point in these 3 years just get scrapped and turned into the super conservative, just like, here it is as a game update. You can just have these maps and play with your friends.
So we had two paths in front of us: become a solely live service game studio, or continue to focus on single player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage. What a quote. I wonder why Jim's getting kicked out from all these studios who internally keep saying, apparently because it's been leaking, that they don't want to turn their entire studio into a fucking live service studio.
Yeah, what a concept.
Would we have had Ghost of Tsushima 2 by now if Jim Ryan wasn't like, you need to be making 2 games, and one of those is a live service game and should get all your staff?
Yeah.
God.
What idiots. They were on such a good roll. They had such good momentum, and they could have built up on
Yeah,
that.
all they needed to do with the PS5 was expand in more limited ways and be like, you're bringing back our old IPs. You're making new IPs that target people different than the high fidelity prestige TV style IPs that defined us in the PS4 gen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have those people making those, but we expand our demographic. You know, like Nintendo did over the past 3 years and kicked the shit out of us.
Yeah. Did you know there are a lot of price points between $0 and $70? Did you know you could have had any
$70?
No,
$70.
Between
But what you just say we could get $70?
Okay, 1 second. Name a number lower than 70.
Oh, I can't do that. Jesus. No.
$69.99.
Dan, the mistake in your math here is that you're aiming for a price factor that is below what it is possible to get, which is $70.
But free is okay.
No, $70.
You're making a lot of live service games, or you're intending to sell them for $70.
Oh no, that's infinite money. They will make all money forever because
It also seems like they intended to sell every single one of these for $70.
Yeah, no, I fully believe that after the Destruction All-Stars and their thoughts on how that should work. It'll take them getting days before launch and being like, oh, here's the price. And then everyone yelling at them for them to realize, oh, this might not work.
After hearing consumer feedback that $70 is, quote, a lot of money for this piece of fucking shit, we've decided to lower the price of Destruction All-Stars. I guess.
to free. Can you even buy Destruction All Stars? Like, is
you
that
could
even
after
purchasable?
launch, yeah. You can still buy it. It's like $20.
Unlike the
But-
crew, which is now no longer
We didn't even talk
existing.
about that.
No, we
yeah.
didn't.
We didn't talk about guys.
I
They're
forgot.
taking away the crew.
Yeah, it's over.
That sucks. That game was neat.
That was neat.
Didn't they just release a new version of that last year? This year. Didn't Ubisoft send a version out to get killed like 2 months ago? They
Yeah.
did, the Crew Motorfest.
Yeah.
The one that wishes it was Forza Horizon, while Forza Motorsport wishes it was dead. I hate this fucking industry. I'm so tired. I used to like AAA games. I mostly disliked them during 7th Gen because they ran bad and they were pretty short. Which not as short as I thought, evidently.
No.
I'm finding out every Friday. It's so depressing now that the reasons to dislike it, it's like, oh, these games could run well. But unfortunately, this entire industry is mostly not shipping anything and falling apart at the seams. And when they do ship things, they're nowhere near done. Because once again, Chris could have gotten Star Wars at launch for $70.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, he waited until it was, what, 20, 30? How much did you get?
$27.50 is what I got it for.
And it had the 60 frames per second mode in it now.
Yeah, I like, again, 2024, my big resolution is like, unless we're covering it as a
Yeah.
spoiler cast, I'm not buying a game at launch.
Yeah, at
There's
some point.
no reason. You spend the most money for the worst experience. You have created the worst fucking possible dichotomy for yourself, game industry. And if people internalize what you've built, it's going to get real bad for you.
Yeah, I'm starting to get to the point where it's like, hey guys, new rule. December games don't exist because they're $70 in December.
Yeah.
Like for game of
Like-
the year. Just it's
At least Grand Blue's 50. That's something.
yeah, that's something. And let me
Like-
be real, it wasn't going to show up on my top 10. This year's too
No,
good for it to show up
no.
on my top 10.
Like,
Maybe.
there's so many things coming out in the first 3 months of next year. And it's like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is important for me to not have Twitter tell me what's in that game. So I have to buy it at launch.
Which they will do within the hour.
That's why I'm going social media blackout when that game comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And and maybe Dragon's Dogma 2 the next month, but like I can wait on Like a Dragon, I can wait on Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, I can wait on Tekken 8, I can wait on all of this shit. I can wait on Rise of the Ronin. That's a Sony thing. It's gonna be fine. It doesn't need me there to help it.
Yeah, it's even crazier because gamers have larger backlogs than they've ever had before. Like just me personally, like there's plenty of games I would rather go play right now than I could. Then
I
like
mean, we
something
just had a great year.
we
so of
just had a great
course.
year, but we also had many great years before that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's not just new games now. We're in this new brave new world where people are bringing over games you never got
Right.
in the day. Like I have the Marl Kingdom Chronicles on my shelf right now, that thing Nippon Ichi Software of America put out, which is 2 games that never even got localized.
So yeah, anyways, I don't know how we got to this rant yet again, but hey, game devs, new goal for 2024, finish your goddamn games. Convince your publisher to let you finish your goddamn games. Dragon Age, try to exist. Well, that's it for Bob news. I guess that means we have to move on to Chris news. Hey Chris, can we start with like a highlight, like the Bob news?
Oh yeah, we need to talk about. I don't think it's in here. The Firewall Ultra devs shutting down.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to copy that over because once again I started things and it started breaking, and I hate computers. Anyway, yeah, the developer behind Firewall Ultra, which is the first-person shooter in VR made by one of Sony's own studios, is shutting down now. Sony was the publisher on that, rather, and this developer was already working on another game. Their name, by the way, First Contact Entertainment, and their press release about them shutting down has a typo in it, but I'm going to read it anyways. After almost 8 years of working with the most amazing team I've ever had the pleasure of being a part of, I'm sad to announce that we will be closing our company, First Contact Entertainment, by the end of the year. The lack of support for virtual reality within the industry has eventually taken its toll.
As a AAA virtual reality game developer, we are not able to justify the expenses needed gouging forward. We are a team of fearless innovators willing to push new technologies to its limits. I am extremely proud of the team and I'm grateful to our investors, our partners, and of course, our community of dedicated and passionate players. It's been a wild ride. Thank you. A reminder, until the Koi Koi game that I bought a month ago, barely, this was the hugest disappointment. This game, Firewall Ultra 2, or Firewall Ultra, because I think the first one's called Firewall Alpha or something. Anyways, was the biggest disappointment in any VR game I've gotten. The thing had numerous problems from a playability standpoint. It had no single-player content at all. It was a real wet fart of a launch, and every single person who played it was like, this is terrible. And it sounds like they barely improved it since. And now the developer's shutting down, so I'm really pissed at Sony.
Yeah, I can't believe Sony put this out with their name on it. Like, that's insane.
Right, and now they're just letting the developer shut down. It's like, what are you doing? You should be funding them fixing the fucking game you publish. This is a $40 game.
Yeah.
So, pretty pissed. Sony needs better return policies. They need to go fuck themselves. There are a whole list of things I suggest Sony does, and those two top the list right now. Okay, now we can get to the up news that is the Chris news. Hey, Chris. Give me the Bob news about Bobby K.
Bobby Kotick is leaving Blizzard on December 29th. Activision isn't going to have leadership anymore.
That's weird.
Their divisions will now directly report to the Microsoft guy they're under.
That is.
So there's no more uniform Activision Blizzard guy who is in charge.
That is really, really strange and may actually shake things up over there because, as you know, it was always the Activision Blizzard producers coming into Overwatch, coming into the Blizzard end of the company, coming to the smaller companies and forcing them to work on projects that didn't make sense.
Right.
This is very bizarre.
I think Matt Booty now overlooks all that shit, everything.
Well, it's a good thing Matt Booty's really on top of fostering a really good first-party offering, and
he's so good at managing
studios.
Studios, yeah, he's great at it.
He definitely wasn't over all the studios as they shut down towards the end of 7th gen, beginning of 8th.
And he definitely didn't have anything to do with Redfall.
It is absolutely not fair for you to remember a series of things that happened in the past, correlate them into a reasonable narrative, and use them to predict the future like this. That's just you being fanboys.
That does seem to be a magic spell that people get mad at, yeah.
Reading this press release from Phil Spencer that was so positive about Bobby Kotick was you should have said nothing.
He wrote positive words for Bobby Kotick?
Yeah, and be happy with all of this other stuff about him. And it was
cool.
Don't write this.
Neat.
I know that it is the corporate normal thing to do, but you shouldn't have done it.
But he's Bobby Kotick, so don't.
Yeah, I can't even feel good about this. He just won.
Yeah,
he's leaving gaming even, so he won't even be here for the collapse.
No, right? Yeah, he just gets this golden parachute.
He literally
he just got $1 billion, and he gets to leave. He's the best. He's the biggest single success story as a person in gaming history now.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he strip mined all of those studios to make them shit out of Call of Duty every year to shoot the price up insanely and then sell to Microsoft.
Yep.
He implemented so many unsustainable practices just to drive the studio to a point where Microsoft could buy them.
Congratulations, you awful son of a bitch. You get to Kissinger.
Did you hear that WB is wanting to buy Paramount?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that should be
I have
stopped.
a little bit more the FTC has been on a hot streak the past couple months. They've been kicking the shit out of these companies.
They've been trying. Yeah.
They've succeeded in a lot of ways.
I can know one where they didn't.
Yeah. But to be fair, the judge was literally in Microsoft's pocket, so that tends to work against them.
No, we can't say that. Then we're fanboys.
Yeah, then we're fanboys.
We're fanboys if we point out that the judge's son worked for Microsoft, and at no point did this come up in the trial and lead to any change in anything ever.
I didn't know that. Great. So you're thinking maybe that'll be stopped, the WB Paramount?
not only have they been on a hot streak, they've like passed updated laws, so now the companies can't even say, "But we followed your rules, ooh woo." Like they updated the rules to make it significantly more stringent, and when they allow this shit to happen.
Good.
What guys think of the Cartoon Network Nickelodeon crossovers?
Yeah,
That
why don't you
had-
fucking man children already scream that? That would be so poggers. That would be
But
great.
they're,
I want to see Alex Battaglia talking about how this would be fucking woke and awesome if we could get a crossover between Dexter's Lab and Rugrats. I want to see
but-
all of the people who clapped for how amusing a crossover would be in gaming for cartoons owned by Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
but they just knocked in some pharmaceutical companies' heads in to get rid of unfair patents. They've been kicking the shit out of banks recently. Outside of the Microsoft thing, they've been stunningly successful at blocking these kinds of acquisitions, especially on like the airline front.
You know, as you can tell from my tone just now, I am not someone who's at all positive on the merger between Activision Blizzard and Microsoft, but maybe by removing the Activision Blizzard producers and Bobby Kotick and everyone having to directly report to Microsoft and the streamlining that may happen from that, they may accidentally whoopsie their way into actually restoring those studios a little. We will have to see.
No.
Yeah, it needs to be seen to be believed. Just because
Oh,
of
of
how,
course.
however, every other studio they're working with is crumbling. Like, it's hard to imagine anything else.
What's wrong with Arcane?
And-
Did something
Oh,
happen
and-
to them this year? Did Arcane ship a game that was clearly a bad idea, rushed, and then Phil?
Anyways, look forward to our gaming news of 2023 year-long wrap-up coming up after this.
I'm sure State of
An-
Decay
an-
Studio is also doing great.
Yeah,
They're doing great.
they answered
Another
the
big
phone last
FTC
night.
that happened this week, I think it happened this week, was them knocking Rite Aid's teeth out.
Oh, cool.
Rite Aid bought AI facial recognition software to help them identify shoplifters and basically harassed thousands of completely innocent shoppers because of that.
You don't
Yeah, this is just-
shoplift with your face, moron.
This is just a thing that that companies keep that pop up every so often where it was one of those car rental companies has been getting the shit kicked out of it for a couple of years because they'll just randomly decide that someone stole a car and then you have to spend years and years fighting them to prove you did not steal that car. Which is a pretty good reason to never rent a car. But let's move into some of the other news before the horror block.
We're not there already.
But there was another War Thunder thing, and we have now run out of news that isn't fucking the nightmares.
Well, there's this last thing. That's fine, right? The last thing.
I was going to talk about that with
Oh.
the context
Oh,
of
okay.
horrors.
Okay, sure, let's get to it.
So, a hacker got into Insomniac shit and stole a terabyte of data. There was lots and lots and lots of shit in it. So if you don't want to hear any of it, you better check out now. Because while we aren't going over every single thing, we're going to cover some of it.
I'm gonna go.
This
ahead and
included
update this text here to say Insomniac Leak news.
This includes the entire cast of Wolverine, gameplay footage of Wolverine, entire internal documents about Wolverine. It also seemingly included the alpha build, which people have already gotten working on Xbox Series dev modes.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, Sony's gonna like put out like an Al Jazeera execution video of these hackers. Like it's gonna be rough. They're gonna have them extra legally killed. See footage of people running the fucking Wolverine pre-alpha on a fucking Xbox.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, cast of Wolverine. Nothing. Not going to go through all of it. Omega Red's in the game. I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that's sick. I'm pretty sure that topped our list of things we wanted in this game.
Yes.
Deborah Wilson is in this game because seemingly she just has to be in every game now. I like Deborah Wilson, but you know you could make it so I don't immediately see her and go, hey, that's Deborah Wilson.
Deborah Wilson being the Minter character in Jedi,
Oh,
that
and she is
actor.
also in Forspoken.
Oh, okay. Yeah, her. Yeah.
And she's also Amanda Waller in Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because she's in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is in this. I actually did not recognize the name of her character in this, so they might be someone I've never heard of. And here's why I went into the Podlord channel on the podcast Discord and asked Podlords to not include data from the leak in their Podlords. Troy Baker's Mr. Sinister.
And he's been with us the whole time.
Not only is he voicing Mr. Sinister, this is also facial capture, so Mr. Sinister will just look like Troy Baker.
Yeah, like he always has.
you're right. Exactly.
I'm glad I don't yet have context for Mr. Sinister, so this will be fun.
Oh, this is going to be
This will
good.
be fun.
He might even have a plan.
Yes.
Mr. Sinister is the most I have bizarre plans of the X-Men villains, I think.
Yes. That's awesome.
Good.
Mr. Sinister looks wild, and also there's been so many bizarre things. They've made up so many weird things. Like originally he was supposed to be like an illusion that an evil child was projecting out into the world. That's why his name was Mr. Sinister, because it was supposed to be like a stupid name a child would pick.
Right.
Uh-huh.
But they never actually did that. They just admitted later, I think Chris Claremont admitted, the biggest X-Man in Miter at the time, was like, yeah, I decided not to go in that direction. then there was a weird period where he was invincible except from Cyclops' eye beams. That was the only thing that could hurt him.
I mean, I feel like those should be a hurt anything, so that checks out.
But we got, this game is going to have 2 protagonists. That came out in this leak.
Oh.
That I don't know.
The other protagonist will be Jean Grey. So, and the gameplay footage has like her using her psychic powers to throw guys around, so it's not going to be like a Mary Jane situation. She seems to be like a fully fleshed out character.
Huh.
So they jumped me early with the X-Men game.
Yeah.
Good.
Crazy.
Thank you.
Here's something Dan will be unhappy about. The person playing Wolverine, Dan and Bob both have experience with them.
Oh,
Don't say.
No.
Don't say it's Deke.
It is not Sam Witwer. That would be really funny. It is Marcus Phoenix's son.
Oh, it's JD?
Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know anything else about him other than that one role.
Liam McIntyre, I think is his name, the Australian actor.
All right.
Okay. All right.
So not Steve Bloom.
Not Steve
Not
Blue.
Steve Bloom. Not somehow Hugh Jackman. Huh.
All right.
I gotta
we
get this
did get-
out here, otherwise it will never be said on Big Think. Bob, somebody in chat said it. I had to go double check it because I didn't believe it. Deborah Wilson shows up in all these games. I never connected her in-game appearance with, that was the lady on Mad TV back in the late 90s and early aughts, and I'm losing my mind right now as I deal with that.
No, that's not all right.
That is a lot to cope with. That is a lot to cope with.
There does seem to be some open world elements to the game from that footage, but descriptions of characters implied that there will be like multiple maps. Like it won't be one huge area you're in the whole game. Like it will be smaller areas you travel between.
Okay, so maybe it's something like a God of War.
I'm gonna move on to their release schedule. I will say all those leaks about Wolverine being 2024 were wrong. That's 2026.
Microsoft, wrong again. Are we sure that the information that says that is recent? Because this leak has information dating back to, I think, 2020.
But this leak has their entire release schedule up till 2032.
Jesus.
And there's no reason to believe it's coming out sooner. Anything's coming out sooner than this. Like, this seems like a fairly recent schedule.
Man, and they showed off a Wolverine. They announced Wolverine
In 2021, I think.
God, with oh my God, wow,
With just the claw coming out. And if you look at the footage, it's pre-alpha for sure. Like, nothing is done.
Which is to say, it looks like a mostly done PS4 game, which is not how it is allowed to look.
No, I mean, there's stuff like, here's the climbing animations on the wall of grid
Yeah.
that has no texture or model.
I've watched the footage. It is clearly a game that is being competently made that is nowhere near done. But 2026 is still, like, that's almost 3 full years out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I don't think it's launching in the last 10 days of 2026. So it's not a full 3 years. Good Lord, though.
They had like a little scale, like how late in the year it's supposed to come out, and that one was real close to the end. So I would say probably end of October,
Probably
early November.
Yeah. Insomniac do like
Anyway,
that time slot.
here's Insomniac's schedule until 2032.
Spoilers.
2025, Venom.
Okay.
We did it. We did it. They did not make the wrong decision, which is making a fucking Silk game. They made the correct decision of making a Venom game. I wonder if they will be doing Spider-Man 2 DLC that's like introduces like their version of Eddie Brock, because I can't see it being Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be weird.
It's Otto Octavius taking control of Harry's body.
Oh my
I'd
God,
also
Bob,
take that.
do you realize what that means? Now we really have to watch the Venom movies.
Yes.
God damn it. And then I'm going to be playing the game and have the Eminem song stuck in my head.
2026, Wolverine. 2028, Spider-Man 3. 2029, Ratchet and Clank. So it's gonna be 8 years between Ratchet and Clank games.
Man,
That's even longer than 2000, the remake to Rift Apart.
I'm surprised Ratchet is even on here. I'm glad that he is, but it is
I guess
way
his
too
role
long.
is launch title because that would put it at the exact same spot relative to the PS6 launch that Ratchet and Clank A Rift Apart is to the PS5 launch. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. What in the fuck?
2030, X-Men.
Great.
And there's the implication that they want to do a X-Men trilogy like Spider-Man. Like they want to do an X-Men trilogy where you play as all these different characters building up to Apocalypse being the villain.
Can we just all admit it was a fucking dickish move for them to not have Beast walk out at the end of Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, or 2 in order to make me personally look like an asshole? Like, they clearly are doing the X-Men games.
Yeah, they just didn't want to show their hand.
We don't need Blue Fraser. We don't need more instances of Blue Fraser.
Look, it doesn't need to look like Fraser. It needs to act like Fraser, but
This is important.
it doesn't need to look like him. The important thing is getting Beast out at the end of a game because that's buggers.
And also they promised some kind of new IP in the 2030 range. Who the fuck knows what that is?
Man.
So what I'm seeing, okay, just glancing past Wolverine, is that the PS6 with Spider-Man 3, Ratchet and Clank, and X-Men has a pretty good lineup. I have the PS5 right now.
I like that those leaks about Spider-Verse happening is a game from them are seemingly fake. Like that's not on here.
No, those seemingly were real and it was canceled.
Good.
The plan was seemingly it was supposed to not be like Spider-Man 2 or 3. It was supposed to be their version of GTA Online.
Ugh.
Yeah, I have no idea what form it was supposed to take, but that's what I heard.
Man, I wonder how
And
much
they
development
decided-
time was ruined on yet another live service multiplayer game in a Sony studio.
Yeah, I wonder why Wolverine moves from 2023 to 2026.
Oh, well.
Also included in the Insomniac leak was a bunch of Sony internals.
Okay.
Horizon Forbidden West has lower sales than Horizon Zero Dawn and probably always will because it was put on PS Plus Fucky Wucky tier. It completely flatlined that game's sales, like stone fucking dead. They have a chart. They have a chart. I put it in that channel in the channel if Dan wants to grab it and show people. Corpsed.
They need something to test their theory, which was an obvious theory. Like
The question is, can I show this? Or will Sony go full Nintendo? I don't know how this is working out for other people.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I feel like we could just say that the chart that flatlines,
No,
and
it's
people
cool.
believe that.
Check this out. I have this program. It's called Paint. So we're gonna take one line and white on white. Good choice. Anyways, and then it does this, and then we have at this point where that went, and then we have activations. And that goes like this. Okay, great. This is a beautiful image. This articulates it perfectly without me getting Sony. Yes, please save that as untitled.jpg. Future Dan will be surprised what the hell that image is. So anyways, it looks something like this. That is actually really accurate to how this looks. Let me size that up for y'all.
Basically, Forbidden West was tracking higher than Zero Dawn, which makes sense. More people can play it. It's a bigger franchise now. Then it got added to PS Plus, and then Zero Dawn overtook it. By this point in Zero Dawn's lifespan, it had sold around 11 million copies.
Yeah, and they're still...
Forbidden West has been at 8 for almost a full year.
Yeah.
Basically, since they added it, it died. And like 4 million people played it on PS Plus, but nobody bought it. Nobody. Like, it completely becomes a fucking horizontal plane.
So, breaking down the code, the blue is actual sales. The red is how many activations there are. So, the moment it went on PlayStation Plus, you can see that goes way above. Gray is Horizon Zero Dawn and what the tail on that thing sales were. So, you can see the exact moment that the blue flattens out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is rough. That is really rough.
Hey, proving that thing that everyone has said.
And here's the weird part.
Even
we can state gravity exists, and you can't even say we're fanboys anymore. We have internal documents that show
there's
that's
even
exactly what happened.
discussions like if we want to put the shit on these servers, there's literally a document where it says we're not that worried about Xbox anymore. They clearly can't be making any money from Game Pass.
Yeah, no shit.
Like, you can't develop your own games and then put them day one on this and make money. You cannot. It is not possible.
I mean, we've literally been
like,
saying that the whole time.
They literally, like, we need at least 2 full years before our first party games go on to this service, or we're leaving money on the table. So even a year and a half out isn't enough time for it to just not eat what remaining sales you can get.
Yeah, it was interesting. There was a reference to Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart going on PlayStation Plus and them wanting to have what they called booster content available at time for that, so that way they could monetize it a little bit more. But because of all the teams being shifted to Spider-Man 2, they didn't have that ready in time.
That's so sad, because I would love to buy DLC for Ratchet & Clank.
Same!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I assume we're getting maybe like a little thing like Valhalla for Ratchet & Clank. That'd be nice.
I mean,
Wet the beak a little for the next 5 years. We have to wait for another Ratchet game.
I've been saying it the whole time. Just give me arena content.
Right?
There was again 1 terabyte of data. There's a lot of shit in this leak.
Yeah.
A lot. We found out sales for a lot of games. That's pretty interesting. Most of them are pretty standard, except we finally know how much Bloodborne sold because they never really gassed that one up. Like they didn't do the Sony. It sold 7.5 million, which is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that's really fucking good because you know that game didn't cost an insane amount of money.
No.
That's 1 million more in sales than Halo 5 got.
Hey, that's not even before the giant downturn. That's...
And the funniest thing, the 7.5 million, this document's old enough where that's before Elden Ring comes out and it could have gotten another buff.
Yeah, so where's the fucking patch, Sony? Where's the fucking upgrade, Sony?
What the fuck? You know who I would have preferred a giant leak from? Blue Point. What the fuck are they doing? I just need to know. Man, also, that was double upsetting for me because I was really pissed that Microsoft isn't doing better by Halo.
Yeah.
Like, it only do 6 mil? Really? Really?
So we also got this was not part of this leak, but I'm going to talk about it now because I think it is relevant for what we're about to go into. Sony has sold 50 million PS5s. That is 1-to-1 with last gen. December 2016, they were like, we've sold 50 million. 3 years in, and now this time, 3 years in,
Okay.
we've sold 50 million.
I have questions. This 50 million is from a statement they made recently, or
It is from an article recently. Yes.
Okay.
That included some data for Microsoft and Nintendo also.
Okay.
Oh, and for the record, Sony sales are up like 22% year over year. So they
Right.
sold
So
like 22%.
It's still the positive upward trend that you normally expect from a console. It's just the
It's
PS4.
just identical to the PS4's upward trend. Like it's identical. Xbox sales are down 15% from last year, moving 7.6 million units. Microsoft has moved 22.5 million PS5s this year.
Series consoles, you mean?
Yes, series consoles, both Xboxes.
That's
7.6, a 15% decline year over year. It's year 3, guys. It's year 3. Like, no wonder that so many places are like Series X 350.
Yeah, I mean,
Series S 200, Series S 150. They like, you can't sell Game Pass if people don't have the box it's on.
yeah, but the problem is they won't get the box it's on without the content. Like, it's like everyone always says, content is king, right? You know what you're buying a PS5 for. You're probably buying it for Spider-Man. What the fuck are you buying an Xbox for right now? The Forza game that didn't have the fucking dignity to actually promote?
That doesn't have fucking music.
That doesn't have fucking music because you cheaped out and didn't want to pay for licensing?
Starfield, the game literally no one seems to even like.
Starfield should have been it if something was it, but this ain't it.
Yeah.
Yeah, down the year they released Starfield.
Yeah.
Yup.
Like, what the fuck is left?
So about that
What
interview,
can save them?
that interview that Phil Spencer does after Redfall comes out, right as he's throwing the entire studio under the bus, where he goes, "We can't win."
That I guess he was right.
Yeah, no, they're done.
I still think they can win, but not with any of the shit they're doing. They need to make high-profile, important games. If they made a Fable correctly and it was out by now, it would have been saved.
Yeah, but that's not. They can win if they started 3 years ago. They could maybe be winning.
Right, but I've been listening to this shit for 3 years.
Well, yeah, it's all been lies. They haven't made any progress towards anything.
It's so frustrating. They could have had they could have pivoted away from Halo Infinite, started developing a new single-player focused Halo and promoted that, and that would have given the console promise. Right now, Halo fans have no reason to believe in this console. They could have done any number of things. Forza Motorsport could have had a number at the end, thus to prove it's a real fucking Forza and not some horrible infinite game nightmare. Like, there are so many ways they could have done this better, and instead they just didn't try fully on all of it. How much of that is fueled by, like, not having the money because of Game Pass?
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Like, they sit there and then it feels like they reverse engineer. Well, we're not going to make money, so we're not going to spend anywhere near as much as anyone else. And it's like, you can't do that. You're the console owner. You're the platform holder. Do you think Nintendo only spends as much money on their games as the people on the Switch other than them? Like, fuck no. You know they're spending way more. You know Nintendo is spending a lot of money making a Mario Odyssey.
Right.
Switch is down 18% from last year, but it's been out 7 years, and also that even being down 18%, that's still 16.4 million.
What
was the Xbox number?
Xbox sold 22.5 million in 3 years. Nintendo sold 16 point what in one?
No. That 22.5 is Sony's PS5 sales for this year.
Oh. Yeah, you missaid that earlier.
Yes.
You
I'm
horribly
sorry.
missaid-
Sony's sales are up 22%. They have sold 22.5 million PS5s in this year.
Okay.
Xboxes are down 15%. They have sold 6.6 million units.
7.6, right?
Yeah, 7.6 million this year in 2023.
And you just said the Switch sold how many?
16.4. So yes, over the PS5 has sold almost 3 times as much as the Xbox this year, and the Switch has sold over double what Xbox sold this year.
So about why we all as an industry should probably wake the fuck up and go, there's a reason Xbox is a distant third, because this doesn't just happen.
No.
That's deranged. I'm trying to think if there's ever been this distant of a third before.
Nintendo during the GameCube?
I don't know if that was that distant. I mean, the problem...
No, I mean, well, yeah, the problem is if you compare all three again, this is the furthest back anybody's ever been. Like, yeah, the PS2 was way fucking ahead.
But...
And the Xbox was ahead of the GameCube, but not by this much.
Right. Yeah.
And that was at the end of the gen. We're in the middle of this gen. Sony said we expect to sell more PS5's lifetime than we sold PS4s.
Which makes sense if they're going to reduce. Like, here's the thing, and this is the core argument I want to have right now, the core discussion. If they're selling 1-to-1 with the PS4, and it is $100 more than the PS4 was at launch, and now $200 more than it was by this point in its life, there is clearly more demand for the PS5 than the PS4. Basic economics teaches us that. So it makes sense then to Sony, at least, that if they continue to reduce the price from here, they're going to sell more than they sold PS4s. Like, I think it's a pretty easy thing to point at the PS5 and go, that's a much better gaming experience than the PS4. Like, already, because not only do you have the back compat to have a giant catalog,
right?
It is a much better experience in that you don't spend forever installing games now and updating games. You load everything faster and everything runs well. It's a good system with innovative things. I'm excited to see the next few years and see if that holds true, or if it's just literally this is an inbuilt audience that always buys 1 year in, 2 years in, 3 years in, and the price change didn't fucking matter, which means Sony's right to not lower the price. I'm curious what you two think. What do you think?
I think we are at or near the point where on consoles, PC is different. It's more democratic. There's all these different part manufacturers. It's much more popular in areas of the world where consoles are less popular. This is just consoles. I think we might be at until the population increases, this is as many people as play games on console. And that's going to be a rude fucking awakening for all these companies that seem to be acting under the impression that the line will go up forever.
Oops, the finite boundaries of a physical universe.
There it is.
And the thing that makes me think this is Honkai Star Rail doing real well. Genshin Impact not doing as well since Honkai Star Rail launched on PS on consoles. So they split their own audience between these two games. It didn't create an equal amount of people spawned from the ether to spend an equal amount of money on this new thing. It's almost like people have as much money as they have.
And as much time as they have, which is why the whole live service game industry seemingly imploded this year, as all of the ones that were in development imploded, except for Concord. Please look forward to whatever that and...
There's no way we're ever going to hear about Concord ever again.
I mean, you're going to hear it in the year-round roundup for news for 2023 in like 20 minutes.
So we might be entering... It's deeply pathetic that this might happen. The AAA crash might happen just because the companies go, wait, there's only so many people and we actually have to compete for them?
Yeah, I mean, companies have lost the ability to meaningfully compete with each other. No, the Xbox price drops for the holiday season are limited time sales. They will not lower the price of the Xbox.
No, of course not.
Yeah, we're coming to a point in this industry and several others, which is interconnected into this point, that trying to predict trends and strategies far into the future comes up against, we're getting pretty late into capitalism itself here. So large-scale contractions are going to start taking places in industries and reshaping basically the way our economy functions, if it still does that. So yeah, when we hit maximum saturation, like, oh, what do we do now? I don't know. Ask me if we still have a government at that point.
Like, I've been doing reading this week about different bubbles in different industries.
And it's just like it's clear as day if you look at the symptoms and then look at gaming. It's a gaming bubble. It's going to burst pretty soon. Market's going to contract. A lot of people are going to lose everything.
Yeah, like a lot of these great super games that are coming out, I'm looking at is, wow, we shouldn't have made these. I'm glad they got made, and I'm going to look back on them as amazing, beautiful things right before everything that produced them burned to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that we've had multiple times this year that we looked at, I feel like in the last few years, where we've looked at the larger, more important publishers in the West, and they've just turned out a thing where you go, there was no world where that was going to make all of its money back. Like Immortals of Avia.
Yeah.
Like that's a really good example of, dude, this is too much money.
With the data, what data we're about to go into, we can make rough estimates for how much Immortals of Avium probably cost.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine it cost anywhere near as much as the Sony shit?
It can't, right?
It's like 15 hours long and has all this side content you didn't do and is a next gen exclusive game. Like that was EA's big AAA original IP for this year.
Yeah, and I don't know why.
It was probably comparable.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was probably over $200 million. Hey, Bob, do you think anyone should spend over $200 million making Immortals of Avium?
No, I think if I did that, I would walk into the ocean.
Just to prevent you from doing more harm.
Right.
That's honorable of you, actually.
That seems irrational.
It is. Would you say that's irrational exuberance?
I would.
Weird.
God damn it.
Yeah, it feels like there's nothing in that game.
Yeah, I mean,
it feels like empty hallways we walk through.
It's really pretty skyboxes and mocapped live action cutscenes, and you know those cost a lot.
Yeah.
Let's get into it.
Now let's get into it. This is from 2020, so some of these are projections.
Okay.
But I'm going to now say various games, how much they cost, and the break-even point that Insomniac that is in this document. That Insomniac says how many sales they needed to break even. Miles Morales,
Okay.
budget of $156 million.
Which is holy shit.
They needed $3 million to break even.
That's not too bad.
Spider-Man 1 remastered with the fucked up face.
Yeah.
$39 million budget. $1 million to break even.
Real quick, to anyone who's not paying attention, who's asleep at the podcast wheel,
Uh-huh.
that is not Spider-Man 1.
No.
That is the process of turning it into a PS5 game cost $40 million?
Yeah, what?
$39 million.
That seems insane. How did that get greenlit?
Well, they had to add in ray tracing. They had to modify basically every cutscene to insert the new face.
Right. No, I understand how it ended up taking that much money. How did they end up
greenlighting
that? That seems just stupid. Like a huge waste of resources.
Rift Apart. Budget of $81 million.
Shockingly low.
Yeah, only
That is-
double to what it took to remaster a game they shouldn't have remastered.
Or put another way, that is almost half. It's slightly over half of the cost of Miles Morales.
And that game is so much more incredible than Miles Morales.
Yeah, it's almost like one of these is a real open world, and that balloons the fucking cost insanely.
Break-even point of $2 million. And I believe data has come out since that. I think Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart has sold like 2.8.
Yes.
Which I think is pretty good for a more niche title that's only on PS5.
Yeah, it says somebody in chat saying it hit 2.7 million in February of last year. So it's doing pretty well.
Oh, so it's pretty good.
Okay.
Spider-Man 2. $315 million as the budget.
I just
That's
want to
more than double Miles Morales.
even with making 2 games like this prior and being able to bring all those assets and all those systems and all those animations over, which they did, you can see them in Spider-Man 2, $315 million.
So I really need to know, how much did God of War Ragnarok cost?
Right? I want to know that real bad.
How much of this cost is introduced by Insomniac doing their open world stuff? Because God of War Ragnarok is an open world, but it's a lot more constrained in how alive it is.
Right. It's not a simulation like these cities are. It's just large hallways with lots of things in them.
And I yet again wish to know how much Days Gone cost.
There was a report earlier this year that it was $200 million for Ragnarok.
Wow. Yeah, and that still has a bunch of the like bespoke, specially made boss fights and stuff that this has, but it's missing the open world, which adds that $150 million, I guess.
And we have someone in chat saying, apparently on the record, Ghost of Tsushima cost 60 mil. 60.
That's
Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
That game did look less like billions and billions of dollars into the assets.
And it has less of the bespoke content.
And the less open world like simulation. Like there aren't a lot of cities that are populated, and when they are,
there's not
more limited.
NPCs. There's not. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that game sold pretty well too.
Yeah, it sold like 12 million, I think, so far.
Million.
Yeah, 12 million.
Okay. It sounded like billion. It's like, whoa.
So
I wish.
So Ghost of Tsushima just reset the entire world.
The industry grew to fit this one game.
No wonder Rise of the Ronin is happening. Why isn't they all making Japanese inspiring samurai?
I bought 4 copies. How many did you buy?
17.
Anyway, 315 million, according to Insomniac. Their break even is 5.5 million sales to get in the black.
That's insane. Like, we haven't hit that yet, I don't think.
No, of course not.
That's crazy.
So the question is, how many of those sales do they anticipate? Like, you can't just multiply what the launch price is against that number, right? Because the sales come as the years go. So the question is, did they account for that?
Yeah.
Like, how soon do we need to get this 5.5 million to break even?
I'm skipping to the last one. I'm going in the order they intend to be released. Wolverine. 305 million. With a 5 million to break even.
Okay, we got to talk. You made a game, Spider-Man 2, that is the 3rd game in a series taking place in the same city and reused a lot of things. Now, keep in mind, I know it's much higher fidelity, everything. But doing that, the 3rd game with these mechanics and things that you have refined and improved, whatever, that's not the point. You spent more money than the completely new from the ground up Wolverine game.
Yeah.
I assume it's as simple as like, we have to make more of the open world for Spider-Man because he swings around. It can go to any verticality and can see anything from any angle. And Wolverine isn't going to have the ability to do that.
It's like, it seems so crazy. There really is that diminishing returns thing of like, how much more does it cost to make the assets look this much better when we zip by them so fast anyway?
That is something that Insomniac devs say in some of these internal slides where it's like, this cost $100 million more than this. Did any player even notice?
Yeah, a lot of
like
that
if you had told me after I cleared Spider-Man 2 that game cost $315 million, I would have said, "Fuck you, how?"
If you told me that game cost twice as much as Miles Morales, I would struggle to believe that.
Yeah, because that Miles also does a lot of cool set piece stuff and unique things
and amazing looking cutscenes,
right? Yeah, and then most of the time you're playing it, it doesn't, like, I'd say this in the review too, of like, I thought it would look better. Like, it doesn't, nothing in there was blowing me away in the regular game.
Well, Bob, on the PS5 Pro.
Like, that's fine. Like, it didn't need to look better. obviously could have looked worse. It could have looked the same level as Miles Morales, because that's kind of how I perceived it. Like, yeah, these are the same animation and stuff. It's cool they have these new attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks better, but like in a way that seemed less on a content authoring side and more on a like the tech side. And I guess those two are so hand in hand. It's whatever. How much like I always hear the point brought up like, game development's going to get so much easier when ray tracing is the standard for lighting. How much could that possibly reduce out of a $350 million budget?
Yeah. And we see that it didn't reduce much because that game is only ray traced.
Yeah, that's true. Not every part of it's ray traced, but it does have only a ray trace mode. So in theory, some part of it was easier to make.
Yeah, they saved money by doing that.
Allegedly. It's probably ray trace shadows though, which obviously those aren't authored per se as much as they are. But you know, that what was it? The Digital Foundry thing where they do an interview with the tech guy over at Insomniac. They go into, yeah, we're still pre-baking like 16 different times a day and then doing transitionary things. And I'm like, wow, that's a shitload of work.
Yeah, it is.
That is a shitload of work. $315 million. And Wolverine's $10 million less.
Yeah.
Now I need again. I need people to keep this in mind. We just talked about how the PS4 and PS5 are 1-to-1 in sales, like as time progresses. PS4 kicked the shit out of the PS3.
Right.
Yeah.
Like part of the reason Sony's game budgets could inflate so much, which they weren't this inflated at the start of the gen, like Second Son didn't have.
Killzone Shadowfall does not have, Horizon money.
Yeah, even like Uncharted 4 was like 40 million, I think it came out it was. Like something ludicrously small compared to these modern games. So when I say the budget that they have for Spider-Man 3, keep in mind that there's no reason to believe they will have a larger potential consumer pool than they had for Spider-Man 1. Spider-Man 3's budget is $385 million.
Maybe they're taking into account a prospective economy collapse where the value of the dollar plummets.
So you're telling me Spider-Man 3 will thus cost $200?
I think there was some stuff in some of this data that leaked where it's like maybe we go up to 80.
No way.
Whoa.
No way.
Like as a floating it thing, because there's stuff where it's basically them scrambling to try and find a way to make this make sense.
It just
like
doesn't.
Even internally, these companies are realizing that the Grim Reaper is at their fucking door, but they can't pull back because they don't know what to do other than that.
Could we release multiple games of the same scale as Ratchet and Clank? That's impossible.
Could we release multiple games on the same scale as seemingly Miles Morales?
Yeah. No.
Oh, why not?
No.
Why not?
I assume that's Venom. I assume that is Venom.
I don't know
Venom
anymore.
is not on this.
These budgets are polluting so hard that I'm like, I mean, Venom's gonna cost more than Miles Morales for certain.
They at least made it fully playable already, so that's something. But obviously, they flesh that out more to make a full game.
But yeah, it's
fucking nuts.
Like this is and the fact that we now know this is happening to Sony, the company I think all of us thought had this under the most control.
And has the cheat code of not having to pay their rent.
Right. They don't have to pay a percentage of the sale price. They're the platform holder, so they just pay the Spider-Man tax.
Like Rockstar will have to pay the Sony tax. If the rumors of GTA 6's budget actually being $1 billion are real, I need you guys to understand that means they need to sell 20 million copies to break even.
And yet they could.
Yeah, they're
gonna
do it.
Here's the thing. GTA 6 will make money. There's no way it won't, but I think they're going to reach the end and be like, that made exactly as much money as GTA 5. Exactly. Why did we spend over 5 times as much developing it?
I mean, the funny thing is, I bet it won't make as much as GTA 5 immediately because GTA 5 came out at the end of the PS3 and then got the Well, then again,
I went back and checked sales in the first quarter it was out. It still sold 32 million, so it's still going to break even real fast.
Yeah.
But
And then the
when we
endless
get-
money pit that of GTA Online didn't even launch till like 6 months later.
Right. My thing is, I'm trying to weigh how many people have a PS5 2 years from now versus how many people had a 7th gen console in 2013 when that game came out.
Don't worry. If
25.
it keeps holding to the 1-to-1 ratio, when GTA 6 comes out, there will be 90 million PS5s in consumer hands.
Yeah, they'll do fine.
Yeah.
They got this.
Yeah.
But again,
they're the ones that are safe. It's not.
It's
Ubisoft.
everyone else.
I mean,
yeah.
Again, they're safe, but I think they're going to look and be like, what did we get from spending 5 times as much making this? Seemingly nothing. We got no financial boost at all.
I think it's everyone else that's a concern. Because
Yeah, because I feel like they might understand that their place in the industry is to do that.
right, they're the only ones higher than Sony.
Right.
Like Sony gets to do it because Sony doesn't have to pay a Sony tax. When they invest in the games, they're investing in the platform, a concept I wish Microsoft understood. Rockstar is the only people above them who gets to spend more money than God and be fine. No one, literally no one else holds that position.
Right.
We've heard leaks about how much other games cost and how it is these numbers in some cases. And that's absolutely insane. That's harrowing. I don't understand how the larger industry can commit prices anywhere near this and feel safe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I need the sheet of this for like EA.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How much did
Yeah,
Star
I
Wars
need-
Jedi Survivor cost?
How much
I
does
need this for
Avatar the game
EA.
cost?
I need it for Ubisoft. I need it for Capcom and Square Enix.
Yeah, no,
Just for comparison, I would love to know how much like Resident Evil 4 Remake cost.
I am positive Resident Evil 4 Remake and Street Fighter 6 cost radically less than probably every.
yeah, I can't.
No shit.
Right, like I can't imagine those not being like.
Hey guys, which would you rather spend $156 million on, Miles Morales or Street Fighter 6?
See, and again, not to go backwards, I'm just sitting here thinking of, well, how does Resident Evil 4 Remake and like this Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, like how does it look notably different to me from my eyes from these big expensive Sony things and big expensive like other Western things? It's like, though the Japanese ones look better because they run in a higher native resolution. When you have this temporal AA squashing, it doesn't matter how much time you spend modeling that dude's pores, it's getting obliterated by FSR. So you spent more to look worse.
But in the case of Sony's thing, starting next year on the high-end version, it'll be fine.
But yeah, so like 2028, let's assume they have 130 million PS5s by then, which would be slightly higher than the PS4, I think.
Okay.
They release Spider-Man. Is it going to make Spider-Man 3? Is it going to make more money than Spider-Man 2? No, probably not.
Is it going to
Like,
make
it's not
more
gonna
money than Spider-Man 2?
No, probably not. Is my stance. Like, it's going to sell about the same.
I bet it'll sell more. We always see that with consoles. Like later in life, you have more
But
consoles
they
out.
usually don't actually sell more. They sell more initially because more people have the platform, but then sales slow down more quickly. We saw that if you compare Breath of the Wild sales to Tears of the Kingdom sales. Tears of the Kingdom sales since launch have been much, much lower than Breath of the Wild's, but Tears of the Kingdom sold 22 million fucking copies instantly.
Well, this with Spider-Man's launch time, it might launch. It'll probably launch cross-gen.
I mean, yeah, Spider-Man
it'll
3
be-
apparently is a 2028 game, and if Sony sticks to their current roadmap, that's when the PS6 comes out.
Right, so we get the buff of being a game for a brand new console, and that will carry them as
Yeah.
well as just having all those people already own it for
And-
the PS4.
And here's
Yeah.
and here's the thing. This is their projected budget. It could very easily be more.
It could.
I just don't think, like, with this one, now that we have the 1-to-1 ratio, like, I don't think it'll sell more lifetime than Spider-Man 2. I think they're just going to sit here wondering, why did we spend more money on it? It sold exactly as much as the last one that cost less. Like that now, that is that is now the challenge that these companies have to contend with. Like, you can't, the line has stopped going up. We have reached diseconomy of scale. It's here. Literally the finite boundaries of physical universe are here.
This is complicated because, once again, I think later in the console life, you are able to sell more to a larger audience. Like in the Breath of the Wild thing is a very interesting situation because a lot of people view Tears of the Kingdom as like a Majora's Mask style sequel to Breath of the Wild. You know, Breath of the Wild, watershed moment of gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Tears of the Kingdom can't be that again. There's a chance Spider-Man 3 is just a radically better game than Spider-Man 2. That is not even hard for me to imagine. Just because
but the sales are already so high. It just like, will it get 25% more than Spider-Man 2?
Well, their break-even point on sales here says 5.5 million. And I would really like to know why that is the same number on both Spider-Man 2 and 3. Is it because they expect more of the lifetime sales to be closer to launch? Because, you know, if a long tail, unless you're Nintendo, doesn't matter as much as getting those sales at launch when your price is the highest.
Uh-huh.
But Nintendo keeps their price really high almost always. But yeah, this is not tenable. This is not sustainable.
No.
This is not... For the broader market, this is a real problem. For Sony, this is a mild problem. Because
Sony needs to stop drinking. Everybody else has already lost the house gambling while drunk.
Doing ketamine.
And like, can you imagine? I don't think, and I think they're this stupid. I think we have to imagine that Microsoft is staring down a suite of games that just aren't shipping that have development costs comparable to this.
You think what game do you think of theirs cost 315 million?
Starfield for one. I think Starfield easily costs that much, if not more.
I think if there is a single game Microsoft owns, it's got to be Starfield, right?
That or Perfect Dark. That's another one they've just been pumping who knows how much money in for.
I mean, they've been working 2 studios on it for years, and nothing's coming out.
Yeah, I think they could get this high for Elder Scrolls, which I think could bring back the Bethesda magic a little and save them. But
or
they're seemingly
they're cowards and won't give it the money it needs.
That would go very poorly for them.
Yes,
that would go insanely poorly.
If it looked anywhere near the fidelity Avowed has,
yeah, those people would just implode.
They would tear Microsoft apart.
Yeah.
Are they 4 years deep? Like, are they 4 years deep in making in making Gears 6 that cost $200 million? Is Fable a $200 million game?
Yeah, here's another interesting question chat's bringing up. What's the deal with Hellblade? How much are they spending on Hellblade right now?
Hellblade could be 350. We don't know.
They're such a tiny studio. Like, how?
It's not going to be 350 because Hellblade's not going to be a giant open world full of immersive things. If you look at Ratchet and Clank, it's only 81 million. So there's a chance it's somewhere closer to or above a Miles Morales. I bet it's 200 million, probably more, which is an insane amount of money to sink into Hellblade. Because, yeah, Hellblade's going to be a bunch of hallways. Like, we already saw enough gameplay footage of Hellblade 2 where it's like, yeah, that's Hellblade 1.
Yeah.
I don't think that game's going to be radically different from that expectation, but who knows? Who knows? Either way, these numbers are insane.
They're marketing Hellblade like they're God of War, so if it comes out and is Hellblade 1 but prettier.
Yeah, they're going to get raked through the coals, which will be nothing new for Microsoft.
But you have to remember with the stuff we talked about with Horizon, we can assume that sales of first-party Microsoft games on Xbox, maybe it's a little better on PC, are effectively zero.
Yeah, like, because the subscription service,
yeah.
There's absolutely no reason to believe they somehow have a magically different audience that will buy this game at a high rate, even half the rate they normally would.
when you go to the store, like an Xbox store, you open it up, you try and buy it, and it tells you could buy Game Pass instead.
Right.
They're going to do that.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah, this is this makes me worry about how much every other game costs. Like
Yeah.
a lot. Like this makes me worry about like
Yeah, the
Immortals
$5
of
million
Avium was probably 300 million or something. It was
Right.
probably 200 million.
the 3 million sales that you need to pass to break even.
Uh-huh.
There are 5 million sales to pass break even. It's like these teams aren't doing that. There's
Yeah.
no world
like
that
how mu-
Immortals of Avium does that.
No.
Like that Horizon game, that has to be at least 300. That has to be at least and they have to pay the Sony tax. So what, 6 to break even?
What Horizon game?
Not Horizon, Avatar.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that seems to be this year's hugest gross misuse of money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe it sold really well and we just haven't heard about it.
Yeah. You seem to be like looking around really nervously as you said that completely viable thing you said. Anyways, this is all completely fucking insane.
Yeah. This
I mean,
industry is definitely
I'm sure it's doing fine, Bob. There have been multiple places where you could buy that Avatar game for 40% off already.
I mean, it's Christmas season. They're just being
Generous.
Yeah, the only game came out a week ago.
what is it? Sonic?
What is it? Damn it, Bob. Jesus Christ. Yeah, how much do you think that Suicide Squad game costs?
Oh, I would love to see
That
those numbers.
game has been in some form of development for, when it comes out, 11 years. Judas, how much does Judas cost?
That's
So, anyways, it is really a shame that the Western AAA industry is so sick. This doesn't seem viable at all going forward. It shocks me to my core to see like, oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, 81 million. It's like, then why aren't you making more things that scale?
yeah.
That was your most profitable game in this set.
Yeah. Wow.
Like, I don't know how in the world even Miles Morales could have sold enough to be more profitable, more return on investment
Mm-hmm.
than Ratchet and Clank at this point.
Has Spider-Man on the box. That's pretty easy win, all things considered. Well, pretty easy until you need 6 million sales to
Right.
the black.
Right.
Then
and
things
that's-
start to get scary.
Right, because I'm not talking about hard absolute values of money. I'm talking about return on investment, like percent.
Like, and breaking even doesn't make you safe. Like, you need like there's opportunity cost. There's all this shit. Like, if you spend 8 years, feels like we're spending longer and longer. These devs are spending longer and longer to make the same amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And clearly Ratchet had a bit of a faster dev cycle than Spider-Man 2.
It feels-
Maybe I don't
know. I honestly
Like-
don't know. I thought they started development when the reboot came out, so that would put it at about as long.
Good lord.
Uh-huh.
It has a much smaller team, though.
Yeah, I guess
So-
that'd be
Yeah,
how much cheaper
definitely.
it'd be. How it
Yeah,
got
isn't it
cheaper.
weird when you scale production down, things get cheaper on a faster than linear scale? Because as it turns out, building your structure, your organization to be bigger and bigger on one project does not make it more effective at a 1-to-1 rate at making that one project. Crazy. Ludicrous.
I feel like this really did make me like broke the line for me where I'm like, I have to not care anymore. Like, I have to not care if the entire Western AAA industry collapses, because that's probably what's going to happen.
I mean, I feel like the correct thing is to be like full libertarian and be like, well, that's the market. The market wanted that. Oh, wait, no, full libertarian means we need to beg the government for money when our thing fails.
Oh yeah.
Like, and keep in mind, 3 years ago when this chart came, we weren't on the verge of every economist saying a recession is going to happen. It's just a question of how long till it does. That makes this even scarier, because gaming revenue will be like the first thing to go woo down when like a recession happens and shit hits the fan.
I mean, certain types of gaming expenses. Like, I honestly think compared to a lot of other industries, gaming largely sticks through. Like, I genuinely believe that. There are a lot of other industries that get hit harder by recessions than gaming.
But with $70 is a lot of money, and it's going to be
Oh,
an
it
extra
is.
lot if your hours got cut,
Yeah, no,
or
that
if you
is a
lost
part
your
of
job.
that is a part of the gaming industry. $70 price point is a part of the gaming industry that's totally fucked.
Yeah.
But this now with these numbers, it makes total sense why everybody was rushing to make the super ultimate game, like the Infinite Online thing, because that's the only way these budgets make sense.
Uh-huh.
Unless you're Sony.
Yep. And even then,
Hey,
it made sense to
assholes.
Sony to churn up every studio that was making a single player thing to try to make a live service game.
Hey, assholes. Get 500 people. Say, make whatever the fuck you want as long as it's done in 3 years. It doesn't have to look like a first-party Sony game. And then see what they make. You actually can just go back to older development styles. You just have to decide to do it.
It's truly insane that it's like, hey, what if you just made an infamous Second Son? That would cost barely anything, right?
Yeah.
That'd be cheaper than Spider-Man, any of them. And that's insane. Like, how many do you have to sell to break even on an infamous Second Son?
Man.
Hey, like,
it would be,
Like 1 million?
it'd be really interesting to get, like, just standardize us knowing budgets like we do with movies.
Well, the movie thing is actually a scam too, because they hide a lot of the budgeting. They use the publicly announced budget in order to cut people out of getting paid.
Oh my god.
That happens a lot. In fact, there are people who've worked on
they
movies.
did that with the marketing more than
no,
like the
that's
actual
excluded.
budget.
That's excluded entirely. But no, they literally have movies that they've made entire franchises out of that they've gotten obviously a shitload of money from. Men in Black specifically, where people are not paid because allegedly the first movie never made any money.
Yeah. Yeah. It all sucks.
Yeah, as it turns out, no matter where you look,
It's
people be scamming.
like, it's just so crazy that everybody went to this development style. It felt like even people who had no business trying to reach for the sun like this decided to burn themselves anyway. Like, it feels like there is nobody making games at a more sustainable scale unless they're Eurojank devs or Japanese.
Yeah, and it's really bizarre that Sony even has successful, like, not even use case, like real world evidence, data that they can make a game like Ghost of Tsushima for radically less and it still sells like crazy.
Right. Yeah.
And
that they kept greenlighting going bigger and bigger. It's kind of crazy.
Also, you mentioned the opportunity cost thing and how that should drive them away from this, Chris, but they legitimately think of opportunity cost in the reverse direction as you, which is why this
Yes, I know.
all of Insomniac's projects are
I know.
fucking X-Men.
Yeah.
They're all Spider-Man and X-Men.
Yeah. No.
And one Ratchet game 5 years from now.
Yeah.
That sucks.
It sucks. Yeah. It's dire.
Absolutely stupid. Sony could have the best first-party offering of original and historical IPs in gaming, and instead an entire studio is making Marvel shit.
Mm-hmm.
And like I made it clear,
It's not their fault, Dan. Every other studio Disney went and got to make Marvel shit made something that bombed. Every single other one. So now they have to go with the only studio to make them any fucking money at all.
and Arcane because they're making Blade.
Guess what
Allegedly.
will also fail?
It is going to do great.
Just like every Arcane game does, right?
They're going to spend $300 million on an Arcane Leon game.
Oh my god.
That probably, I'm sure to some extent, not as much as we'd like probably, but I'm sure to some extent these enormous budgets are Disney going, no, it has to be top shelf for the whole industry. It needs to be significantly more expensive than everything else in the industry.
Wait, you think Midnight Suns had pressure from Disney to spend more than it should have? No, I'm sure the XCOM people were like, yeah, we would love to balloon up our fucking production in order to have these amazing looking cutscenes.
Uh-huh.
But I think that might be
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we're
One last thing in news. It's not directly related to this, but it is something.
spiritually.
It's me being fucking mad at Microsoft again.
Oh, okay.
So Josh Sawyer over at Obsidian,
Mhm.
apparently they've been consistently pitching like, hey, let us do a Elder Scrolls spinoff. Hey, let us do a Fallout spinoff. Hey, for like years and nothing. Like always rejected. And the fact that if Microsoft hasn't approved any of that shit by now, they're brain dead.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Bethesda doesn't want them to.
You own them now. Tell them to shut the fuck up.
Hey, maybe now that Starfield did a Starfield, they'll let them.
Like, it's going to be, if Bethesda makes it, we are bare minimum 10 years, a full calendar decade out from a Fallout 5. Let Obsidian make a Fallout game when they ship that fucking Avowed thing. Just let them make a Fallout game. Just let them do it.
No, I'm sorry. They're working on a spin-off of Starfield.
No, they're making the Outer Worlds 2.
But that's it for the news.
What a nightmare. Yeah, my only thoughts at the end of this is like, man, this barely looks sustainable for Sony, and who knows for how long. Like, of course, a Wolverine game's going to sell like crazy.
Yeah.
More Spider-Man games going to sell like crazy, and X-Men's going to sell like crazy. But what about the rest of Sony?
Yeah, what about
things
that
that
Mass
aren't
Effect
Marvel?
thing that Last of Us is doing that's a new IP, that Naughty Dog is doing that's a new IP that's supposed to be sci-fi Mass Effect-esque? That probably has a budget of $300 million.
Well, it's going to say from the creators of The Last of Us, and they'll ship 10 million copies.
They definitely didn't lose a huge part of their audience, was 2.
No, that's sold well, apparently. That was a part of the leak, too. It was 7
Oh.
million
Wow.
by whenever that leaked. Who knows?
Well, yeah, but you can never tell. You can never tell how good a game will do by the sales of the previous game. The quality of a game determines the quality of the sales of the next game. That's why Devil May Cry 2 has still sold more than Devil May Cry 3. Because
Yeah.
Devil May Cry 1 was great and Devil May Cry 2 was bad.
But no, Devil May Cry 2 is great, which is why it sold more.
Yeah, obviously.
But anyway, that's going to do it. Bob and I are streaming tomorrow. We're doing like a fun little Christmas stream because we wanted something casual for, the Christmas weekend. So come on by. You get to vote on whether we play a terrible or delightful game from our youth. You get to choose whether we get a treat or coal. And who knows what nightmares might show up there.